This is Why We Lied. A Will Trent thriller. By Karin Slaughter. Chapter 12. Sarah stood on the edge of the loading dock in the bowels of the hospital as she watched the rain pour down. The search for John had turned up nothing. They had checked his school, the trailer park where Dave lived, and a few hangouts that Delilah remembered from her days as a teenager. They were heading back up the mountain to check the lodge and search the old bunkhouses when black clouds started rolling in. Sarah could only hope John had found a warm, dry place to shelter before the sky had broken open. Both she and Delilah had been adamant that they wouldn't let the weather stop them from searching. But then visibility had dropped, and thunder had shaken the air, and they had both decided to go back into town because it would do John no good if one or both of them were struck dead by lightning. The weather app on Sarah's phone was predicting the rain would not let up for another 2 hours. The deluge was unrelenting, sending creek water over the banks, spilling out of gutters, and turning the downtown corridor into a river. Delilah had gone home to feed her animals, but there was no telling whether she would make it back into town. Sarah looked at her watch. Mercy would be ready for her soon. The hospital's X-ray tech had told them it would take at least an hour to get through the backlog of living patients. Nadine had gone on a call to fix an air conditioner, while Biscuits stayed with the body. Sarah had been relieved when the sheriff had turned down her offer to spell him. She needed time to prepare herself mentally for the exam. The thought of seeing Mercy McAlpine lying on a table filled her with a familiar sense of dread. In her previous life, Sarah had been the county coroner for her small hometown. The morgue had been inside the basement of the local hospital, much as the one the Dillon County coroner used. Back in Sarah's coroner days, the victims had been familiar, if not personally known to her. That was how small towns worked. Everyone either knew each other or knew someone who did. The job of coroner was one of tremendous responsibility, but could also be one of great sadness. Working for the state, Sarah had lost sight of what it felt like to be personally connected to a victim. A few hours ago, she had been stitching together Mercy's wounded thumb inside the bathroom at the back of the kitchen. The woman had looked washed out and beaten down. She had been worried about the argument with her son. She had been troubled by what was going on with her family. The last thing on her mind had been her ex-husband, which made sense, considering what Faith had discovered. Sarah wondered what Mercy would have thought to know that one of her last acts on Earth was to give her abusive ex an alibi. "You were right." "I was." Sarah turned to look at Will. She could tell from his expression that he was already beating himself up over the mistake. She wasn't going to pile on. "It wouldn't have changed anything. You still had to find Dave. He was the most obvious suspect. He checked the most boxes." "You're being a lot nicer about it than Amanda was," he said. "The access road to the lodge is washed out. We can't get any cars in or out until the creek goes back into the bank. We need an off-road vehicle that can make it through the mud." Sarah caught the irritation in his voice. Will hated standing around. She saw his jawbone sticking out as he clenched his teeth. He moved his freshly bandaged hand to his chest. Elevating it above his heart would stop the throbbing, but the pain would continue to gnaw at him because Will refused to take anything stronger than Tylenol. She asked, "How's the hand?" "Better," he said, though the tightness in his shoulders told her otherwise. "Faith gave me a Snickers bar." Sarah hooked her arm through his. Her hand brushed against the gun under his shirt. He was well and truly back on the job. She knew what was coming next. "How are you going to get back to the lodge?" "We're waiting on the field office to bring some UTVs. That's the only way we can get up there." Sarah tried not to think of all the patients she'd seen with traumatic brain injuries from flipping their UTVs. "Are the phones and internet still working at the lodge?" "For now," he said. "We've got satellite phones coming just in case. It's good that everybody's still stuck up there, though. No one knows that Dave has an alibi. Whoever killed Mercy is thinking that they got away with it." "Who's still at the lodge?" "Frank, for one. I'm not sure why, but he's taken it on himself to answer the main phone in the commercial kitchen. Drew and Keisha didn't make it out before the storm hit. Apparently, they're not too happy about that. The app guys don't seem interested in leaving. It sounds like Monica's sleeping it off. Chuck and the family are still there, except for Delilah. The chef and the 2 waiters arrived at 5 this morning, which is their usual time. The bartender doesn't come in until noon. She's also the cleaner, so I want to talk to her about those unmade beds in the vacant cottages. Faith went to find her while we are waiting for the UTVs. She lives on the outskirts of town. Sarah wasn't surprised Faith had slipped out. She hated autopsies. You didn't go with her? Amanda told me to stay here and run background checks. How do you feel about that? About how you'd think. He shrugged, but he was clearly annoyed. Will wasn't one to idle around while other people did things. What about the forensics on Dave? The presumptive test on the stain across the front of his shirt came back as non-human. I'm guessing from the smell that Dave used it to wipe his hand when he was cleaning fish. The scratch marks on his chest could have come from the earlier attack on Mercy. He admitted to strangling her. She would have fought back. He claims the scratch on his neck was self-inflicted, mosquito bite. There's no way to tell if he's lying, so the mosquito scratch wins. Are you going to be able to hold him on anything? I could bring charges for resisting arrest and threatening me with a knife. He could accuse me of excessive use of force and targeting him because of our past. Mutually assured destruction. He's free to walk out of here anytime he wants. Will shrugged it off, but she could tell he wasn't happy with the situation. It's just another pile of shit Dave managed to skate through unscathed. If it's any consolation, walking is exceptionally difficult for him right now. Will didn't seem consoled. He stared out at the rain. She didn't have to wait long for him to tell her what was really bothering him. Amanda isn't happy we got caught up in this. I'm not happy either, Sarah admitted. We weren't given much of a choice. We could go home. She could feel Will studying her face, looking for a sign that she was wavering. She said, John is still missing, and you promised Mercy that you would tell her son that she forgives him. I did, but odds are that John will turn up eventually, and Faith already has her teeth in the case. She's always wanted to solve a locked room mystery. Will nodded, but he didn't say anything else. He was waiting for Sarah to decide. She felt, to her back teeth, that this was a marriage-defining moment. Her husband was placing an awful lot of power in her hands. Sarah was not going to be the type of wife who abused it. Let's get through the day. Then you and I can make a decision together about what to do about tomorrow. He nodded, then asked, Tell me why you didn't think it was Dave. Sarah wasn't sure if there was exactly one thing. Watching how Mercy's family treated her at dinner, I don't know. Looking back, it seems like they all had it in for her. They certainly didn't appear to be upset that she'd been murdered. Then there's the thing Mercy said about how some of the guests might have it out for her too. Which guests do you think she was talking about? It's weird that Landry gave a fake name, but who knows if there was a sinister reason. You and I lied about our occupations. Sometimes people lie because they want to lie. You didn't pick up Chuck's last name, did you? She shook her head. Sarah had avoided talking to Chuck as much as possible. There was something Drew said before he and Keisha lawyered up. Will told her. He was talking to Biddy and Cecil, and he said something like, Forget about that other business. Do what you want up here. What other business? No idea. And he made it clear he's not talking to me. Sarah couldn't see either Keisha or Drew murdering anybody, but that was the thing about murderers. They didn't tend to announce themselves. Mercy wasn't just stabbed once. She had multiple wounds. Her body is a classic example of overkill. The attacker must have known her very well. Drew and Keisha have stayed at the lodge twice before. Will shrugged. Keisha pissed off Mercy at dinner asking for a new glass. That's hardly something you'd murder over, Sarah added. Then again, there are multiple crime documentaries about women who snap. I'll take that as a warning. Will was joking, but not for long. Dave made the most sense. There must have been something that made you look in a different direction. I can't explain it other than a gut feeling. In my experience, someone who has been abused for any length of time knows when their lives are most at risk. When Mercy and I talked, Dave was barely a blip on her radar. His credit check didn't have a lot of surprises. His bank account is overdrawn by $60. He's got 2 credit cards and collections. His truck was repossessed, and he's drowning in medical debt. I'm sure everyone up here has medical debt. Not Mercy, he said. As far as I can tell, she's never had a credit card, a car loan, a bank account. There's no record of her ever filing a tax return. She doesn't have a driver's license. She's never voted. She doesn't have a cell phone account or phone number in her name. No Facebook, Insta, TikTok, or other social media accounts. She's not even on the website for the lodge. I've seen some wonky background checks before, but nothing like this. She's a digital ghost. Delilah said she was in a bad car accident. That's how she got the scar. Her criminal record is clean. I guess it helps if you're family friends with the local sheriff, Will said. Which brings us to Mercy's parents, Cecil and Imogene McAlpine. There was a huge payout from the insurance company after Cecil's accident. They're both drawing Social Security. They've got around $1 million in a private pension fund, another $500,000 in a money market, $250,000 in index funds. Credit cards are paid off every month. No outstanding debt. The brother's in good shape, too. Christopher paid off his student loans 1 year ago. He's got a fishing license, driver's license, 2 credit cards, and a bank account with over $200,000 in it. Good God. He's only a few years older than Mercy. I guess it's easy to save money when you don't have to pay room and board. But Mercy's in the same boat he is. Why doesn't she have anything? It sounds deliberate. Maybe they were using money to control her. Sarah didn't want to think about how helpless Mercy had felt. Was there cash in her backpack? Just clothes in the notebook, Will said. The arson investigator's processing it for evidence, then it's going to be turned over to the lab. The plastic cover on the notebook melted and the pages are soaked from the rain. If they're not careful, the whole thing could be lost. We have to wait it out. But I'd really like to know what Mercy wrote. Sarah shared his eagerness. Mercy had packed the notebook for a reason. What about her phone? The fire destroyed it, but we tracked the number through Dave's caller ID. She was using a VoIP provider. We're waiting for a sign-off on a warrant for the account. She probably used a pre-filled debit card to pay for it. If we can get the card number, we might find out if she was using it for other things. Sarah felt more anxious with every new detail of Mercy's claustrophobic life. Did you find out anything about Delilah? She owns her house, but it looks like her main source of income is an online candle-making business and whatever she gets from the family trust. Credit score's reasonable. Her car is almost paid off. She's got around $30,000 in a savings account, which is good, but she's not flush like the rest of the family. She's better off than Mercy. Yeah. Will rubbed his jaw as he watched a car slowly navigate a 2-inch deep puddle. His body was tensed, almost coiled. If the UTV didn't show up soon, he would probably climb back up the mountain trail on his own. The chef came back clean. The waiters are teenagers. Sarah asked, "What's the plan?" We need to find that broken knife handle, but that's a needle in a haystack, or a forest. I want to talk to every man who was at the lodge last night. Mercy was raped before she was murdered. We don't know for certain that she was raped. Her pants could have been taken down during the struggle. Sarah had a job to do, too. She could only follow the science. I'll note any signs of sexual trauma and do the swabs, and I'm sure whoever performs the autopsy will closely inspect the vaginal vault. But you know assault doesn't always present itself post-mortem. Don't say that to Amanda. She hates when you talk like a doctor. Why do you think I do it? Sarah knew that would get a smile out of him. Unfortunately, it didn't last long this time either. Where is this guy? Will looked at his watch. I have to get back up to the lodge and start asking questions. They've had too long to get their story straight. I need Faith to help me pry them apart. I also want to find the guest registry so I can run the names. Do you think the McAlpines will make you get a warrant? He had a sly smile on his face. I mentioned to Frank it might be a good thing for him to poke around the office. He'll expect a junior police badge before this is over with. Sarah said, Poor Mercy. She was basically a prisoner up there. No car, no money, no support, completely alone. The chef's definitely at the top of my list. He had the most consistent interaction with Mercy. Sarah had noticed the way the chef's eyes had followed Mercy through the kitchen. "You think she wasn't so alone?" "Maybe," Will said. "I'm going to talk to the waiters first, see if they noticed anything. The bartender's got 4 DUIs, but they're from the 90s. What is it with DUIs up here?" "Small town, not much else to do but get drunk and get in trouble." "You grew up in a small town." "I certainly did." Will's attention was pulled toward the parking lot again. This time he looked relieved. The diesel engine of an F-350 rumbled over the downpour. The truck was hauling 2 Kawasaki Mule side-by-sides with all-terrain tires and GBI markings. Sarah's stomach clenched at the thought of Will going back up the mountain. Someone at the lodge had brutally murdered Mercy McAlpine. They were likely feeling safe right now. Will was about to change that. Sarah needed something to do other than worry. She reached up to kiss his cheek. "I'm going in. Nadine is probably ready for me. Call me if anything comes up." She watched Will jump off the loading dock and jog toward the truck. Through sheets of rain, with his injured hand hanging down, with his bandage getting wet again. Sarah made a mental note to track down some antibiotics as she went back into the building. The heavy metal door sealed out the storm. The sudden silence made her ears ring. She walked down the long corridor that led to the morgue. The overhead lights were flickering. Water had seeped under the laminate floor tiles. Equipment from the recently closed maternity ward lined the halls. She assumed the hospital would be one of the many rural medical centers that closed before the end of the year. Staffing was in short supply. There was only 1 doctor and 2 nurses covering the entire emergency department. Double those numbers would have still been short. After medical school, Sarah had gotten a tremendous sense of pride from serving her local community. Now, rural hospitals couldn't find staff, let alone keep them. Too much politics and too little sanity had them leaving in droves. "Dr. Linton." Amanda was waiting for her outside the closed door to the morgue. She had her phone in her hand and a frown on her face. "We should talk." Sarah braced herself for another battle. "If you're looking for an ally who can help you pull Will away from this case, then you're wasting your time." "Being well-balanced does not mean carrying a chip on each shoulder." Sarah let her silence be her response. "Very well," Amanda said. "Run down the victim for me." Sarah took a moment to switch on her work brain. Mercy McAlpine, 32-year-old Caucasian female, found on her family property with multiple stab wounds to the chest, back, arms, and neck. Her pants were pulled down, which could indicate sexual assault. The murder weapon was broken off inside her upper torso. She was found alive, but did not offer any identifying information about her killer. She expired at approximately midnight. "Was she wearing the same clothing you saw at dinner?" Sarah hadn't thought about it until now, but she answered, "Yes." "What about everyone else? How were they dressed when you saw them after finding Mercy?" Sarah felt slow on the uptake. Amanda was obviously interviewing her as a witness. Cecil was shirtless, wearing boxers. Biddy was in a dark red terry cloth robe. Christopher was wearing a bathrobe with fish on it. Chuck was wearing something similar, but with rubber ducks. Delilah was in green pajamas, pants and a button-down shirt. Frank was in boxers and an undershirt. Monica was in a black, knee-length negligee. I didn't see Drew and Keisha or Sydney and Max. The app guys were both in their underwear. Will caught Paul coming out of the shower. "Paul is the one who was in the shower at 1 a.m? "Yes," Sarah answered. "For what it's worth, I don't think they're the early-to-bed types." "Nothing struck you as suspicious? No one stood out?" I wouldn't call the family's reaction normal, but no. "Run it down for me." "Cold" is the phrase that keeps coming to mind, but I can't say that I had a good impression of them even before they learned of Mercy's death. Sarah tried to think back to the dinner. The mother is very petite and defers to her husband. She piled on when her daughter was publicly humiliated. The brother is strange, in that way that some men can't help but be strange. The father was clearly putting on a show for the guests, but I imagine he would have treated me much differently if he'd known I'm a doctor and not a high school chemistry teacher. He comes off as the type who only likes women in traditional roles from the last century. My father was like that, Amanda said. He was so proud of me when I joined the force, but the minute I outranked him, he started tearing me down. Sarah would have missed the flash of sadness if she hadn't been looking directly at Amanda's face. I'm sorry. That must have been hard. Well, he's dead now, Amanda said. I need all of your observations documented in writing and sent via email. What's your plan for the body? Sarah was used to these abrupt switches with Will, but Amanda could teach a master class. Nadine will help me perform the physical exam. We'll collect any fingernail scrapings, fibers or hairs, blood, urine, any semen. They'll go to the lab for immediate analysis. The full autopsy will happen at headquarters tomorrow afternoon. The scheduling was moved up when I notified them that we no longer have a suspect in custody. Find me evidence to remedy that, Dr. Linton. Amanda opened the door. Sarah felt her eyes sting from the bright fluorescent lights. The morgue looked like every small-town hospital morgue built after the Second World War. Low ceilings, yellow and brown tiles on the floors and walls, light boxes on the wall, adjustable exam lights over the porcelain autopsy table, stainless steel sink with a long attached counter, a computer and keyboard on a wooden school desk, a rolling stool, and a mayo tray laid out with various tools for the physical exam. A cold room with 12 total refrigerated mortuary cabinets, stacked 4 across and 3 high. Sarah checked to make sure she had everything she needed for the physical exam. Safety gear, camera, specimen tubes, collection bags, nail scrapers, tweezers, scissors, scalpels, slides, rape kit. Amanda asked, No luck finding the son? Sarah shook her head. John's probably hungover, sleeping it off. I'm going back out with the aunt after the exam to look for him. Tell him he's going to have to make a statement at some point. He could be valuable pinning down timeline, figuring out who was the last person to see Mercy alive, Amanda said. John was with you when you heard the second and third scream, correct? Correct, Sarah said. I saw him walk out of the house with a backpack. I imagine he was planning on running away. The fight with Mercy at dinner was intense. See what you can get out of the aunt while you're searching, Amanda said. Delilah knows something. About the murder? About the family, Amanda said. You're not the only one on the team who gets gut feelings. Before Sarah could press her for more, the gears on the freight elevator started to make an ominous grinding sound. Water seeped under the bottom of the sliding doors. Amanda said, If you had to guess right now, who would be your prime suspect? Sarah didn't need time to think. Someone in the family. Mercy was blocking their payday from the sale. You sound like Will, Amanda said. He loves a money motive. For good reasons. Outside of the family, I'd say it's Chuck. He's profoundly discomforting. The brother, too, for that matter. Amanda nodded before looking down at her phone. Sarah realized that she had been slow on the uptake again. Only now did it occur to her how strange it was that the deputy director was attending a preliminary external exam. The full autopsy, where the body was opened up for examination, would take place at headquarters and be performed by someone else on the team. Nothing probative would likely be found during Sarah's external exam. She was only doing it to get a head start on collecting blood, urine, and trace evidence that would be sent to the lab for processing. Mercy's body had been found partially submerged in water. The likelihood that Sarah would find any information this morning that required immediate action was close to zero. So why was the boss here? The elevator doors groaned open before she had time to ask the question. More water poured out. Nadine stood on one side of a hospital gurney. Biscuits was on the other. Sarah's gaze found the post-mortem bag. White vinyl, heat-sealed edges, a reinforced zipper with thick plastic teeth. The outline of Mercy's body was slight, as if she had managed to do in death what people had been trying to do to her for seemingly her entire life. Make her disappear. Sarah let everything else fade away. She thought about the last time she'd seen Mercy alive. The woman had been embarrassed, but proud. She was used to doing everything for herself. Mercy had let Sarah take care of her injured thumb. Now, Sarah would help take care of her body. Amanda said, "Sheriff Hartshorn, thank you for joining us." Her pseudo-gracious tone didn't completely disarm him. "I have a right to be here. And you are welcome to exercise that right." Sarah ignored the dumbstruck look on the sheriff's face. She took the foot of the gurney and helped Nadine steer the body into the morgue. They worked together silently, shifting the body bag onto the porcelain table, rolling away the gurney. Next, they each geared up in gowns, respirators, face shields, safety glasses, and exam gloves. Sarah wasn't going to do a full autopsy, but Mercy had lain in the heat and humidity for hours. Her body had turned into a toxic brew of pathogens. "Maybe we should put on masks too," Biscuit said. "A lot of fentanyl up here. Mercy's got a long history of addiction. We could die just from breathing the fumes." Sarah looked at him. "That's not how fentanyl works." He narrowed his eyes. "I've seen grown men taken down by that stuff." "I've seen nurses accidentally spill it on their hands and laugh." Sarah looked at Nadine. "Ready?" Nadine gave her a nod before starting on the zipper. In Sarah's first years working as a coroner, body bags had been similar in design to sleeping bags with a gusset at the bottom. They were always made of black plastic, and the zippers had been metal. Now the bags were white and came in various materials and shapes depending on the application. Unlike the previous version, the industrial zippers formed a complete seal. The upgrades were well worth the extra cost. The white color helped in the visual identification of evidence. The waterproof aspect kept fluids from escaping. Both were needed in the case of Mercy McAlpine's corpse. She had been stabbed multiple times, her bowel had been pierced. Some of her hollow organs had been opened. The body had entered the state of putrefaction, where fluids had started to leak from every opening. "Fuck!" Biscuits cupped both hands over his nose and mouth to block the smell. "Jesus Christ!" Sarah helped Nadine free the top half of the bag. Biscuits opened the door and stood with his feet on the threshold. Amanda hadn't moved, but she started typing on her phone. Sarah steeled her composure before she turned her attention to the body. Mercy had been left inside the bag and fully dressed for x-rays. It could be dangerous handling a corpse. Clothing could conceal weapons, needles, and other sharp objects. Or, in the case of Mercy, a knife lodged inside of her chest. Will's shirt was still draped across her upper torso. The material was bunched up around the tip of the broken blade, which jutted from Mercy's breastplate like the fin of a shark. Blood and sinew had dried in ropes around the serrated edge. Sarah imagined the X-ray would show the blade angled between the sternum and scapula. The killer had likely been right-handed. Hopefully, they would find fingerprints on the missing handle. Sarah let her gaze travel up and down the body. Mercy's eyes were slit open, her corneas clouded. Her mouth was agape. Dried blood and debris patched her pale skin. Several shallow stab wounds had gouged out the flesh of her neck. The white of her right clavicle bone was exposed where the blade had flayed open the skin. The wounds in her lower back and upper thighs were weeping into the body bag. Every inch of exposed skin showed the brutality of her death. "God bless her soul," Nadine whispered. "Nobody deserves this." No, they don't. Sarah was not going to let herself feel helpless. She asked Nadine, "Do you record or transcribe?" "I always feel funny talking into a recorder," Nadine said. "I usually just write things down." Sarah normally recorded, but she was mindful that this was Nadine's turf. "Could you take notes?" "No problem." Nadine gathered the notebook and pen. She didn't wait for Sarah's instruction to start writing. Sarah read her block handwriting upside down. Nadine had noted the date, time, and location, then added Sarah's name as well as Hartshorn's and her own. She asked Amanda, "Sorry, hun, but can you remind me of your name?" Sarah barely registered Amanda's response as she looked down at Mercy's ravaged body. Her jeans were still down at her ankles. but her bikini-style dark purple underwear was pulled up around her hips. Dirt was caked into the waistband. Streaks of dirt traveled down her legs and caked into her jeans. There was a cluster of round scars on her upper left thigh. Sarah recognized them as cigarette burns. Will had similar scars on his chest. She felt her throat work at the thought of her husband. Her brain flashed up the memory of nuzzling his shoulder on the lookout bench. Back then, Sarah had thought the worst thing that would happen on her honeymoon was watching Will struggle with thoughts of his lost mother. Mercy was a lost mother, too. She had a 16-year-old son who deserved to know who had taken her away from him. All right. Nadine flipped to a fresh page in her notebook. Ready. Sarah continued the external exam, calling out her findings. Mercy's body had passed the peak stages of rigor mortis, but her limbs were still stiff. The muscles of her face had contracted, giving her the appearance of intense pain. Her upper body hadn't been submerged in the lake for long, but the skin at the back of her neck and shoulders was loose and mottled from the water. Her hair was tangled. There was a pink cast to her pale skin from the blood that had swirled into the water. A flash popped. Nadine had started taking photographs. Sarah helped her align rulers for scale. There was debris under Mercy's fingernails. A long scratch traced down the back of her right arm. Her right thumb was still bandaged, where Sarah had stitched up the cut from the broken water glass. Dark bloodstains indicated the sutures had torn free, likely during the attack. The red strangulation marks Sarah had seen on Mercy's neck in the bathroom were more pronounced, but not enough time had elapsed before she died for bruises to appear. Sarah turned Mercy's right arm, checking the underside. Then she checked the right. The fingers and thumbs were curled, but Sarah could see the palms. No slashes from the knife. No edema, not even a cut. She doesn't appear to have defensive wounds. It's just not showing up, Nadine said. Mercy was a fighter. No way she'd just stand there and take it. Sarah wasn't going to disabuse her of the narrative. The fact was that no one knew how they would respond to an attack until they were attacked. Her shoes tell us some of the story. Mercy was standing for part of the attack. The spray is from arterial blood. The spatter could be from the knife plunging in and out. There's dirt caked onto the tops around the toes. We saw drag marks from the cottage to the lake. Mercy was face down when this happened. There's also dirt in the waistband of her underwear, on her knees, inside the folds of her jeans. Nadine said, Dirt looks like the same type as what's at the lake shore. I'll go back out later and collect samples for comparison. Sarah nodded as Nadine resumed photographing the findings. For several minutes, the only thing Sarah could hear over the hum of the compressor on the refrigerated cabinets was the pop of the camera flash and Amanda typing on her phone. When Nadine was finally finished, Sarah helped her spread white butcher paper underneath the table. Then she picked up the magnifying glass from the tray. They worked in tandem, going over every inch of Mercy's clothing in search of trace evidence. Sarah found hair fibers, pieces of dirt and debris, all of which went into collection bags. Nadine was quietly efficient, labeling every piece of evidence, then making a notation on the evidence log indicating where it had been found. The next step was exponentially more difficult than the previous ones. They had to remove Mercy's clothing. Nadine laid out fresh paper on the floor. Then she placed more paper on the long table by the sink so they could search the clothes again once they were removed. Undressing a corpse was time-consuming and tedious, particularly when the body was still in rigor. Typically, a human being had roughly the same amount of bacteria as cells. Most of the bacteria was in the intestines, where it was used to process nutrients. In life, the immune system kept the growth in check. In death, the bacteria took over, feeding on tissues, releasing methane and ammonia. These gases bloated the body, which, in turn, made the skin expand. The material of Mercy's t-shirt was stretched so tight that their only choice was to cut it off. The underwire of her bra had to be pried away from her ribcage and left more than a half-centimeter deep divot under her breasts. Sarah followed the seam on her underwear to cut it off. The waistband had left its mark. The thin material had to be picked away. Patches of skin came with it. Sarah gently placed each strip onto the butcher paper like the pieces of a puzzle. They couldn't remove the jeans without first taking off the shoes. Nadine untied the laces. Sarah helped her remove the sneakers. The bands at the tops of Mercy's cotton athletic socks were loose, which made them easier to remove. Still, the material left a heavy cabled pattern in the skin. Removing the jeans was much more of a production. The material was thick and stiff from blood and other fluids that had dried. Sarah carefully cut first one side, then the other, to take them off like a clamshell. Nadine carried the jeans over to the counter. She wrapped both halves in paper to prevent cross-contamination. They all stood silently as Nadine worked. No one was looking at the body. Sarah could see the grim set to Amanda's face as she studied her phone. Biscuits was still in the doorway, but his head was turned as if he'd heard something at the end of the hall. Sarah felt her throat tighten as she studied the body. By her count, there were at least 20 visible stab wounds. The torso had received the brunt of the blows, but there was a gash in her left thigh, a gouge on the outside of her right arm. The blade had sunk to the hilt in some places, the skin imprinting with the outline of the missing handle. The recent wounds weren't the only sign of damage. Mercy's body revealed a lifetime of abuse. The scar on her face had drained of color, but it was no match for the other scars that riddled her skin. Deep, dark slash marks wrapped around her belly where she'd been whipped with something heavy and textured, probably a rope. Sarah easily recognized the impression of a belt buckle imprinted on Mercy's hip. Her left thigh had been burned by an iron. She had multiple cigarette burns around the nipple of her right breast. There was a thin, straight slash bisecting her left wrist. She asked Nadine, "Do you know of any suicide attempts?" "More than a few." Biscuits had answered the question. "She had a couple of overdoses. That scar you're looking at is back from high school. Got into another knockdown with Dave. Cut her wrist open in the supply closet off the gym. Coach found her or she would have bled out." Sarah looked to Nadine for confirmation. The woman had tears in her eyes. She nodded once, then picked up the camera to document the damage. Again, Sarah aligned the ruler for scale. She wondered how long it would take to stab a woman this many times. 20 seconds? 30? There were more stab wounds on the back and legs. Whoever had murdered Mercy McAlpine had well and truly wanted her dead. That he hadn't completely succeeded, that Mercy had still been alive after the cottage had been set on fire, after Will had run through the forest to find her, was a testament to her grit. Nadine finally put down the camera. She took another deep breath to brace herself. She knew what was coming next. The rape kit. Nadine unsealed the cardboard box that contained everything needed to collect evidence from a sexual assault. Sterile containers, swabs, syringes, glass slides, self-sealing envelopes, nail picks, labels, sterile water and saline, a plastic speculum, a comb. Sarah could see her hands shaking as she laid each item out on the tray. Nadine used the back of her arm to wipe tears under her safety glasses. Sarah's heart went out to the woman. She had been in Nadine's position many times before. Sarah asked, "Should we take a break?" Nadine shook her head. "I'm not going to fail her this time." Sarah was carrying her own guilt about Mercy. Her brain kept taking her back to that moment in the bathroom off the kitchen. Mercy had told Sarah that almost everyone on the mountain wanted to kill her. Sarah had tried to press her, but when Mercy had pushed back, Sarah had easily let it go. Sarah told Nadine, "Let's begin." Because Mercy was still in rigor, they had to force her thighs apart. Sarah took one leg, Nadine took the other. They pulled until the hip joints gave way with a terrible popping sound. In the doorway, Biscuits cleared his throat. Sarah held a white square of cardboard below Mercy's pubis. She used the comb first, carefully pulling the teeth through pubic hair. Stray hairs, dirt, and other debris fell onto the paper. Sarah was glad to see roots on some of the hairs. Roots meant DNA. She passed the card and comb to Nadine so that she could seal both in a collection bag. Next, Sarah used several different lengths of swabs to check for semen on the insides of Mercy's thighs, her rectum, her lips. Nadine helped her force open the mouth. Again, there was a loud pop from the joint breaking apart. Sarah adjusted the overhead light. She didn't see any contusions inside the mouth. She swabbed inside the cheeks, the tongue, the back of the throat. The plastic speculum was sealed inside a wrapper. Nadine peeled the edges apart, offering the instrument to Sarah. Again, Sarah adjusted the overhead light. She had to force the speculum into the canal. Nadine handed her swabs. Sarah said, "It looks like there's a trace amount of seminal fluid." Biscuits cleared his throat again. "So she was raped." "The fluid suggests sexual intercourse. I don't see any signs of edema or contusions." Sarah handed Nadine the last of the swabs to process. While she waited, Sarah changed into fresh gloves. Her thoughts were on all of the men who'd been at the lodge last night. The chef, the two young waiters, Chuck, Frank, Drew, Gordon and Paul, Max the investor, even Mercy's brother, Christopher. Sarah had sat at the dinner table surrounded by them. Any one of them could be the killer. Nadine came back to the table. Sarah drew blood from the heart into a large syringe. She used a 25-gauge needle to take urine from the bladder. She handed the syringes over to Nadine for labeling. Then, she held a small piece of white cardboard under Mercy's fingers and used the wooden pick to clean out under her nails. "This might be skin," Sarah said. She could have scraped her attacker. "Good girl, Merce." Nadine sounded relieved. "I hope you made him bleed." Sarah hoped so too. There would be a better chance of isolating DNA. She was about to ask for Nadine's help to turn the body over when a phone buzzed. Nadine said, "That's me. X-rays are probably uploaded." Sarah felt like they all needed a break. "Let's take a look." Nadine was visibly relieved. She lowered her mask and took off her gloves as she walked toward the desk. Sarah waited until the woman had logged into the computer to stand behind her. A few clicks brought Mercy's X-rays onto the screen. They were little more than thumbnails, but yet again, the history of abuse was writ large. Sarah was not surprised by the old fractures, but the number was substantial. Mercy's right femur had been fractured in 2 different places, but not at the same time. Some of the bones in her left hand looked like they had been deliberately hammered in 2. Screws and plates were in multiple locations. The top of her skull and occipital bones had been fractured. Her nose, her pelvis, even her hyoid bone showed signs of an old injury. Nadine picked up on this last one. She enlarged the image. "A snapped hyoid is a sign of strangulation. I didn't know you could live with it broken." "It's a potentially life-threatening injury," Sarah said. The bone was attached to the larynx and was involved in a lot of airway functions, from producing sound to coughing to breathing. "This looks like an isolated fracture to the greater horn. She could have been intubated or put on bed rest, depending on how she was presenting." Amanda provided, "When Faith was interviewing Dave, he told her that Mercy drove herself to the hospital after a strangulation episode. She was having difficulty breathing and was admitted." "I took that report," Biscuits called from the doorway. "Happened at least 10 years ago. Mercy didn't say anything about being strangled. She told me she tripped over a log, smashed into her neck." Amanda gave Biscuits a pointed look. "So why were you called to take a report?" Biscuits said nothing. Sarah went back to the X-rays, asking, "Can you show me this fracture?" Nadine selected the image of the femur bone. I'd want a forensic radiologist to weigh in, but that looks decades old. She pointed to the faint line bisecting the lower half of the bone. An adult fracture generally shows sharp edges, but if it's older, say dating back to childhood, the bone remodels and rounds out the edges. Amanda asked, "Is that unusual?" Femur fractures in children tend to be shaft fractures. The femur is the strongest bone in the body, so it takes a high-energy collision to break it. Sarah referred to the film. Mercy suffered from a distal metaphyseal fracture. There's been a lot of debate about whether or not this kind of fracture indicates abuse, but the recent research isn't dispositive. Biscuits asked, "What does that mean?" Nadine said, "Cecil broke her leg when she was a baby." "Hey now, she didn't say who did it," Biscuits countered. "Don't go blabbing stuff you can't back up with facts." Nadine let out a long breath as she clicked open 2 more thumbnails. "This metal plate in her arm is from the car accident I told you about. And this one? See here where they had to reconstruct her pelvis? Good thing she'd already had John." Sarah stared at the abdominal x-ray. Mercy's pelvic bones were a stark white against the black, the vertebrae laddering up into the rib cage. The organs were in shadow, the faint outline of the small and large intestines, the liver, the spleen, the stomach, the ghostly blur of a small mass, maybe 2 inches long, showing early signs of ossification. Sarah had to clear her throat before she could speak. "Nadine, could you help me finish the rape exam before we turn her?" Nadine looked confused, but she grabbed another pair of gloves before joining Sarah at the table. "What do you need me to do?" Sarah didn't need her to do anything but revert to her comforting silence. There was an ultrasound machine in the hallway, but Sarah wasn't going to ask for it with Biscuits in the room. Nadine had delivered a short lecture on Old Bachelor Trail about the glue that fixed life in a small town, but she had forgotten one very important lesson. There was no such thing as a secret. Sarah would have to use a pelvic exam to confirm what she had seen on the x-ray. Mercy was pregnant. Chapter 13. Fuckity fuck fuck. Faith tried not to bang her head against the steering wheel of her Mini. The storm had finally passed, but the gravel road had turned into a muddy nightmare. Rocks kept dinging into the side panels. The steering felt slippery. She looked up at the sky. The sun was brutal, like it wanted to suck back up as much water into the clouds as possible. She had shot herself in the foot by volunteering to interview Penny Danvers, the cleaner and bartender at the lodge. But Faith hated autopsies. She attended them because it was her job, but every single part of the examination grossed her the hell out. She had never been able to get used to being around dead bodies, which was how she'd ended up driving through the back roads of bumfuck North Georgia instead of taking a victory lap for her excellent detective work interviewing Dave McAlpine. She silently chastised herself. A better outcome would have been a confession or a giant clue that pointed to the killer so that John had closure. This wasn't a game of good guys versus bad guys. Mercy had been a mother. Not just a mother, but a mother like Faith. They had both given birth to sons when they were barely more than children themselves. Faith had been lucky that her family had supported her. Without their strength holding her up, she could have just as easily ended up like Mercy McAlpine. Or maybe even trapped with a reprehensible abuser like Dave. Shitty men were like periods. Once you had your first one, your life was consumed by dread or panic over when it would show up again. Faith glanced at the open notebook on the passenger seat. Before she'd left the hospital, she'd worked with Will to incorporate Mercy's calls to Dave with Will's ballpark times about what he'd heard and from where. They'd managed to construct what was probably a close guess of the last hour and a half of Mercy McAlpine's life. 10:30. Scene making rounds. Paul, witness. 10:47, 11:10, 11:12, 11:14, 11:19, 11:22, missed calls to Dave. 11:28, voicemail to Dave. 11:30, first scream from compound, howl. 11:40, second scream from bachelor cottages. Help. 11:40, third scream from bachelor cottages. Please. 11:50, body discovered. Midnight. Death pronounced. Sarah. Faith was still not happy with the multiples at 10. She had to get up to that property and find that map. Her first goal was to establish the areas where the Wi-Fi worked, so she could figure out where Mercy had been when the calls to Dave were made. From there, Faith could plot out the different possible routes Mercy could have taken to the bachelor cottages. Will might be off by as much as 5 minutes on either side, which didn't seem like a lot, but when you were building a murder case, every minute mattered. At least Mercy had done them the favor of making so many calls. The voicemail had already been sent to the lab for sound analysis, but that would take at least a week to get back. Faith picked up her phone from the cup holder. She tapped the recording she'd made of Mercy's last message to Dave. The woman's voice sounded desperate as it echoed inside the Mini. Dave! Dave! Oh my God, where are you? Please, please call me back. I can't believe... Oh God, I can't... Please call me. Please, I need you. I know you've never been there for me before, but I really need you now. I need your help, baby. Please call. Faith hadn't noticed before, but Mercy had started sobbing when she'd muffled the phone. In the car, Faith silently counted down the 7 seconds of the woman's soft cries. What are you doing here? Don't! Dave will be here soon. I told him what happened. He's on his... Faith glanced down at her timeline. 32 minutes later, Mercy was pronounced dead. What happened to you, Mercy? Faith asked the empty car. What was it that you couldn't believe? The woman had seen or heard something that terrified her enough to shove her clothes and notebook into the backpack to flee. She hadn't taken John, which meant whatever happened was only threatening to Mercy. Threatening enough that she needed Dave to show up for her after years of not being there. Threatening enough that she didn't go to her own family for help. Faith's bet was that the bad thing had kicked off during the 13-minute gap between the first call to Dave and the frantic 5 missed calls that had started at the 11:10 mark. Mercy would have been inside the house at some point to pack her backpack. Faith wasn't sure what items she would take if she had to leave her house forever, but chief among them would be the letter that her father had written to her before he died of pancreatic cancer. There was no way Mercy had taken the notebook unless it had incredible value. And there was no way the lab would be done with the analysis in less than a week. Dave will be here soon. I told him what happened. Faith thought about all the times she had told a man that another man was on the way. Usually it happened when she was trying to enjoy a night out alone. There was always some dude who would sidle up to flirt. The only way to get rid of him was to make it clear that another man had already pissed on the fire hydrant he was sniffing. Which brought Faith back to the locked room mystery of it all. One of the tenets of the genre was that the person you didn't think did it had actually done it. Dave was so obvious that he practically had a neon arrow pointing at his head. The most dangerous time for a domestic abuse survivor was when she was leaving her abuser. The strangulation was a textbook sign of an escalation in violence. But being a reprehensible shit slug didn't make you a murderer. And Faith kept coming back to the voicemail. Mercy wasn't telling Dave that Dave was on the way. There were only a handful of men at the lodge who could have caused Mercy to invoke his name. Chuck, Frank, Drew, Max the investor, Alejandro the chef, Greg and Ezra, the 2 waiters from town. Gordon and Paul because you never knew. Christopher, because he and Mercy were basically raised inside a V.C. Andrews novel in the North Georgia mountains. Faith let out a heavy sigh. She needed more information. Hopefully Penny Danvers, the bartender and cleaner at the lodge, would be as insightful and talkative as Delilah had been on Will's recording. Hotel cleaners saw your character in its harshest light, and God only knew Faith had dropped a few truth bombs on unsuspecting bartenders in her day, which was probably not a rabbit hole she needed to go down right now. Instead, Faith focused on the never-ending gravel road. She glanced into her rearview mirror, then at the road, then out the side windows. Everything looked the same. Fuck me. She was completely and totally lost. She slowed her car to look for signs of civilization. All she had seen in the last 15 minutes were fields and cows and the occasional low-flying bird. Her GPS had told her to take a left at the fork in the road, but she was beginning to think it had lied. She checked her phone. No signal. Faith performed a 3-point turn and headed back the way she'd come. Somehow the fields and cows and the occasional bird looked different on her way back. She rolled down both windows and listened for cars or a tractor or some indication that she was not the last woman on Earth. All she heard was a stupid bird cawing. She turned the dial on the radio, expecting to hear either alien voices or the farm report. But she was rewarded with Dolly Parton singing Purple Rain. Thank God, Faith whispered. At least something was still good in the world. The wind blew into the car, drying some of the sweat on her back. She heard her phone chirp. Faith looked down at the screen. The signal was back. She had 2 text messages. Faith tapped in her code, telling herself it was okay to text and drive because the only person she could kill was herself. Which she almost did when she saw the text from her son. He was at Quantico. He loved it there. Faith had secretly been hoping that Jeremy would hate it. She did not want her son to be a cop. She did not want him to be an FBI agent. She did not want him to be a GBI agent. She wanted him to use his fancy degree from Georgia Tech and work in an office and wear a suit and make lots of money so when his mother crashed her car on the side of the road from texting and driving, she would wind up in a nice facility. The other text was only marginally better. Faith's mother had sent a photo of Emma with her face painted like Pennywise, the clown from It. Faith would figure out later whether the homage was intentional. She sent back a bunch of hearts before dropping her phone in the cup holder. Fuck! She screamed. A bird had nearly flown straight into her windshield. Faith turned the wheel and ended up bumping along the shoulder. She overcorrected. The car started to hydroplane. Everything slowed down. She knew that you turned into a skid when you were on ice, but did you do the same with mud? Did you wrench the wheel in the opposite direction, or would that jackknife you into a ditch? The answer came soon enough. The Mini morphed into Christy Yamaguchi, twisting into a 360, lifting up on 2 wheels and gliding across the road until it landed in the opposite ditch. The car gave a violent shudder as it settled into the gully. Faith was too breathless to utter a curse, but she promised herself she would as soon as her asshole unclenched. There weren't a lot of ways this day could get any worse. Then she got out of the car and saw her back wheel buried in 2 inches of mud. Mother! Faith put her fist to her mouth. She could handle this. She'd worked as a patrol officer. Her shifts had been routinely filled with helping dumbasses extricate their vehicles from ditches. She found her emergency kit in the trunk, which had blankets, food, water, an emergency radio, a flashlight, and a collapsible shovel. Purple Rain had reached its crescendo. She had to think Dolly Parton would appreciate an exasperated mother of 2 digging herself out of the mud in the middle of nowhere while she listened to the Prince cover. Faith's hands started to ache as she dug. She suffered through an entire Nickelback song, clearing a path. For good measure, she grabbed handfuls of gravel and packed them at the base of the tire. She was splattered in mud by the time she was finished. She wiped her hands on her pants before getting back into the car. She tapped the gas, praying for traction. The car inched forward, then rocked back. She kept at it, slowly rocking forward and back until her wheels found purchase on the gravel. You fucking queen, she told herself. Hell yeah! Fuck! Faith jumped, banging her head on the sunroof. A woman was standing on the other side of the ditch. Her face was haggard, worn down by the hard sun and an equally hard life. A blue-tick hound was sitting beside her. She had a shotgun slung across her shoulders like a dangerous scarecrow. Her hands dangled from either end. Didn't think you could do it, the woman said. Never met one of you city folks who could punch your way out of a wet paper bag. Faith bought herself a moment to contain her freak-out by turning off the radio. She wondered how long the peanut gallery had been standing there. Long enough to see the Mini's Fulton County car tag, which identified her as a resident of Atlanta. She told the woman, "I'm with the GBI," she said. "You're with that tall fellow, Will, right? Married to Sarah?" Faith guessed this woman was a witch. "I didn't catch your name?" "I didn't throw it." She lifted her chin in defiance. "Who you looking for?" "You," Faith guessed. "Penny Danvers." She gave a single nod. "Smarter than you look." Faith ran her tongue along the back of her teeth. "Do you want to ride back to your place?" "The dog, too?" Faith didn't think her car could get any filthier. She reached over and pushed open the door. "I hope he likes Cheerios. My daughter likes to throw them at my head." The dog waited for Penny to click her tongue before he jumped through the 2 front seats with his muddy paws, then promptly started hoovering the floor, which was the only good thing that had happened today. Penny got in the front. The door slammed. She braced the shotgun between her legs, the muzzle pointed at the roof. Another good thing. She could have pointed it at Faith. "I'm 2 miles up on the left. Gets a little bumpy, so hang on," said the woman with the loaded shotgun, who wasn't wearing her seatbelt. "You'll see the barn before you see the house." Faith put the gear in drive. Both windows were still down. She kept the speedometer at 30 so dust from the gravel road wouldn't choke them inside the car. And also because the dog smelled like a dog. "So," Faith said, "out hunting or—" "Had a coyote take one of my chickens." Penny nodded at the radio. "Did you hear her cover Stairway to Heaven?" Dolly Parton. The universal icebreaker. And a giant clue that Penny had been standing alongside the ditch for a hell of a lot longer than Faith had realized. She tried not to show her unease when she asked, "From Halos and Horns or from Rockstar?" Penny chuckled. "Which one do you think?" Faith couldn't begin to guess, and Penny didn't seem interested in volunteering. She had taken some bacon out of her pocket and was offering it to the dog. She saw Faith looking and offered her some bacon too. "I'm good," Faith said. "Suit yourself." Penny took a bite, staring silently at the road as she chewed. Faith was struggling to think of random facts about Dolly Parton to break the ice when she silently reminded herself that sometimes it was better to keep your mouth shut. She let the empty fields roll by. The cows, the occasional low-flying murder bird. As promised, the road turned bumpy. Faith had to fight with the steering wheel to keep from going into the ditch again. There were potholes in the city, but these were more like crevices. She was grateful when she finally spotted the barn in the distance. The thing was huge, bright red, and probably new because she hadn't seen it on Google Earth. An American flag was painted on the side that faced the road. 2 horses swung up their heads to watch the Mini pass. Penny said, "We're patriots here. My father served in Nam." Faith's brother was currently in the Air Force, but she said, "I'm grateful for his service." "We don't like having you Atlanta people all up in our business," Penny continued. "We got our own way of doing things. You stay out of our lives. We'll stay out of yours." Faith knew this woman was testing her. She also knew Georgia would be Mississippi without Metro Atlanta's tax dollars. Everybody romanticized country living until they needed internet and health care. "It's up there." Penny pointed to the only driveway for 30 miles like it was easy to miss. "On the left." Faith slowed to make the turn down the long driveway. She saw the name on the mailbox, and Penny's tribalism made a lot more sense. D. Hartshorn. That wouldn't be the sheriff. "Used to be," she said. "That's my daddy. He lives in the trailer out back. We moved him there after a stroke 'cause he can't handle stairs. Biscuits is my brother." Faith treaded carefully. "Are you close?" "You mean, did he tell me about Dave not being the one that killed Mercy?" Faith guessed she had her answer. "If you're wondering, Biscuits called up the lodge to tell them, but he couldn't get through. Phone and internet finally crapped out." She gave Faith a meaningful glance. "He's helping the highway patrol clear an overturned chicken truck down in Ellijay. Asked me to let them know when I go into work." "Will you?" "I don't know." Faith couldn't control what Penny was going to do, but she could try to get as much information out of her as possible. Biscuit told my partner that you used to see Mercy and Dave walloping on each other back in high school. Not much of a fair fight. Penny's jaw had cranked down so tight that her lips barely moved when she spoke. Mercy could take a punch, I'll say that. Until she couldn't. Penny gripped her hands around the shotgun, but clearly not because she wanted to use it. Her chin tilted down to her chest as they coasted toward the farmhouse. For the first time since the woman had announced herself on the road, she seemed vulnerable. Faith wished like hell that Will was here. He could carry a silence longer than anybody she'd ever met. She had to bite her lip to keep herself from asking a question. They had almost reached the house by the time her effort paid off. Penny said, "Mercy was a good person. That gets lost a lot of times, but it's true." Faith pulled alongside a rusted Chevy truck. The house was as worn as Penny. Paint peeling off bleached wood, rotted front porch, a sway-backed roof with missing shingles. There was another horse on the side of the house. He was tied to a post. His head dipped down into the water trough, but his eyes stayed on the car. Faith suppressed a shudder. She was terrified of horses. "What you gotta know," Penny said, "is up here girls get the message real early that whatever you get, that's what you deserve." Faith didn't think that message was limited to any specific region. "There was a big stink when Mercy got pregnant in high school. All kinds of phone calls and meetings. The pastor weighed in. Don't get me wrong, it's not like she was a good student, but she had a right to stay in school, and they wouldn't let her. Said she set a bad example. And maybe she did, but it still wasn't right how they treated her." Faith chewed her bottom lip. She hadn't been stopped from entering 9th grade after she'd given birth to Jeremy, but everyone in the school had made it clear that they didn't want her there. She'd had to eat lunch in the library. "Mercy was always wild, but the way that aunt stole her baby away was wrong. She's a lesbian, did you hear?" "I heard. Delilah's a wicked bitch. Got nothing to do with what she does in the bedroom. She's just wicked." Penny strangled the shotgun again. "She made Mercy jump through all kinds of hoops just to have visitation with her own child. It was wrong. Nobody stood up for Mercy. They all thought she was going to fail, but she stayed off the liquor and heroin so she could get John back. That took real grit. Gotta admire her for battling those demons, especially since she didn't get a lick of help." "What about Dave?" "Shit," Penny muttered. "He was working at the blue jean factory. That was a good job before they moved the whole thing to Mexico. He was rolling in dough, buying drinks down at the bar, living it up." "What was Mercy doing?" "Sucking dick on the corner so she could pay for a lawyer to get custody of John." Penny studied Faith carefully, looking for a reaction. Faith didn't give her one. There wasn't one thing she would not do for her own children. "The only job Mercy could get was at the motel, and the only reason that happened is the owner wanted to piss off Papa. Nobody else would hire her. She was poisoned down here. Papa made sure of that." "You mean Cecil?" "Yeah, her own damn daddy. All he ever did was punish her all of her damn life. I watched it happen. I've been cleaning rooms at the lodge since I was 16. Let me tell you this." Penny pointed her finger at Faith like this part was important. "Mercy took over the place after Papa had that bike accident, all right? And all I know is before Mercy was in charge, they could just about make payroll. Then she's running the place and they're hiring a fancy chef from Atlanta and another waiter from town, and then Mercy tells me I can go to full time because they need a bartender for cocktail hour before supper. What do you think of that?" "You tell me." "Papa never understood that people want to drink when they're on vacation. He served one glass each of that cheap-ass mulberry wine, and if guests wanted more, they had to pony up $5 cash right then and there." She snorted a laugh. "Mercy brought in the top-shelf liquor, started advertising special cocktails, letting people run tabs. Some of those corporate retreats, they'll pay cash because they don't want their bosses seeing they're basically alcoholics. Just do the math. At full capacity, they got 20 adults ordering enough hooch every night to justify a bartender." Faith was excellent at math. Restaurants generally doubled the shelf price of liquor, but they bought it at wholesale pricing. 2 cocktails a night times 20 people could net anywhere between $400 and $600 profit in a single day, and that didn't include wine sales and whatever they took back to their cottages. Mercy raised the rack rate 20% and nobody blinked an eye. She fixed up the bathroom so you didn't get a fungus from taking a shower. She was bringing up high-dollar guests from Atlanta. Papa couldn't stand it. Penny looked back at the house. Any other daddy would have been proud, but Papa fucking hated her for it. Faith wondered if Penny was offering up another suspect. Cecil was badly injured after the bike accident, right? Yeah, he can't get around no more, but he sure does run that hateful mouth of his. Penny's anger had leveled out. She let the shotgun rest against the dashboard. I'm gonna be real with you, mostly because you probably already run my record, but my license was permanently pulled. Faith knew what she was really saying. Penny had gotten so many DUIs that a judge had passed down a lifetime ban. I know what you're thinking. Makes sense that an old drunk like me is a bartender. I've been sober for 12 years so you can get off your high horse. That's not what I was thinking, Faith said. Your father was still the sheriff 12 years ago. He had a lot of power. It must have been hard for him to not pull any strings to help you. You'd think so, right? But he loved it. Made sure I couldn't go anywhere without his permission. Had to beg him to take me to work, to the store, or the doctor. Hell, I should thank him. Made me learn how to ride a horse. Faith read between the lines again. The only job you could get was at the lodge. You got it, Penny said. Daddy had me up there so he could keep me under his thumb. He's friends with Cecil? Those 2 bastards are cut from the same cloth. Her tone had turned bitter. All him and Cecil ever cared about was being the motherfuckers in charge. Everybody thinks they're so great, pillars of the community, but I'll tell you what, they get you under their thumb and... Faith waited for her to finish the and. They see a woman with high spirits. Maybe she likes a drink. Maybe she wants a little fun, and they tear her down to the ground. My daddy broke my mama so hard she ended up in an early grave. He tried to break me too. Maybe he succeeded. I'm still here, living in this shithole, cooking his dinner, wiping his bony ass. Faith saw the haunted look in Penny's eyes as she stared at the house. The dog shifted in the back seat. He rested his snout on the console. Penny's hand reached back to pet him as she continued. You want to know why the old men in this town are so angry? It's because they used to control everything. Who had to spread her legs, who didn't, who got the good jobs, who couldn't earn an honest living, who got to live in the good part of town, and who got stuck on the wrong side of the tracks. Who could beat his wife? Who would go to prison for drinking and driving, and who could end up in the mayor's office? And now? She huffed a laugh. Now all they've got is Food Network and adult diapers. Faith looked at Penny's worn face. Once you peeled away her posturing, there was a depressing level of defeat. Shit, Penny muttered. No matter what I did, it was always going to end up this way. Same with Mercy. Her daddy wrote the first page of her life before she had a chance to figure out her own story. Faith let her continue to rant. She was normally all in for a good men are assholes session, but she had to find a way to recenter the conversation around the investigation. With Dave out of the picture, that left only a handful of suspects at the lodge who could have raped and murdered Mercy. She waited for Penny to wind herself down before asking, Was Mercy seeing anybody? She barely ever left the mountain. Can't remember the last time she was down. Couldn't drive herself. Didn't like showing her face, especially after what she had to do to get John back. That old bitch that runs the candle shop spit in her face once. Called her a whore. People down here got long memories. Mercy wasn't hooking up with anyone in town? Hell no, that would have gotten out on the front page of the newspaper. You can't keep nothing to yourself down here. Everybody's up in your business. Better off being a Happy Meal. Always come with a toy. What about the staff at the lodge? Was Mercy seeing someone there? Don't eat where you shit. Alejandro's a tight ass, and those 2 waiters don't have a pubic hair between them. Penny shrugged. She might have thrown a bone to a guest here and there. Faith couldn't control her surprise. Penny laughed. A lot of those couples, they think being isolated at a luxury resort is going to fix their marriage. Then the men give a look, maybe make a comment, and you know they're good for some fun. Faith thought about Frank and Drew. Of the two men, Frank seemed like a prime target for a mountain quickie. Where do they go? Wherever they can be alone for 5 minutes. She fluttered her lips again. 10 if you're lucky. Then they slip back in bed with their wives. Faith gathered she was speaking from experience. Did Mercy ever have anything going on with Chuck? Hell no. Poor little weirdo's been sweet on Mercy since Fish brought him home from college over Christmas break. She explained. They call Christopher Fishtopher on account of he's obsessed with fish. Him and Chuck went to UGA together, peas in a pod. Both of them are super geeky. Not a lot of luck with the ladies. I heard that Mercy yelled at Chuck during the cocktail party last night. She was nervy as all. Merce didn't tell me what was going on, but I could tell the family bullshit had her riled up more than usual. Chuck was in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is his specialty, by the way, always creeping up on people, especially women. Penny went to the obvious question. If Chuck was a rapist, he would have done raped Mercy a long time ago, and she would have sliced open his throat, I can promise you that. Faith had worked her share of rape cases. No one knew how they would react. Her opinion was that whatever a victim did to survive was exactly what the victim should have done to survive. I'll tell you who Mercy was worried about, Penny said. That guest Monica. She was already off her ass when she showed up for cocktails. Lady tipped me $20 cash money with her first drink. Told me to keep 'em coming, but I'm gonna be honest. I watered that shit down. Then Mercy told me to water it even more. What was she drinking? Old Fashions with Uncle Nearest. $22 a pour. Holy hell! Faith readjusted her math on the liquor gains. The lodge could have been brushing up against $1,000 on some nights. Anyone else drinking? Just the normal amount. Husband didn't take a sip, though. Frank, Faith supplied. Did he have any interactions with Mercy? Not that I saw. Trust me, with what ended up happening, I would have told Biscuits if I'd seen a dude trying to pull anything. There was nothing left to ask about but the V.C. Andrews of it all. Faith tried to approach the subject carefully. Did Fish ever hook up with any guests? Penny guffawed. Only thing Fish could hook is trout. Faith pulled a detail from Will's recording. What about that awful business between Christopher and Gabby? Gabby? Wow, that's a blast from the past. It's been a minute. I was still drinking when she died. So was Mercy, bless her heart. Faith felt the hairs on the back of her neck go up. Delilah had made it out like another failed relationship for Christopher. Do you remember Gabby's last name? Damn, this was years ago. Penny fluttered her lips in thought. Can't remember, but she's a prime example of what I was talking about before. Gabby come up from Atlanta to work at the lodge over the summer. Gorgeous as hell, full of life. Every man on that mountaintop was in love with her. Including Christopher? Especially Christopher. She shook her head. He was tore the hell up when she died. I'm still not sure he's over it. Took to his bed for weeks. Wouldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Faith was desperate to pepper her with questions, but she held back. Problem was, Gabby noticed him. Penny said, Fish's life. He's mostly invisible, especially to women, and then comes Gabby, smiling and pretending to be interested in waterway management or whatever the hell he's yapping about at the dinner table. I mean, it's not his fault he can't read people. Gabby was just being nice. You know how some men take kindness for interest. Faith knew. The person Gabby was real tight with was Mercy. They were close to the same age. Instant best friends, is what I'd call it. Like within a day of meeting each other, they were joined at the hip. Gotta admit, I was envious. Never had anybody that close to speak of. And they had all kinds of plans for when the summer was over. Gabby's father owned a restaurant in Buckhead. Mercy was going to move to Atlanta and wait tables, and they were going to get an apartment together and make lots of money and live it up. Faith could still hear the envy in Penny's voice. The two of them, they'd sneak out of the lodge almost every night. This was back when there'd be raves down at the old quarry. Stupidest location in the county to get wasted. The road out of there is twisted as a nun's twat. Drops straight down on either side, no guardrails until you hit the curve. They call the last mile Devil's Bend because you go down a hill and jerk into a corner like a roller coaster.
I'd party with him sometimes, but something in my bones told me we'd all end up dead if we kept at it. Started my path to sobriety, especially after what happened.
What happened? Penny hissed out a long sigh between her teeth.
Mercy drove her car straight off Devil's Bend, dropped straight into the gorge. She got thrown through the front window, sliced off half her face, broke half her bones. Gabby got crushed. Daddy said she had her feet up on the dashboard when it happened. Coroner told him her leg bones must have pulverized her skull. Had to use dental records to identify her at the autopsy. Looked like somebody had taken a sledgehammer to her face.
Faith felt her stomach roil. She had worked those kinds of accidents.
Say what you will about Cecil, but he kept Mercy out of prison. By all rights, she should have been up on a manslaughter charge at least. Blood work showed she was pumped full of dope when it happened. Mercy was still off her ass when Biscuits rode with her in the ambulance to the hospital. EMTs had to restrain her. He told me half her face was hanging off her skull and she was laughing like a hyena.
Laughing?
Laughing, Penny confirmed. She thought Biscuits was pranking her. Thought she was still at the lodge, that she'd OD'd and they were parked outside the house. EMTs heard her laughing too, so word got around real quick. Ain't a person in this town you could have put on a jury who wouldn't have convicted her at trial. But there wasn't a trial. Mercy basically walked, which is another reason people in town hate her. They say she got away with murder.
Faith couldn't understand how that had happened. Did she take a plea deal?
You're not hearing me. There was no deal to take. Mercy wasn't charged with nothing. Didn't even get a ticket. Voluntarily gave up her license, never drove again as far as I know. But that was her choice, not a judge taking it away.
Penny nodded like she was agreeing with Faith's shock.
You were asking about abuse of power? That's what my daddy used it for. To put Mercy under Cecil's thumb for the rest of her living days.
Faith was dumbstruck. She just got away with it? No consequences?
I mean, her face was a consequence. She told me every time she looked in a mirror, that scar reminded her of what a bad person she was. She was haunted by it. Never forgave herself. Maybe she shouldn't have.
Faith could not understand how any of this had happened. There were so many levers that had to be pulled in order for Mercy to escape criminal prosecution for vehicular homicide. And not just on the law enforcement side. The county had a prosecutor's office, a circuit judge, a mayor, a board of commissioners. She guessed that Penny's tirade against the angry men who used to control this town was useful after all. Mercy hadn't been punished because they had all gotten together and decided that she wouldn't be punished.
I guess the only good that came out of it is that's when Mercy started trying to get sober, Penny said. Took a few tries, but once her head was clear, all she could think about was John. She told me without him, she would have walked into the lake and never come back out.
Faith didn't know how Mercy had stopped herself. The guilt of being responsible for her best friend's death must have been crushing.
Being honest, I think sometimes Mercy would have been better off serving her time in prison. The way Cecil and Biddy treated her was worse than anything could have happened to her on the inside. It's bad enough when a stranger rips you down every day of your life, but when it's your own mama and daddy?
Faith was surprised by her own feelings of sadness for Mercy McAlpine. She kept going back to something Penny had said. Her daddy wrote the first page of her life before she had a chance to figure out her own story. That wasn't entirely true. Cecil might have started it, but Dave continued the same abusive narrative. And yet, another man had ended it. Faith didn't believe in fate, but it sounded like the woman hadn't stood a chance. Her phone started to ring. The caller ID read GBI-SAT. She told Penny, "I need to get this." Penny nodded, but she didn't get out of the car. Faith pushed open the door. The sole of her boot sank into the mud. She tapped the phone. "Mitchell." "Faith." Will's voice was faint over the satellite connection. "Can you talk?" "Hold on." Faith squicked through the mud to get away from the car. Penny was openly watching her progress. The horse lifted its head as Faith walked past. His eyes followed her like a serial killer. She trudged out another few yards, then told Will, "Go ahead." Mercy was pregnant. Faith's heart sank from the news. She could only think of Mercy. The woman couldn't catch a break. Then her detective brain took over because this changed everything. There was no more dangerous time for a woman than during pregnancy. Homicide was the leading cause of maternal death in the United States. Faith heard the car door slam. Penny had gotten out. The dog was sitting at her feet. Faith kept her voice low, asking Will, "How far along?" "Sarah estimates 12 weeks. Faith listened to the phone crackle in the silence. She turned her back to the car. "Did Mercy know?" "Unclear," Will said. "For what it's worth, she didn't mention it to Sarah." "Penny told me Mercy's hooked up with guests before." Will let the silence linger for another beat. "The road's completely washed out. We left another UTV for you back at the hospital. Find Sarah and bring her up with you. She might be able to get Drew and Keisha to talk to her." "You think Drew? They've been to the lodge twice before," he reminded her. "Drew said something strange to Biddy this morning. Sarah can fill you in." "I'm heading back to the hospital now." Faith ended the call. The horse snorted in her direction, even though she gave it a wide berth. Penny had the shotgun slung back over her shoulders. She was looking down at the ground. Faith followed her line of sight. The Mini's back right tire was flat. "Fuck," Penny asked. "You got a spare?" "It's in my garage. My son took it out when he moved his band equipment." Faith hoped the FBI knew that Jeremy was a moron. She nodded to the Chevy truck. "Can I get a lift to the hospital? My partner needs me at the lodge." "I don't drive, and that truck don't work, but Rascal's got plenty of gas." "Rascal?" Penny nodded toward the horse. Chapter 14. Will scanned the woods as he walked up the loop trail toward the main lodge. His injured hand was throbbing even though he held it to his chest in a permanent pledge of allegiance. The bandage had gotten wet again. He'd hosed himself down and changed into fresh pants, while Kevin Raymond, the agent on loan from the GBI's North Georgia field office, was processing evidence from Mercy's bedroom. Not that there was a lot to process. As with her financial situation, Mercy hadn't had much to her name. Her small closet was filled with utilitarian items. Nothing on hangers, just folded shirts, jeans, and outdoor attire. She had 2 pairs of worn sneakers and some expensive but old hiking boots. Will was struck by a familiar feeling. Every item of clothing he'd had as a kid had been donated by someone else. Mercy's clothes were faded and worn, and in various sizes. He would have bet she hadn't bought them new. In fact, nothing seemed new. Washed-out posters of O-Town, New Kids on the Block, and the Jonas Brothers were on the walls. Some of John's childhood drawings were taped beside the door. Photographs documented the 16 years of his life. School photos and some outdoor candids. John opening a stuffed giraffe at Christmas. John standing with Dave by a trailer. John lying on the couch where he'd fallen asleep, with his phone resting against his chin. Mercy's room seemed to have the only bookcase in the house. She had a snow globe from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and at least 50 well-read romance paperbacks. Everything was dusted and tidy, which somehow made her meager belongings even more poignant. There were no secret papers hidden under her mattress. Her bedside drawer had what you would expect a woman to have. There was no bathroom connected to her room. Mercy shared the one at the end of the hall with the rest of her family. She hadn't taken her iPad when she'd packed to leave. The screen was locked. They would have to send it to the lab to try to break the code. According to Sarah, Mercy didn't have an IUD. They had no way of knowing if Mercy was even aware of the pregnancy. If she was taking birth control, the pills were probably in her backpack. Condoms didn't seem like the kind of thing a woman would grab if she was leaving in a hurry. The big questions remained. What had made her leave? Where was she planning on going? Why had she called Dave? Will stopped on the trail and took his iPhone out of his pocket. He used the fingers of his injured hand to tap the screen, opening the recording of Mercy's voicemail to Dave. There was one section he kept coming back to. "I can't believe. Oh God, I can't. Please call me. Please, I need you." Mercy's voice had a kind of hope tied up in desperation when she said the words, "I need you." Like she was praying that this would be the one time that Dave didn't disappoint her. Will returned his phone to his pocket and continued up the trail. He kept silently playing the message back in his head. He didn't understand how Dave had gotten here. Neither one of them had been given a choice about their shitty childhoods, but they had both decided what kind of men they would be. Will wasn't judging Dave for struggling with his demons. The alcohol and drugs made a certain kind of sense. But Dave had chosen to beat his wife, to strangle her, to terrorize her, to continually fail her. That part was squarely on him. Will silently berated himself for focusing on the wrong guy. He had to let go of being mad at Dave. Mercy's worthless ex-husband had been shunted to the periphery of the investigation. Identifying the killer, locating John, those were the only two things that Will needed to be worried about right now. Sunlight bathed his face as he entered the main compound. Will adjusted the heavy satellite phone that was clipped to the back of his belt. He was wearing a paddle holster at his side. Amanda had loaned him her backup piece, a snub-nose 5-shot Smith & Wesson that was older than Will. He felt like an outlaw walking through town in an old spaghetti western. A curtain twitched in Drew and Keisha's cottage. Cecil glared at him from his wheelchair on the front porch. The two cats eyeballed him from their separate perches on the stairs. Paul was in the hammock outside his cottage. He had a book flat to his chest and a bottle of alcohol on the table. His mouth went into a smirk when he saw Will. He reached for the bottle and took a swig. Will was going to let him stew for a bit longer. Paul was on his list of people to talk to, but he wasn't at the top. Interviews generally fell into two categories: confrontational or informational. The two waiters, Greg and Ezra, were teenagers. They'd probably be a good source of information. Will wasn't sure where Alejandro would fall. Mercy was 12 weeks pregnant. Guests were in and out of the lodge. Will's primary focus was on the men who were consistently around Mercy. Not to say that the other men at the compound weren't going to have their time in the barrel. The McAlpines had suspended all planned activities, but Chuck had gone fishing with Christopher as soon as the storm had passed. Drew was holed up inside Cottage 3 with Keisha. Gordon seemed content to drink the day away with Paul. Frank was playing Columbo by way of the Hardy Boys. Will was waiting for Amanda to come through with the warrant so that he could search the property for bloody clothes and the missing knife handle. The UTV carried a thermal printer in the lockbox that would hopefully work with the satellite phone so that Will could print the document and physically serve the warrant. The McAlpines had granted Will and Kevin access to Mercy's room, but he had a feeling they would push back on the rest of the place, especially considering they were still trying to hold on to paying guests. Biddy had told Will in no uncertain terms that she and her husband were too overcome with grief to answer any questions, which was fair. But the woman hadn't seemed overcome with anything but anger. Sarah had already searched the kitchen for the broken knife handle, so the house was low on his list. At some point, the lake might have to be dragged. That decision was above Will's pay grade. For now, the best use of his time was talking to people and trying to figure out who had a motive to murder Mercy. Will scanned the trees, trying to figure out which way to go. Last night they had gotten to dinner by following the bottom half of the loop. Sarah had led them to another trail down to the dining hall, but Will had honestly been paying more attention to Sarah than the route. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the door to Frank's cottage crack open. A hand stuck out, waving Will over. He could see Frank hiding in the shadows, which would have been funny in any other circumstances. Will was literally out in the open. Everyone could see him crossing the compound toward Cottage 7. He figured now was as good a time as any to interview Frank. Monica had been completely wasted last night. Frank could have easily slipped out for a tryst. He could have just as easily showered off Mercy's blood and slipped back into bed without his wife knowing. Frank kept up the cloak and dagger as Will came up the stairs. The door cracked open wider. Inside, Will's eyes took a moment to adjust to the darkness. The curtains were drawn across the windows and French doors to the back. The door to the bedroom was closed. There was an odor of sickness in the air. "I got the names you asked for." Frank handed Will a folded sheet of paper. "I found the guest registry in an office off the back of the kitchen." Will opened the page. Thankfully, Frank had written in block letters, which made it easier for him to read. He tucked the note into his shirt pocket for later. For now, Frank was in the hot seat. "Thanks for helping me out. How did you get past the staff?" "I threw a rich white guy tantrum and demanded to use the phone. Nobody told me it wasn't working." He sounded excited. "Anything else you need me to do, Chief?" "Yeah." Will was about to knock some air out of the guy's sails. "Did you hear anything last night?" "Nothing, which is weird because I have really good hearing. It's not like I got much sleep. I was up and down with Monica all night. If someone had yelled in this vicinity, I would have heard it." Will's follow-up question was cut off by the sound of retching from behind the closed bedroom door. Frank tensed as they both listened. The retching stopped. The toilet flushed. The silence returned. "She'll be okay." Frank's voice had the practiced cadence of a man who was used to making excuses for his alcoholic wife. "Have a seat." Will was glad Frank was making this easy for him. The furniture was the same style as the couch and club chairs in Will and Sarah's cottage, but it looked more worn. There was a stain on the carpet with a paper towel soaking up the dark liquid. That was where the smell was coming from. Will took the chair farthest away from it. "What a day." Frank rubbed his face as he sank into the couch. He looked embarrassed. He also looked exhausted. His face was unshaven. His hair was uncombed. He'd clearly had a hard night, even before Will had woken up the entire compound. "How's your hand?" Will's hand was throbbing with every beat of his heart. "It's better, thanks." "I keep thinking about Mercy at dinner last night. I wish that I had helped her, but I don't know what I could have done." "There wasn't much anybody could do." "Well, maybe?" Frank asked. "Like, I could have done what you did, helped clean up the broken glass. Instead, I started talking about the food. I wish I hadn't done that, because I think it gave everyone permission to ignore what had just happened." There was no practiced cadence to his voice now, but Will gathered his need to always smooth things over was a recurring dilemma. "I want to do something now," Frank said. "Mercy's dead, and no one seems to care. You should have seen them all at breakfast. Gordon and Paul kept making dark jokes. Drew and Keisha would barely talk. Christopher and Chuck might as well have sealed themselves inside of an acrylic box. I tried to speak to Biddy and Cecil, but do you get a bad vibe off of them?" Will wasn't going to share his vibes. Frank was low on his list of suspects, but he was still on the list. "Did you tell me that you've been to the lodge before?" "No, that was Drew and Keisha. Third time up here, can you believe it? Though I doubt they'll ever come back." "You and Monica travel a lot. When was your last trip?" "Oh gosh, it must have been Italy. We went to Florence 3 months ago, stayed 2 weeks. There was a lot of wine. Maybe that was a mistake on my part. But we've got to live, right?" "Right." Will made a mental note to confirm the timeline, but it would let Frank off the hook for Mercy's pregnancy, if not the murder. "What were your impressions of Mercy?" Frank leaned back on the couch with a heavy sigh. He seemed lost in thought for a moment. "My parents were both alcoholics. I don't know what it is about me, but I can pick up on it when someone is troubled. It's like a sixth sense." Will understood. He had grown up surrounded by addicts. His first wife still had a passion for opioids. He was hyper-aware of anyone showing the same patterns. "Anyway, that's what my spidey senses told me, that Mercy was troubled." Monica coughed from the bedroom. Frank's head turned as he listened again. Will felt sorry for the man. It was an incredibly stressful way to live. Will still got inexplicably anxious if Sarah's lips so much as touched a glass of wine. Frank said,
Maybe that's why I kept such a wide berth. With Mercy, I mean. I didn't want to get tangled up in her drama. I guess I have enough on my hands. You know, Monica wasn't like this when our son was alive. She was funny and easygoing, and she put up with me, which is saying a lot. I know I'm a handful. Nicholas was our shining ray of joy. Then the leukemia took him from us, and our therapist says everyone handles grief in their own way. I really thought coming up here would give us a reset, you know. Believe it or not, before Nicholas died, Monica seldom drank. She liked an occasional margarita, but she knew about my parents, so... Will knew the compassionate thing to do was let the man talk. Frank was clearly alone inside of his wife's addiction. But this was a murder investigation, not therapy. He'd let Frank do some busy work, but that didn't take him off Will's list of suspects. Sorry. Frank's spidey sense picked up on Will's impatience. He stood up from the couch. I know I talk too much. Thanks for listening. Let me know what I can... Monica coughed from the other room again. Will noticed the worry on Frank's face. The man had clearly seen a hangover before, but there was something that told Will this time was different. He asked, "What's going on, Frank?" Frank glanced back at the bedroom door, keeping his voice low. Believe it or not, last night wasn't that bad. She had a lot, but not as much as usual. And? I don't think it's an emergency, but... Frank shrugged. She keeps throwing up. I've gone through all the Coke in the fridge. I brought some toast from the kitchen. She can't keep anything down. Will wished this conversation had happened 20 minutes ago. Sarah had already left the hospital in the second UTV. My wife is a doctor. I'll make sure she checks on Monica as soon as she gets here. I'd appreciate that. Frank was too relieved to ask how Sarah had gone from being a chemistry teacher to a doctor. Like I said, I don't think it's an emergency. His minimizing cut at Will's better angels. He put his hand on Frank's shoulder. We'll get her some help, Frank. I promise. Thanks. Frank gave an awkward smile. I know it's crazy, but maybe you understand. I think you understand. I saw you and Sarah together, and it reminded me, you know. She's worth fighting for. I really love my wife. Will watched Frank's eyes fill with tears. He was saved coming up with something thoughtful to say when Monica coughed again. Her footsteps banged across the floor as she ran for the toilet. Excuse me. Frank disappeared into the bedroom. Will didn't leave. He looked around. The couch and chairs, the coffee table. Frank had cleaned up. Nothing looked out of place. Will did a quick search, checking under the cushions, rifling the shelves and drawers in the tiny kitchen, because Frank seemed like a nice guy, but he was also a lonely, grief-stricken husband who was looking to save his marriage. Exactly the type of guest that Mercy had probably hooked up with before. Frank had left the bedroom door ajar. Will used the toe of his boot to push it open the rest of the way. The room was empty. Frank was in the bathroom with Monica. Will stepped inside. Their clothes were still folded in their suitcases. He found a stack of books, mostly thrillers. The usual digital devices. The bed was unmade. The fitted sheet had soaked through with sweat. There was a used trash can on the floor by the bed. No bloody clothes. No knife handle with the blade broken off. Will backed out of the room. He looked at his watch. He wouldn't feel right until Sarah was standing in front of him. At the very least, she could give him that look, like he was an idiot for not taking pain medication for his hand. Which was a valid look, but it wouldn't change the situation. Cecil was still glaring when Will walked out of the cottage. Will spotted a sign with a plate and silverware beside an arrow. This had to be the Chow Trail. Will recognized the zigzag shape from last night. The crushed stone was flattened in parallel rows from Cecil's wheelchair. Will put a zig between himself and the house before he looked at the guest list Frank had given him. He could easily make out some of the names, but that was only because he already knew them. The last names were a different story. He found a tree stump to sit on. He placed the paper on his lap.
inserted his earbuds. He used his phone's camera to scan the names, then loaded the scan into his text-to-speech app. Frank and Monica Johnson, Drew Conklin and Keisha Murray, Gordon Wiley and Landry Peterson, Sydney Flynn and Max Brower. Will set up a hotspot with the satellite phone and sent the list to Amanda so she could run background and criminal checks. The upload took almost a full minute. He waited until she had texted back a checkmark that the information was received. Then he waited to see if she texted anything else. Half of him was relieved when the 3 dancing dots disappeared. Amanda was extremely furious with him right now, more than usual, which said a lot. She had tried to take the case away from Will. Will had told her he would work it anyway. It had turned into a thing. All he could do was wait for that moment in the near future when she would shove her razor-sharp claws down his throat and rip out his intestines. For now, he had a chef and 2 waiters to interview. Will folded up the list and stuck it back into his shirt pocket. He tucked his phone and earbuds back into his pants pocket. He clipped the satellite phone on his belt. He pressed his injured hand to his chest and resumed his trek. The Chow Trail took another gradual curve before zigging back toward the dining hall. The design made sense considering Cecil's chair couldn't handle a sharp, downward slope. But Will would have to tell Faith to adjust her timeline. Mercy wouldn't have bothered with following the curves, especially if she was running for her life. Will waited until he was standing on the viewing platform to look back up the trail. He thought he could see the roof of the main house. He went to the edge of the platform that overlooked the lake. The tops of trees obscured the shore, but the bachelor cottages were down there somewhere. He leaned over the railing and looked straight down. The drop was steep, but he imagined someone who'd grown up on this property would know how to get down quickly. Will had a feeling he was going to end up being the one sliding down the side of a cliff while Faith held the stopwatch. He walked around the back of the building toward the kitchen, glancing through the window on his way. The chef was working at a commercial food mixer. The 2 waiters were carrying large black plastic bags of trash out the back door. Will was about to go inside when the satellite phone vibrated on his belt. He took a few steps away from the building before answering. "Trent." "Are you still doing this?" Amanda asked. He heard the clear warning in her prickly tone. "Yes, ma'am." "Very well," she said. "I've been trying to reach a circuit judge up here who has phone service. Apparently, the storm took out the main transformers that service the northwestern part of the state, but I'll make the warrant happen. The dive team is currently searching for a body in Lake Rayburn. Let's keep that as an option of last resort. As you know, it's very expensive to search a lake, particularly one that deep, so I need you to find that knife handle quickly and on land." "Understood." "I located Gordon Wiley's marriage certificate. He's married to a man named Paul Ponticello." "Anything on their sheets?" "Nothing. Wiley owns a company that developed a stock market app. Ponticello is a plastic surgeon with an office in Buckhead." Will imagined the men were not hurting for money. "What about the others?" "Monica Johnson picked up a DUI 6 months ago." "Makes sense. And Frank?" "I found a death certificate for their child, 20 years old, leukemia. Solid financial picture on both of them," Amanda said. "The same with all the others. Wealthy, educated professionals for the most part. Drew Conklin is the exception. He has a 15-year-old charge for aggravated assault." The information surprised him. "Do you have details?" "I'm tracking down the arrest report for the specifics. Conklin didn't serve time, so a plea deal was made." "Do you know if a weapon was involved?" "It wouldn't have been a firearm," Amanda said. "He would have gotten mandatory jail time." "Could have been a knife." "Do you like him for this?" Will tried to put his personal feelings aside, but it was hard. He needed to know what business Drew had wanted to talk with Biddy about. "It definitely moves him up to the top of my list, but I don't know." "Kevin Raymond is a highly accomplished and decorated agent." She was talking about the GBI field agent. "He's doing a great job up here." "Faith is a dogged investigator." That doesn't sound like a compliment. Wilbur, you're supposed to be on your honeymoon. There will always be murder cases. You can't work them all. I will not let this job take over your life. He was tired of hearing the same lecture. No one cares that Mercy is dead, Amanda. They all abandoned her. Her parents haven't asked a single question. Her brother's literally gone fishing. She has a son who loves her. So did my mother. Uncharacteristically, Amanda didn't have an immediate comeback. In the silence, Will watched one of the waiters pushing a wheelbarrow loaded with trash bags up yet another trail. He assumed it was a shortcut to the house. Faith was definitely going to need the map. And her running shoes. Will's stride was twice as long as Mercy's. Faith would be the one who got to run around the forest. All right, Amanda finally said. Let's get this closed quickly, Wilbur. And don't expect compensatory time. You've made it quite clear this is how you're choosing to spend your vacation days. Yes, ma'am. Will ended the call and clipped the phone back on his belt. He glanced into the kitchen window. The chef had moved the stove. Will walked around the octagon to the back of the building. The trail up to the house also went down toward the creek that fed the lake. Faith was going to have some choice words for him by the time the day was over. A freestanding freezer was under a lean-to on the other side of the trail. The door to the kitchen was closed. The second waiter was still outside. He was stacking cans into a paper grocery sack. His hair had fallen into his eyes. He looked younger than John, maybe 14 years old. Shit! The kid had seen Will and dropped the bag. Cans rolled in every direction. He scrambled to gather them, shooting Will furtive looks like a criminal caught in the act, which was obviously accurate. Mister, I'm not... It's all right. Will helped him with the cans. The kid hadn't taken much. Green beans, condensed milk, corn, black-eyed peas. Will knew what it was like to be desperate and hungry. He was never going to stop someone from stealing food. The kid asked, Are you going to arrest me? Will wondered who had told him that Will was a cop. Probably everybody. No, I'm not going to arrest you. The kid seemed unconvinced as he packed cans back into the bag. You got some good stuff here. The milk is from my baby sister, he said. She's got a sweet tooth. Are you Ezra or Greg? I'm Greg, sir. Greg. Will handed him the last can. Have you seen John? No, sir. I already ran off. Delilah already asked me if there was anywhere he'd go. I talked to Ezra about it, and neither one of us know where he'd run off to. I'd tell you if we did, that's for sure. John's a good guy. He's got to be torn up about his mama. Will watched the kid hug the grocery bag to his chest. He was more worried about losing the food than talking to a cop. Keep it, Will said. I'm not going to tell anybody. Relief flooded the kid's face. He walked around the standing freezer and got down on his knees as he hid the bag in what was clearly his usual spot. Will saw a dark oil stain had spread across the wood decking. There didn't seem to be a recycling tank, which meant the oil was going down the drain into the septic system, which could get into the groundwater, which was something the EPA frowned on. Will put the information in his back pocket in case he needed to pressure Biddy and Cecil with it later on. Thanks, mister. Greg cleaned his hands on his apron as he stood back up. I need to get back to work. Take a minute. Greg looked scared again. His eyes went to the hidden food. You're not in trouble. I'm just trying to get some idea of what Mercy's life was like before she died. Can you tell me about her? Like what? Like whatever comes to mind. Anything. She was fair? He asked, testing the waters. I mean, she could tear you a new one sometimes, but not out of nowhere. You knew where you stood with her, not like the rest of them. What are the rest of them like? Cecil's mean as a snake. He'll cut you just as soon as look at you. Not that he can move like that anymore, but before the accident, he was scary. Greg leaned against the freezer. Fish, he don't talk much. I guess he's okay, but he's weird. Biddy, she burned me real bad. Pretended she was my friend, then I didn't do something she asked fast enough and she turned on me something fierce. How'd she turn on you? Cut me off, he said. She helps me and Ezra out sometimes. Like,
If you're nice to her, she'll slip you a $10 or $20 bill, but now I walk by and she won't even look me in the eye. Being honest, with Mercy gone, I'm gonna look for work in town. They already told all of us they're cutting back our wages on account of they don't know what's gonna happen next. That tracked with what Will had learned about the McAlpines and money. Have you ever seen Mercy talking to any of the male guests? He snorted. That's a funny way of asking. What am I asking? His face turned red. It's okay, Will said. It's just you and me. Did you see Mercy with any of the guests? If she was talking to a guest, they were either asking her for something or complaining. He shrugged. We were up here at 6 every morning, then back down the mountain by 9. There's a lot of work to do in between meals. Washing dishes, food prep, cleaning. Not a lot of time to watch what people are up to. Will didn't ask him when he found time to go to school. The kid was probably helping to support his family. When's the last time you saw Mercy? I guess around 8:30 last night. She let us go early, said she'd finish up. Was anyone in the kitchen when you left? No, sir, she was alone. What about the chef? Alejandro left when we did. Will hadn't seen another car on the parking pad. What does he drive? We all take horses up and down. There's a paddock yonder down from the parking pad. Me and Ezra double up since it's his horse. Alejandro went the other way 'cause he lives on the other side of the range. Will would follow up on the paddock. What do you think of Alejandro? He's all right. Takes his work real serious. Not a lot of joking around. He shrugged again. Beats the guy who was here before. He was always looking at us funny. Did Alejandro spend time with Mercy? Sure, she had to go over stuff with him a couple times a day on account of the guests are real particular about their food. Did Mercy and Alejandro have these conversations in front of you? Greg's eyebrows went up, like he'd just put it together. They'd go back to Mercy's office and shut the door. I never thought about the two of them together. I mean, Mercy was kind of old. Will guessed 32 was ancient to a 14-year-old. Mister, he said, sorry, but is that it? I gotta get the Hobart going or I'm gonna get my hide tanned. That's it, thanks. Will waited until the door was closed before going to the standing freezer. The lock was open. He looked inside. Nothing but meat. He walked around the back and spotted Greg's stash shoved up against the wall of the lean-to. The trash cans were empty. The area was clean. No bloody clothes. No broken knife handle. Will got on his knees and used the flashlight from his phone to look under the freezer. He heard voices from the forest. Will stayed down behind the freezer. He was obscured by the slats on the side of the lean-to. Christopher and Chuck were on the lower part of the trail below the dining hall. They were carrying fishing poles and tackle boxes. Chuck had the same gallon water jug he'd sported at dinner last night. He drank so loudly from the clear plastic container that Will could hear his gulps from 20 yards away. Crap, Christopher said. I forgot my stupid gaff. Chuck wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt. You leaned it against the tree. Crap. Christopher looked at his watch. We're supposed to have a family meeting. Can you... Family meeting about what? Hell if I know. Probably the sale. Do you think the investors are still interested? Give me your stuff. Christopher wrangled Chuck's tackle box and pole alongside his own. Even if they're not interested, it's over. I'm out of this business. I never wanted to do it in the first place. And without Mercy, it just won't work. We needed her. Fish don't talk like that. We can figure it out. We can't give this up. Chuck held out his arms to indicate their surroundings. Come on, buddy. This is a good thing we've got going. A lot of people are depending on us. They can depend on somebody else. Christopher turned and headed back up the trail. I've made up my mind. Fish! Will ducked down so that Christopher didn't see him as he walked past. Christopher McAlpine, come back here. You can't bail on me. Chuck was silent for way too long before he figured out Christopher wasn't coming back. Damn it! Will stuck up his head from behind the freezer. He could see Christopher heading toward the main house. Chuck was making his way down to the creek. A decision had to be made. Alejandro would probably be in the kitchen for the rest of the day. Unlike the rest of the men on the property, Chuck was a complete mystery. They didn't know his last name. They hadn't been able to do a background check.
More importantly, Mercy had embarrassed the man in front of a group of people. Roughly 80% of the murders Will investigated were perpetrated by men who were furious about their inability to control women. Will headed down the trail, if it could be called a trail. The narrow strip toward the creek wasn't lined with crushed stone like the others. Will could see why it wasn't meant for guests. The perilously steep trail could have resulted in some lawsuits. Will had to concentrate on his footing to get through the worst of it. Chuck was having an easier time of it. He was swinging the water jug as he traipsed through the forest. The man had a strange way of walking, like his pronated feet were kicking imaginary soccer balls. He resembled a lesser Mr. Bean. His back was swayed. He was wearing a bucket hat and fishing vest. His brown cargo shorts hit below his knees. Black socks slouched around his yellow hiking boots. The trail turned even steeper. Will held onto a branch so he didn't slide on his ass. Then he grabbed a rope that was tethered to a tree like a handrail. He heard the shush of white water before he saw the creek. The sound was soft, more like white noise. This must have been the area Delilah had called the waterfall that wasn't really the waterfall. The terrain dropped about 10 feet in the space of a dozen yards. Some flat stones had been placed in the water to create a footbridge at the head of the mini-falls. Will remembered seeing a photograph taken in this area on the lodge website. It showed Christopher McAlpine standing in the middle of the creek, throwing out a fishing line. The water was up to his waist. Will guessed the rain had made it twice as deep. The bank on the opposite side was mostly submerged. The tree canopy was thicker overhead. He could see clearly, but not as clearly as he would have liked. Chuck was taking in the same view, but from a lower vantage. He was kneading his back with his fist as he looked across the creek. Will cataloged the ways Chuck could hurt him if there was some kind of struggle. The hooks and lures on the man's vest would hurt like hell. But fortunately, Will only had one hand that would be shredded. He wasn't sure what a gaff was, though he had noticed that most of the instruments for fishing could easily be turned into weapons. The plastic jug was half full of water, but would feel like a hammer if Chuck swung it with enough force. Will kept his distance, calling, "Chuck?" Chuck whipped around, startled. His glasses had fogged at the edges, but his eyes easily found the revolver on Will's hip. He asked, "You're Will, right?" "That's right." Will picked his way down the last part of the trail. "The humidity is a bitch today." Chuck cleaned his glasses with the tail of his shirt. "We barely missed another storm coming through." Will kept around 10 feet between them. "Sorry we didn't get a chance to talk at dinner last night." Chuck pushed his glasses up his nose. "Believe me, if I had a wife who was that hot, I wouldn't talk to anybody either." "Thanks." Will forced himself to smile. "I didn't catch your name." "Bryce Weller." He reached out to shake Will's hand, then saw the bandage and waved instead. "People call me Chuck." Will kept his response neutral. "That's quite a nickname." "Yeah, you'll have to ask Dave how he came up with it. No one remembers anymore." Chuck was smiling, but he didn't look happy. 13 years ago, I went up the mountain, a Bryce, and came down a Chuck." Will wondered why the guy was suddenly speaking in an accent, but he didn't press it. "I should tell you I'm here in a work capacity. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind talking to me about Dave." "He didn't confess?" Will shook his head, glad that the word hadn't spread from town yet. "I'm not surprised, Inspector," Chuck said in another weird voice. "He's a wizzly vermin. Don't let him get out of this. He should get the electric chair." Will didn't tell him it was done by lethal injection. "What can you tell me about Dave?" Chuck didn't answer immediately. He uncapped the water jug and gulped down half of what was left. He smacked his lips as he flipped the cap back in place. Then he let out a burp that was so putrid Will could almost taste it from 10 feet away. "Dave is a typical Chad." Chuck's jokey voice was gone. "Don't ask me why, but females can't resist him. The more terrible he is, the more they want him.
He doesn't have a real job. He scrapes by on whatever scraps Biddy throws him. He smokes like a chimney. He's an addict. He lies, cheats, and steals. He lives in a trailer. Doesn't own a car. What's not to love, right? Meanwhile, all the nice guys are relegated to the friend zone.
Will wasn't surprised that Chuck was an incel, but he was surprised the man was so open about it. Did Mercy put you in the friend zone?
I put myself there, friend.
Chuck seemed to really believe this.
I let her cry on my shoulder a few times, but then I realized nothing was ever going to change. No matter how much Dave hurt her, she always went back to him.
You were aware of the abuse.
Everyone was.
Chuck took off his hat and wiped the sweat off his forehead.
Dave didn't try to hide it. He would hit Mercy right in front of us sometimes. An open-handed smack, never a punch, but we all saw it.
Will held back his judgment. That must have been hard to watch.
I spoke up in the beginning, but Biddy pulled me aside. "Milady made it clear to me that a gentleman does not interfere in another gentleman's marriage."
The stupid voice was back. Chuck leaned toward Will, pretending a confidence.
"Even the harshest ruffian cannot say nay to such a petite and delicate creature's request."
Will finally got what Sarah meant when she said that Chuck was weird. Mercy divorced him over a decade ago. Why was Dave even up here?
Bitty.
Rather than explain himself, Chuck decided to take another swig from the jug. Will was beginning to wonder if it was just water in there. Chuck drained the entire thing, his throat making gulping sounds like a slow toilet. Chuck burped again before he continued.
For all intents and purposes, Biddy is Dave's mother. He has a right to see her, and of course Biddy has a right to invite him to every holiday. Christmas, Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Mother's Day, Kwanzaa. Whatever the occasion, Dave's always here. She snaps and he jumps.
Will took that to mean that Chuck was always there too. How did Mercy feel about Dave being included in every family event? Chuck swung the empty jug in his hand.
Sometimes she was glad. Sometimes she wasn't. I think she tried to make it easy for John.
She was a good mother?
Yeah.
Chuck gave a curt nod.
She was a good mother.
The admission seemed to take something out of him. He took off his hat again. He tossed it onto the ground beside a black fiberglass rod that was leaning against a tree. Which is how Will learned that a gaff is basically a 4-foot-long pole with a big, nasty hook on the end.
"The property is huge," Chuck said. "Mercy could have avoided Dave, hid in her room, stayed out of his way, but she never did that. Every meal she was at the table, every family gathering she was there, and invariably, she and Dave ended up screaming at each other or hitting each other, and honestly, it got boring after a while."
Will said, "I bet." Chuck placed the empty jug beside his hat. Will had a sense of déjà vu taking him back to Dave and the boning knife. Was Chuck freeing up his hands, or was he just tired of carrying things?
The worst part was watching how all of this affected Fishtopher.
Chuck started kneading his back again.
He hated how Dave treated Mercy. He was always saying that he was going to do something about it. Cut Dave's brake lines or throw him in the shallows. Dave's a terrible swimmer. It's a wonder he's never drowned before, but Fish wouldn't do anything. And now Mercy's dead. You can see how it's weighing on him.
Will couldn't see anything. Christopher is a hard man to read.
"He's devastated," Chuck said.
He loved Mercy. He really did. Will thought he had a funny way of showing it.
"Did you go back to your cottage after dinner last night?" "Fish and I had a nightcap. Then I retired to my cottage for some reading."
"Did you hear anything between 10 and midnight?"
"I fell asleep with my book. That explains the kink in my back. I feel like I've been punched in the kidneys."
"You didn't hear a scream or a howl or anything like that?"
Chuck shook his head.
"When's the last time you saw Mercy alive?"
"Dinner."
Irritation sparked his voice.
You witnessed what happened between us at cocktails. That's a prime example of how Mercy treated me. I was only trying to make sure she was okay, and she screamed at me like I had raped her." Will watched his face change, like he regretted choosing the word rape. Before Will could follow up, Chuck reached for his hat on the ground. He hissed air between his teeth. "Jesus, my back." He left the hat on the ground and slowly straightened up. "The body tells you when you need to take a break, right?" "Right." Will was thinking about the fact that Mercy didn't have any defensive wounds. Maybe she had gotten in some punches before the knife had subdued her. "You want me to take a look at that?" "My back?" Chuck sounded alarmed. "What would you see?" "Bruises, bite marks, scratches." Will lied. "I worked as a physical therapist in college. I could." "I'm fine," Chuck said. "I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. That's all I can tell you." Will could tell Chuck wanted him gone, which made Will not want to leave. "If you think of anything, you'll be the first to know." Chuck pointed up the hill. "The trail will take you back to the main house. Just go past the dining hall on your left." "Thanks." Will didn't leave. He wasn't finished making Chuck uncomfortable. "My partner will follow up with you later." "Why?" "You're a witness. We need to get your written statement." Will paused. "Any reason we shouldn't?" "No," he said. "No reason at all. I'm happy to help, even though I didn't see or hear anything." "Thanks." Will nodded up the trail. "You heading to the house?" "I think I'll stay out here for a while." Chuck started to rub his back again, then thought better of it. "I need some time for reflection. Despite the persiflage, I've suddenly realized how affected I am by her death too." Will wondered if Chuck's brain had told his face that news, because he didn't look like he wanted time for reflection. He was sweating profusely. His skin was pale. Will asked, "Are you sure you don't want company? I'm a good listener." Chuck's throat visibly worked. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't wipe it away. "No, thank you." "Okay. I appreciate your talking to me." Chuck's jaw was clenched. Will lingered. "I'll be at the main house if you need me." Chuck said nothing, but every part of his body said that he was desperate for Will to leave. There was nothing to do but oblige him. Will started back up the trail. The first few steps were tricky, not because Will couldn't find his footing, but because he was calculating how far the gaff could reach. Then he was listening closely for the sound of Chuck running. Then he was wondering if he was being paranoid, which was statistically probable, but not all statistics corrected for reckless behavior. Will kept his uninjured hand loose at his side, close to the gun on his hip. He saw a fallen log 20 yards ahead. The other part of the rope handrail was tied off to a large eye bolt. He told himself he would turn back around to check on Chuck when he reached the log. His ears burned as he tried to pick out any sound other than the shush of the water flowing over the rocks. Going up the trail wasn't as easy as going down. His foot slipped. He cursed when he caught himself with his injured hand. He pushed himself up. By the time he'd made it to the log, he figured Chuck would be gone. He was wrong. Chuck was lying face down in the middle of the creek. "Chuck!" Will started running. "Chuck!" Chuck's hand was trapped between two rocks. Water rushed around his body. He wasn't trying to lift his head. He wasn't even moving. Will kept running, unclipping his gun, the satellite phone, emptying his pockets because he knew he was going to have to go in. His boots slid in the mud. He made it down the slope on his ass, but he was a second too late. The current pried Chuck's hand from the rocks. His body went spinning down the creek. Will had no choice but to go after him. He made a shallow dive into the water, then surfaced with an overhand stroke. The temperature was so cold he felt like he was moving through ice. Will pushed himself to keep moving. He was just barely keeping up with the flow. He pushed harder. Chuck was 15 feet away, then 10, then Will reached for his arm. He missed. The current had grown stronger. The water frothed and churned as it hooked around a bend in the creek.
He slammed into Chuck's body, his head jerking back on his neck. Will reached for him again, but suddenly they were both tossed around by rapids. Will searched for the shore, but he was spinning too fast. He tried in vain to find purchase with his feet. He heard a loud roar. Will thrashed, trying to get a lock on the horizon. His head kept going under. He pushed himself up and was momentarily paralyzed by what he saw. 50 yards ahead, the turbulence flattened out as the surface of the water kissed the sky. Shit. This was the real waterfall Delilah had been talking about. 40 yards. 30. Will made one last desperate lunge toward Chuck. His fingers catching on the vest, he kicked his feet, trying to find something to brace against. The current wrapped around his legs like a giant squid, pulling him downstream. His head was dragged below the surface. He was going to have to let go of Chuck. Will tried to shake his hand loose, but he was caught on the vest. His lungs ached for air. He struggled to kick himself backward. His foot landed against something solid. Will pushed off with every ounce of strength he had left in his body. He flailed across the current, blindly reaching out his hand. His fingers touched something solid. The surface was rough and unyielding. He'd managed to grab onto the side of a boulder. It took 3 tries before he was able to pull himself up. He hooked his hips on the ledge to give himself time to breathe. His eyes were burning. His lungs were shaking. He coughed out a torrent of bile and water. Chuck was still tethered to his hand by the fishing vest, but he was no longer dragging Will toward the waterfall. The man was floating on his back in a shallow gorge. His arms and legs were straight out, almost perpendicular to his body. Will looked at Chuck's face, eyes wide, water flowing through his open mouth. Well and truly dead. Will crawled up the rest of the way onto the rock. He put his head between his knees, waited for his vision to clear, his stomach to stop churning. Several minutes passed before he was able to survey the damage. The fishing vest was hanging off Chuck's shoulder. The other end was tightly twisted around Will's wrist and hand. The same hand that had been injured 12 hours ago. The same hand that was now pulsing, like a bomb was ticking down inside. There was nothing to do but get it over with. Will slowly peeled away the heavy, wet canvas, unwinding it like a puzzle. It took time. Hooks had doubled back on the material. They were in all shapes and sizes, with multicolored ends tied to look like insects. It felt like forever until Will got to his actual skin. He stared in disbelief. The bandage had saved him. 6 hooks had clawed into the thick gauze. One hook was wrapped around the bottom of his index finger like a ring. The skin bled a little when he pulled the hook away, but it was more like a paper cut than an amputation. The last hook had clawed into the cuff of his shirt sleeve. Will wasn't going to mess with the barb. He ripped it out. He held up his hand to the light to make sure he was really unscathed. No blood, no sight of bone. He'd gotten lucky, but the feeling of relief was short-lived. Will had started out the day with 1 victim. Now he had 2. January 16th, 2016. Dear John, I sat down to write your gotcha letter, and I just stared at the blank page so long because I didn't think there was much to tell you. Things have been real calm lately, which I'm grateful for. We've got a nice routine going. I get you up and ready for school, and Fish drives you down the mountain, and then we all get to work helping guests. I know your Uncle Fish would prefer to start his day in the creek, but that's the kind of man he is, giving up his mornings for a little boy. Even Biddy is helping out, going to pick you up from school in the afternoons. I think she just needed you to get a little older. She's never liked babies. You two are getting real close. She'll let you in the kitchen when she's making cookies for the guests. Sometimes she'll even let you sit with her while she knits on the couch. And I'm okay with that for now. Just remember what I told you about how she can turn. Once you're on her bad side, you will never see that sweet side again. And you can trust me on that, 'cause it's been so long, I don't even know what that side looks like anymore. Anyway, I was thinking back on last year and wondering what I could tell you, but
mostly that was the important part, that things have been easy for a stretch. It ain't much of a life up here on this mountain, but it's a life. I walk around this place and I think about you running it someday, and that makes me happy enough. But one thing I remembered was something that happened in spring of last year. Maybe you remember part of what happened because I lit into you like my hair was on fire. I'd never done that to you before, and I never will again. I know I can be short, and your daddy would be the first to tell you I've got some of Biddy's iciness, but you've never been on the bad end of one of my tempers, so I felt like I should tell you why I was so mad. What I want to say right up front is that your Uncle Fish is a good person. He can't help it that Papa beat the fight out of him. I know that him being the oldest and also being a man means he's supposed to protect me, but life just made it the other way around, which I'm fine with, to be honest. I love my brother, and that's a fact. Now, this next thing I'm going to tell you should always be kept a secret, because it belongs to me and not to you. What happened was, you were reading in bed instead of going to sleep. I told you to turn off your light, then I went back to my room and laid down in bed. I was thinking I'd give it another minute before I checked on you again. Then I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I know, I woke up and Chuck was on top of me. I know you and me laugh about Chuck, but he's still a man and he is strong. I guess he's always had a thing for me. I went out of my way to never encourage it, but maybe I did, something by mistake. I was always grateful that Fish had a friend. Your poor uncle gets so lonely up here. Truth be told, I think Fish would probably throw himself off the big falls if he didn't have Chuck up here keeping him company. All of those thoughts were going through my head, believe it or not. The brain part of me was making the calculations about how much it would hurt Fish if I screamed and woke up the house. The body part of me had disappeared. I learned how to do that a long time ago, and I hope you never find out why. But just know that I wasn't going to break my brother's heart. But none of that ended up mattering because Fish walked in. Now, I will say that in all my years, Fish has never just walked into my bedroom. He's always knocked first, then usually stood out in the hall. He's respectful like that. But maybe he heard me struggling since he's right next door. I don't know what brought him there. I'm sure as hell not going to ask him because we haven't talked about it since and never will as far as I'm concerned. But what happened was, this is the only time I think I've ever heard him yell. He never raises his voice. But what he said was, "Stop." Chuck stopped. He got off me so fast it was like it never happened. He ran out of the room. Then Fish just looked at me. I thought he was going to call me a whore, but what he said was, "Do you want me to tell him to leave?" There was a lot in that question, because it told me Fish knew I didn't ask for it. Being honest, that was what mattered the most. People always assume the worst of me, but Fish knew that I was never interested in Chuck that way. And he was willing to give up his only friend in the world to prove it. So, what I told him was, as long as it never happens again, Chuck can stay. Fish just nodded and left. And I'll say that Chuck has acted like it never happened, which is a relief. We're all just ignoring it. But it wasn't without a consequence. And that's why I'm telling you this story. I was real shaken when Fish closed my door. Some of my clothes were torn, and it's not like I can go into town and buy new things with all my money. Ain't nothing I've got up here that didn't come from a donation box. But when I stood up, my knees gave out. I hit the floor. I was so angry at myself. What did I have to be upset about? Nothing actually happened. It just almost happened. And that was when I saw that your light was still on. Now, I've lived my life watching shit roll downhill and come right for me. Papa gets mad and he takes it out on Biddy. Biddy takes it out on me, or the other way around, but I'm always at the bottom of the hill. That night, I took it out on you, and I am sorry. This isn't an excuse. It's just an explanation. And maybe I just want to write this down so that somebody knows what happened. Because what I've learned with men like Chuck is that they get away with something once. They're going to try to get away with it again. I've seen it happen so much with your daddy that I can set my watch by it. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I love you with all my heart, and I'm sorry I yelled. Mama.
Chapter 15. Penny had not lied about Rascal being gassed up. The horse had practically floated up the mountain on a cloud of flatulence. Unfortunately, Faith was at the closest end of the source. She'd broke-backed with Penny, clutching her arms around the woman's waist for dear life. Faith had been so terrified of falling and being trampled that she'd gone into some kind of hysterical fugue state. She'd found herself asking existential questions like, what kind of planet would her children inherit, and how come Scooby-Doo, who is a dog, can't smell the difference between a ghost and a human? Penny clicked her tongue against her teeth. Faith had buried her face in the woman's shoulder. She looked up and nearly cried from relief. There was a sign on the road, McAlpine Family Lodge. She saw a parking pad with a rusted-out truck and a GBI UTV. Hold on, Penny said. She'd probably felt Faith's grip loosen around her surprisingly muscular abs. Just another second. The second was more like half a minute, which was too long. Penny whoaed Rascal beside the truck. Faith put her foot on the hump over the back tire. She half fell, half stumbled into the truck bed, landing sideways on her Glock. The metal banged into her hip bone. Faith let out a loud, "Fuck!" Penny gave her a disappointed look. She clicked her tongue. Rascal pulled away. Faith looked up at the trees. She was sweaty and bug-bitten, and she was very tired of nature. She shifted off of her Glock. She climbed down from the truck. She lifted her purse over her shoulder. She went to the UTV, rested her hand on the plastic over the engine. It was cold, which meant the vehicle had been parked there for a while. The storage trunk was locked. Hopefully, that meant they'd secured some evidence. She looked in the back seat. There was a blue Yeti cooler, an emergency first aid kit, and a backpack with a GBI logo on it. Faith tugged open the zipper. She found a satellite phone. She clicked the button on the side, engaging the short-range walkie-talkie. Will. Faith released the button. She waited. Nothing but static. She tried again. This is Special Agent Faith Mitchell with the GBI. Respond. Faith released the button. Static. She tried a few more times with the same result. She tucked the phone into her purse, then headed to the center of the compound. Faith did a full turn. Not a soul was in sight. Even Penny and Rascal had disappeared. She tried to get a basic lay of the land. 8 cottages spoked out in a semicircle from a large, higgledy-piggledy house. Trees were everywhere. You couldn't throw a rock without hitting one. Puddles dotted the ground. The sun was like a hammer pounding against the top of her skull. She could see entrances to a few trails. There was no telling where they led because she didn't have a map. She needed to locate Will. Faith reversed her 360, checking each of the cottages. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. She felt like she was being watched. Why was no one coming out? It wasn't like she'd sneaked into the compound. The horse was snorty and loud. She'd banged into the truck like a mallet hitting a gong. Faith was dressed in her regs, tan cargo pants and a navy shirt with giant yellow GBI letters on the back. She raised her voice, calling, "Hello?" One of the cottage doors opened clear across the compound. Faith watched as a balding, unshaven man in a wrinkled t-shirt and baggy sweatpants trotted toward her. He was out of breath by the time he finally got close enough to speak. "Hi, are you with Will? Did you bring Sarah? Is she on the horse? That didn't look like her. Will told me she's a doctor." Faith guessed. "Frank?" "Yes, sorry, Frank Johnson. I'm married to Monica. We're friends with Will and Sarah?" Faith doubted that. "Have you seen Will?" "Not for a while, but could you tell him that Monica finally turned a corner?" Faith's cop brain woke up. What was wrong with her?
She had a little too much to drink last night. She's better now, but it was rough there for a while." His laugh was sharp. He was clearly relieved. "She finally managed to keep down some ginger ale. I think she was dehydrated, but it would still be good if Sarah had time to look at her, right? Better safe than sorry. Do you think she'd mind?" "I know she wouldn't. She'll be here soon." Faith had to get away from this chatterbox. "Did Will go into the family's house?" "I'm sorry, I don't know. I didn't see where he went. I can help you look if it's probably best for you to stay with your wife." "Yes, right. Maybe I could—" "Thank you." Faith turned toward the main house to make it clear the conversation was over. She could hear Frank's plodding footsteps as he headed back the way he'd come. The eerie feeling returned as Faith walked across the open space. The area was quaint with the flowers and benches and pavers, but also someone had violently died here. So Faith was a little nervous that no one was around. Where was Will? For that matter, where was Kevin Raymond? The agent was in charge of the North Georgia field office while his boss attended a conference. Faith told herself that Kevin wasn't some rookie off the street. He knew how to handle himself. So did Will, even with one hand. So why had Faith broken out into a cold sweat? This place was getting to her. It felt like that Shirley Jackson story right before the lottery numbers were called. She made herself take a deep breath and slowly let it go. Will and Kevin were probably at the dining hall. It was always better to isolate people when you interrogated them. Knowing Will, he had already found Mercy's killer. A brown tabby blocked her way up the porch stairs. He was twisted on his back, front and rear paws going in opposite directions, as a ray of sunshine hit his belly. Faith leaned down to give him some pets. She instantly felt her stress level drop a few notches. She silently made a list of things she needed to do. At the top was locating a map. Faith had to figure out where Mercy's screams had come from and develop a more solid timeline. Then she needed to figure out the best possible route that Mercy had taken down to the bachelor cottages. Maybe Faith would get lucky and find the broken knife handle on her way. The front door opened. An older woman with long, stringy gray hair came out onto the porch. She was petite, almost doll-like. Faith guessed this was Mercy's mother. Biddy stared down at her from the top of the stairs. "Are you a police officer?" "Special Agent Faith Mitchell." Faith tried to establish a rapport. "I was just consulting with Hercule Poirot here." "We don't name the cats. They're here for rodent control." Faith tried not to wince. The woman's voice was high-pitched like a little girl's. "Is my partner inside, Will Trent?" "I don't know where he is. I can tell you I don't appreciate him and his wife checking in under false pretenses." Faith wasn't going to get into that. "I'm very sorry about your daughter, Mrs. McAlpine. Do you have any questions for me?" "Yes, I do," the woman snapped. "When can I talk to Dave?" Faith would consider Biddy's priorities later. For now, she needed to tread carefully. She didn't know if communications had been reestablished to the lodge. Penny had promised to keep Dave's release a secret, but then again, she'd freely rattled a lot of skeletons in the McAlpine closet. Faith told Biddy, "Dave's still in the hospital. You can call his room if you like." "The phones are out. Internet, too." Biddy's hands went to her tiny hips. "I will never believe Dave had anything to do with this. That boy has his demons, but he wouldn't hurt Mercy. Not like that." Faith asked, "Who else would have a motive?" "Motive?" She sounded appalled. "I don't even know what that means. We're a family business. Our guests are educated, wealthy people. No one has a motive. Someone could have easily come up from town. Have you thought about that?" Faith had thought about that, but it seemed very unlikely. Mercy seldom went into town. She had told Sarah that her enemies were all up here. Plus, she had died on the property. Still, Faith asked, "Who in town would want to murder her?" "She's pissed off so many people, there's no telling who. We've had a lot of strangers coming into town lately, I can tell you that. Most of them have criminal records back in Mexico or Guatemala. Any one of them's probably a crazy ex-murderer.
Faith steered her away from the racism. Can I ask you about last night? Biddy's head started to shake like it didn't matter.
We had a little argument. Nothing unusual about that. We have them all the time. Mercy is a desperately unhappy person. She can't love anybody because she doesn't love herself.
Faith guessed they streamed Dr. Phil up here, too. Did you hear anything or see anything suspicious?
Of course not. What a question. I helped my husband to bed. I went to sleep. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
You didn't hear an animal howl?
Animals howl up here all the time. It's the mountains.
What about the area you call the bachelor cottages? Does sound travel from there?
How would I know?
Faith knew a dead end when she hit one. She looked up at the house. It was big, probably at least 5 or 6 bedrooms. She wanted to know where everyone slept. Is that Mercy's room? Biddy looked up.
That's Christopher's. Mercy is in the middle. Then John on the opposite side at the back end.
That still sounded close. Did you hear when Christopher got in last night?
I took a sleeping tablet. Believe it or not, I don't like to argue with people. I was very upset about Mercy's behavior lately. She only ever thought of herself. She never considered what would be good for the rest of the family.
Will had prepared Faith for their apathy, but it was still equal parts sad and alarming. Faith would be on the ground if one of her children had been murdered. Biddy seemed to pick up on the disapproval.
Do you have children?
Faith was always careful with her personal information. I have a daughter.
Well, I'm sorry for you. Sons are much easier.
Biddy finally walked down the stairs. She was even smaller up close.
Christopher never complained. He never threw a tantrum or pouted when he didn't get his way. Dave was an absolute angel. They let him run wild down there in Atlanta, but from the moment he stepped foot in my house, he was sweet as honey. That boy is my heart. I never wanted for anything when he was around. Took care of me when I was sick, even washed my hair. Still to this day, he won't let me lift a finger.
Faith guessed Dave knew how to ingratiate himself. Mercy wasn't like that.
She was terrible, Biddy said. When she hit middle school, I was down at the principal's office every other week because Mercy had stirred up trouble with the other girls, gossiping and fighting and acting like a fool, spreading her legs for anybody who looked her way. How old is your girl?
Faith lied to keep her talking. 13.
So you already know that's when it starts. Puberty hits and everything is about boys. Then there's all the drama about their feelings. I tell you who had a right to complain, and that was Dave. What he went through down in Atlanta was unspeakable. They were not delicate with him, to put it politely. But he never used it as a crutch. Boys don't whine about their feelings.
Faith's boy had, but only because his mother had worked very hard to make him feel safe. How did Mercy seem to you lately?
Seem?
She asked.
She seemed like her usual, full of piss and vinegar and angry at the world.
Faith didn't know how to broach the pregnancy. Something told her to hold back. She doubted Mercy had ever confided in her mother. Dave was 13 when you and your husband adopted him?
No, he was only 11 years old.
Faith had been watching the woman's face closely when she'd answered. It had to be said that Biddy was a world-class liar. How did Mercy and Christopher respond to having an 11-year-old brother?
They were overjoyed. Who wouldn't be? Christopher had a new friend. Dave treated Mercy like a little doll. Would have carried her around in his arms all the time if he could. As it was, her feet never touched the ground.
It must have been surprising when they ended up together. Biddy lifted her chin in defiance.
It brought John into my life, and that's all I'll say about that.
Has John come home?
No, and we're not looking. We're going to give him the time he asked for.
She patted her fingers to her chest.
John is a thoughtful boy. Kind and considerate, exactly like his daddy. He's going to break hearts just like his daddy, too. You should see how handsome he is. All the guests go crazy at the sight of him. I watch them out the window when John comes down the stairs. He likes to make an entrance. Your Sarah looked like she wanted to eat him up.
Faith assumed Sarah had asked him what subjects he enjoyed in school.
My poor baby boys.
Biddy patted her fingers to her chest again.
I did my best to keep Dave away from Mercy. I knew she would drag him down with her, and look at where he is now.
Faith struggled to keep her tone even. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Well, don't think I won't get him back. I've already reached out to a lawyer from Atlanta, so good luck keeping him in jail.
She sounded very sure that the legal system would work.
Is that all?
Do you have a map of the property I can have?
Those maps are for guests.
Her head turned toward the parking pad.
For the love of God, who's here now?
Faith heard an engine rumbling. Another UTV had pulled up. Sarah was behind the wheel.
Another liar come up here to lie.
Betty ended the conversation with that. She walked up the stairs, went into the house, and shut the door behind her. Jesus. Faith hooked her purse over her shoulder and made her way to the parking pad. This place wasn't the lottery. It was Children of the Corn. Hi. Sarah was lifting a heavy duffel bag out of the UTV. She smiled at Faith. Did you fall? Faith had forgotten she was covered in mud and horse farts. A bird attacked my car and I ended up in a ditch. I'm sorry? Sarah didn't look sorry. I saw you were talking to Biddy. What do you think? I think she's more worried about Dave than her murdered daughter. Faith still couldn't wrap her head around it. What is it with these boy moms? She sounded like Dave's psycho ex-girlfriend, and don't even get me started on the John part. I hate when grown women speak in that breathless, girly voice. It's like Holly Hobby fucked the devil. Sarah laughed. Any progress? Not on my end. I was about to go down to the dining hall to find Will. Faith glanced around, making sure they were alone. Do you think Mercy knew she was pregnant? Sarah shrugged. It's hard to say. She was nauseated last night, but I assumed that was sequela to the strangulation. Mercy didn't tell me otherwise, but she wouldn't necessarily share that information with a stranger. My period is so irregular I can barely keep up with it. Faith wondered if Mercy had used an app on her phone or marked a calendar. Who did you tell? Only Amanda and Will. I think that Nadine, the coroner, figured it out when I did the manual exam to assess the uterus, but she didn't say a word. She knows that Biscuits is close to the family. She probably didn't want it getting out. Biscuits didn't see the x-ray? You have to know what you're looking for, Sarah said. Normally you would never x-ray a woman at any time during pregnancy. The risk of radiation exposure outweighs the diagnostic value, and at 12 weeks, there's not a lot to see. The fetus is roughly 2 inches long, so around the length of a AA battery. The bones haven't calcified enough to show up on film. I only knew what I was looking at because I've seen it before. Faith didn't want to think about how she'd seen it before. I can't remember what it felt like to be 12 weeks along. Bloating, nausea, mood swings, headache. Some women mistake it for PMD. Some miscarry and assume it's just a bad period. 8 out of 10 miscarriages happen before 12 weeks. Sarah rested the duffel on the UTV. When you look at who was around Mercy during conception, keep in mind that it's 12 weeks from the last reported period, not 12 weeks from the sexual encounter. Ovulation happens 2 weeks after your period, which puts the timeline around 10 weeks. So you're talking 2 to 2.5 months ago, if we're being picky. We definitely need to be picky. Faith got to the hard part. What about rape? I found trace amounts of seminal fluid, but that only indicates she had sexual contact with a man 48 hours prior to death. I can't rule out sexual assault, but I can't rule it in either. Faith could only imagine how annoyed Amanda had been with the equivocation. But between us? Between us, I honestly don't know, Sarah said. She didn't have defensive wounds. Maybe she made the decision that it's safer to not fight back. There's a clear finding that Mercy suffered a high level of abuse. Broken bones, cigarette burns. I'm assuming a lot of it was at the hands of Dave, but some of the damage dates back to her childhood. If there was any fight in her, she used it judiciously. Faith was struck by a profound sadness at the thought of Mercy's tortured life. Penny was right. She had never stood a chance. Anything on the murder weapon? That part I can help you with, Sarah said. So, in the design of a knife, you know that in a full tang, the metal extends all the way through from the tip of the blade to the butt of the handle. Faith did not know this, but she nodded. The blade inside Mercy was a 5-inch long half-tang, which is a cheaper, less durable construction used in steak knives. With a half-tang, you get a skeleton inside the handle. Basically, a horseshoe-shaped piece of thin metal that helps keep the handle attached to the blade. You following? Half-tang skeleton inside the handle. Got it. The killer sank the blade into the hilt. I could tell from the marks that were left on her skin that there wasn't a bolster. That's the metal collar at the transition between the blade and the handle. I found slivers of plastic around some of the deeper wounds. Under the microscope, the color skewed red. Faith nodded again, but this time because she understood. We're looking for the red handle of a cheap steak knife with a thin metal strip sticking out of it. Correct, Sarah said. All the cottages have kitchens, but ours didn't have any knives in it, and I don't remember seeing anything that would match a red-handled knife in the family kitchen. It would be worth searching again with this new information. I'd say it's about 4 inches long, maybe 1/4 inch thick. Okay. I should talk to Will to see how we're going to proceed. You can run down the knife details for him. Faith started to go, but she caught herself. I ran into Frank. He's worried about his wife. Apparently, she's more hungover than usual. I'll check on her now. Sarah patted the duffel. I brought up some medical supplies from the hospital in case we need them. Cecil's in a wheelchair, but I didn't see a van. Faith hadn't realized that until now. How do they get him into the truck? I'm sure there are plenty of people around to help, Sarah said. Should I meet you guys at the dining hall when I'm finished? That works. Faith followed the wooden sign with the plate and silverware. She kept her eyes on the ground. The path was clear, but there was a lot of overgrowth on either side that could hide snakes and rabid squirrels. Or birds. Faith looked up. Branches hung down like fingers. A stiff wind rustled the leaves. She was certain an owl was going to attack her hair. She was relieved when the trail took a turn, but there was only more trail. Fucking nature. She continued down, her eyes pivoting from the ground to the sky for possible danger. The path did another bend. The trees were less on top of her. She smelled the kitchen before she saw it. Emma's father was a second-generation Mexican-American whose spiteful mother loved cooking as much as she hated Faith, which was to say, a lot. Coriander, cumin, basil, cilantro. Faith's stomach was growling by the time she made it to the octagonal-shaped building. She bypassed the platform that was hanging dangerously over a gorge and walked through the door. Empty. The lights were off. There were 2 long tables, one already laid for lunch. Giant windows on the far wall showed more trees. She was going to be sick of the color green by the time she left this place. Will, she called. Are you in here? She waited, but there was no response. All she could hear was cooking noises behind the swinging door to the kitchen. Will? Still nothing. Faith pulled out the satellite phone again. She pressed the walkie button. This is Special Agent Faith Mitchell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Anybody out there? She silently counted to 10, then 20, then she felt herself starting to worry. Faith dropped the phone back into her purse and walked into the kitchen. The sudden light was almost blinding. 2 boys were at the long stainless steel table that went down the middle of the room. One was cutting vegetables, the other was hand-mixing batter in a large bowl. The chef had his back to Faith as he cooked on the stove. The radio was tuned to Bad Bunny, which was probably why they hadn't heard her. Can I help you, ma'am? One of the boys asked. Faith felt her heart clench at the sight of him. He was just a kid. "What do you need, officer?" The chef had turned around. This had to be Alejandro. He was incredibly handsome, but he also seemed incredibly irritated to see Faith, which was also reminiscent of Emma's father. "I'm sorry to be abrupt, but we're preparing lunch service." Faith needed to find her partner. "Do you know where Agent Trent is?" The boy said, "He went down Fistifer Trail." She let out a sigh of relief. "How long ago?" His shoulders went up in an exaggerated shrug because he was a kid and he didn't understand time. Alejandro provided, "I saw him outside the window about an hour ago, I think. Then there was a second man dressed like you about half an hour later. The trail is behind the building. I'll show you." Faith felt some of her tension lessen over the Will and Kevin sighting. She followed Alejandro toward the back, checking out the rest of the kitchen on her way. The knives looked expensive and professional. No red plastic handles. She saw a bathroom that connected to an office. She wanted to go through those papers, see if she could get into the laptop. "Lunch starts in half an hour." Alejandro opened the door and let Faith go first. "They usually shovel it down in 20 minutes. I could talk afterward." Faith felt her attention snap to the chef like a rubber band. "Why do you think I want to talk to you?" "Because I was sleeping with Mercy." He seemed to realize this conversation was happening now. He closed the door behind him. "We tried to be discreet, but obviously someone told you." "Obviously," Faith said, "and?" "It was casual. Mercy wasn't in love with me. I wasn't in love with her. But she was very attractive. It's lonely up here. The body wants what it wants." "How long were you sleeping together?" "From the moment I got here." He shrugged. "It was infrequent, particularly lately. I don't know why, but that was the nature of things with us. An ebb and flow. She was under a lot of pressure with her father. He's a very hard man." "Did Dave know about you two?" "I have no idea. I rarely spoke to him. Even when he was extending the viewing platform, I kept my distance. I suspected he was hurting Mercy." "Why is that?" "You don't get bruised like that from falling." He wiped his hands on his apron. "Let's just say if Dave had ended up murdered, you would be talking to me for very different reasons." A lot of people kept saying that, but no one had done anything when Mercy was alive. "You said you weren't in love with her, but you also would have murdered for her?" His smile showed all his teeth. "You're very good at this, detective, but no, it's my sense of duty." "What did Mercy say when you noticed the bruises?" The smile disappeared. "I asked her once and she told me that we could either talk about it and never have sex again, or we could just keep having sex." "Forgive me, but you don't seem conflicted by your choice." He shrugged again. "It's different up here. The way they treat people, they just wear them out and throw them away. Maybe I did the same thing with Mercy. I'm not proud of myself." "Was she seeing anyone else?" "Maybe," he asked. "Do you think Dave got jealous? Is that why he killed her?" "Maybe," Faith lied. "What made you think Mercy could have been seeing someone else?" "A lot of things, really. Like I said, the ebb and flow. Plus," he shrugged, "who am I to judge her? Mercy was a single mother, with a demanding job, a difficult employer, and very few outlets for enjoyment." Faith had never felt so seen. "Did she mention anyone in particular?" "She wouldn't volunteer, and I wouldn't ask. Like I said, we fucked. We didn't talk about our lives." Faith had enjoyed a few of those relationships herself. "But if you had to guess..." He let out a short breath of air. "Well, it would have to be one of the guests, right? The butcher is older than my grandfather. Mercy hates the vegetable guy. He's from town. He knows about her past." "What's there to know about her past?" "She was very honest with me in the beginning," he said. "She did some sex work when she was in her early 20s. "Did she do some sex work with you?" He laughed. "No, I didn't pay her. I might have if she'd asked.
She was very good at keeping things separate. Work was work, and sex was sex.
Faith could see where that would be worth the money. How was she yesterday?
Stressed, he said. We cater to very demanding guests up here. Most of our conversations yesterday were like, don't forget Keisha doesn't like raw onions and Sydney doesn't do dairy and Chuck has a peanut allergy.
Faith watched him roll his eyes. What do you think of Chuck?
He's here at least once a month, sometimes more. I thought he was a relative at first.
Did Mercy like him?
She tolerated him, Alejandro said. He's a lot to deal with, but then so is Christopher.
Are Christopher and Chuck together?
As in lovers?
He shook his head.
No, not with the way they look at women.
How do they look at women?
Desperately.
He seemed to struggle for a better description, then shook his head.
It's hard, because the problem is, they're both very awkward in general. I'll occasionally have a beer with Christopher, and he's an alright guy, but his brain is wired differently. Then you throw a woman into the mix and he freezes up. Chuck has the exact opposite problem. You put him within 10 feet of a woman, and he's going to recite every line from Monty Python until she runs from the room.
Unfortunately, Faith knew the type well. I heard about the fight Mercy had with John. Alejandro winced.
He's a sweet kid, but very immature. Not a lot of friends in town. They know who his mother is, and his father. It's not right, but the stigma is there.
Have you seen him drunk like that before?
Never, Alejandro said. Honestly, I was like, no, don't let this kid go down the addiction trail. He's got it in his blood, both sides. It's just sad.
Faith silently agreed. Addiction was a lonely road to travel. What time did you leave here last night?
Around 8:30. The last conversation I had with Mercy was about cleanup. She let John have the night off, so she was doing it by herself. I didn't offer to help. I was tired. It was a long day. So, I saddled up Pepe and I rode to my house, which is about 40 minutes over the ridge. I was there all night. I opened a bottle of wine and watched a crime show on Hulu.
Which show?
The one about the detective with the dog. You can probably check those things, right?
I can. Faith was more interested in the fact that he had anticipated all of her questions. It was almost like he'd crammed for the test. Is there anything else you want to tell me about Mercy and her family?
No, but I'll let you know if I think of something.
He pointed down a steep incline.
That's Christopher Trail. It's very muddy, so be careful.
He'd already opened the door, but Faith stopped him with a question. Can you get to the bachelor cottages from Christopher Trail? He looked surprised, like he'd put together why she was asking.
You can if you follow the creek past the waterfalls, then walk along the lake, but the quicker route is down the rope trail. It goes around the side of the gorge. They call it the rope trail because there's a series of ropes you have to grab so you don't slip and break your neck. Only the staff uses it. It's not on the map. I only went down once because it scared the shit out of me. I'm not big into heights.
How long did it take?
5 minutes, he guessed. Sorry, I really need to get back to work.
Thank you, Faith said. I'll need to get a written statement later.
You know where to find me.
Alejandro disappeared into the kitchen before Faith could say anything else. She stared at the closed door. She tried to get a read on how the conversation had gone. In her experience, there were 4 ways a suspect could approach an interview. He could be defensive. He could be combative. He could be disinterested. He could be helpful. The chef fell roughly between the last 2. She would have to get Will to weigh in. Sometimes suspects were disinterested because they really weren't interested. Sometimes they were helpful because they wanted you to think they were innocent. Faith started down Christopher Trail. Alejandro had not been lying about the mud. The going reminded her of a slip and slide. The angle was severe. She saw large footprints with heavy treads. Men going up the trail, men going down. She took a chance, shouting, "Will?" The only response was a bunch of birds chirping, probably discussing a plan of attack. Faith sighed as she continued her downward trajectory. Only a few seconds had passed before she was wrenching a boot out of the muck. This was why concrete had been invented. People weren't meant to be outdoors like this. She batted away dangling limbs as she navigated the steep slope. Part of her just accepted that she was going to end up on her ass at some point, but she was still annoyed when it happened. The trail was no less steep when she stood up. Faith had to go into the woods to avoid a slippery-looking section. "Fuck!" She jumped away from a snake. Then she cursed again because it wasn't a snake. A rope was lying on the ground. One end was attached to a boulder by a hook. The other end disappeared down the trail. Faith probably would have left it there if Alejandro hadn't told her about the other ropes on the rope trail. She let out a few more fucks as she grabbed on and continued down. She was sweating like a motherfucker by the time she heard the rush of water over rocks. Thankfully, the temperature had dropped as the elevation lowered. She swatted away a mosquito that was circling her head. She wanted air conditioning and phone service, and most of all, she wanted to find her partner. "Will?" She tried again. Her voice didn't echo so much as compete with the forest racket. Insects and birds and venomous snakes. "Will?" Faith grabbed a tree limb to keep her foot from slipping as she made her way down to the bank. Then her other foot slipped and her ass was on the ground again. "Jesus," she hissed. She couldn't catch a break. She grabbed her satellite phone off the ground. She pressed the walkie button. "This is Agent..." Faith let go of the button when an awful squealing sound nearly broke her eardrums. She shook the phone, then pressed the button again. The squeal returned. It was coming from her purse. She opened her bag. She saw her satellite phone. She looked at the phone in her hand, then the phone in her bag. How did she get two phones? Faith stood up. She walked down a few feet. She could see the creek now. The water was swirling around large rocks. Faith took another step. The toe of her boot hit something heavy. She saw a paddle holster with a Smith & Wesson snub-nose 5-shot. Weirdly, it looked like Amanda's side piece. She searched the ground. Earbuds still in the case. Farther along, there was an iPhone. Faith tapped it awake. The lock screen glowed. A photo of Sarah holding Will's dog. No. Faith's Glock was in her hands before her brain could fully process what she had seen. She did a 360, wildly scanning the forest, panicked that she would find Will's body. There was nothing out of place but an empty half-gallon jug and a rod with a lethal-looking hook at the end. Faith rushed to the edge of the creek and looked right, then left. Her heart stopped until she was sure his body wasn't in the water. "Will?" Faith jogged along the creek. The terrain dropped. The water was flowing faster. In another 50 yards, it took a sharp turn to the left, bowing around some trees. Faith could see more rocks, more churning water. Something could have gotten swept up in the roiling current. Something like her partner. Faith started running toward the bend. "Will!" she screamed. "Will!" "Faith." His voice was faint. She couldn't see him. Faith holstered her Glock. She jumped into the water to cross to the other side. It was deeper than she'd calculated. Her knees bent. Her head dropped below the surface. Water swirled around her face. She pushed herself up, gasping for air. The only thing that kept her from going downstream was luck and a giant tree root sticking out from the side of the bank. "Are you okay?" Will was standing above her. His bandaged hand was pressed to his chest. His clothes were soaked. Kevin Raymond was behind him, with a man's body slung over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Faith saw a pair of hairy legs, black socks, and yellow hiking boots. She didn't trust herself to speak. She used the tree root to pull herself out of the water. Will held out his hand and practically lifted her up the bank. Faith didn't want to let go of him. She was breathless. She felt sick with relief. She'd been sure that he was lying dead somewhere.
What happened? Who is that?
Bryce Weller. Will helped Kevin lower the body to the ground. The man flopped onto his back. His skin was pale. His lips were blue. His mouth was open. Also known as Chuck.
Kevin said, also known as Heavy.
Faith turned on Will.
What the fuck are you doing coming down here without telling me where you were going?
I wasn't.
Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
I don't think that's...
Why did I find Amanda's gun and your phone's on the ground? Do you know how terrifying that was? I thought you'd been murdered. Jesus, Kevin.
Kevin held up his hands. Whoa. Faith, Will said, I'm okay.
Well, I'm not.
Her heart was clanging like a cowbell.
Jesus Christ!
I was talking to Chuck, Will said. He was sweaty and pale, but I didn't think anything about it other than maybe he was feeling guilty. I walked back up the trail. I got about 20 feet above him. I turned around, and he was in the water. I got rid of the gun and my electronics because I knew I would have to go in. Faith hated his calm and reasonable tone. He continued. The current took both of us downstream. I went after him. We almost went over a waterfall, but somehow I managed to pull us both back. I couldn't leave his body down there, so I started carrying him toward the lodge. That's when I showed up, Kevin said. I came looking for Will. Obviously, I carried the body farther than he did. Well, I don't think that's true. Agree to disagree. I was actually in the water. Faith was not up for bro jokes. She tried to focus her mind back on the case instead of the fact that she was standing, dripping wet, in the forest, losing her shit because she thought that her partner was dead. She looked down at the body. Bryce Weller's lips were dark blue. His eyes were like glass marbles. The current had pulled at his clothes. His shirt was open. His belt had come loose. More importantly, another person was dead. They could be searching for a killer with two motives instead of just one. Or Chuck could have murdered Mercy, then killed himself. She asked Will, "What did Chuck say when you talked to him?" Will said, he used incel terminology. He was guarded. He acted like he wasn't into Mercy when he clearly was. I was liking him for the murder by the time we finished talking. He was hyper-focused on Dave, openly jealous that Mercy wouldn't get rid of him. He kept rubbing his back. I wondered if she'd gotten some punches in. Kevin said, we can roll him over to Chuck in a minute. I need to catch my breath. Will told Faith. Chuck described his altercation with Mercy before dinner in a weird way. He said she screamed at me like I had raped her. And I could tell he really regretted putting the word rape out there. Was that why he was sweating? Faith asked. He was nervous? I don't think so. That would be some kind of flop sweat. It was dripping down his skull. His hair was plastered to his head. Looking back, I think he wasn't feeling well. He burped like his stomach was coming out of his mouth. Suicide? She asked. If he drowned himself, he did it fast. No struggling, no splashing. It took me about a minute to get up that hill. By the time I turned around, his body had already floated out to the middle of the creek. Faith looked at Chuck's face. She had attended more autopsies than she'd ever wanted to. She had never seen a corpse with lips that blue. Was he eating something before he went in? He was drinking water from a jug, Will said. It was half full when we started. He drank the rest while we were talking. What are you thinking? Alejandro said that Chuck has a peanut allergy. Maybe someone slipped some peanut powder into his water? No, Sarah said. They all turned around. Sarah was on the opposite side of the creek. She said, it wasn't peanuts. He was poisoned. Chapter 16. Sarah wasn't happy with Will's guilty expression when he stared at her across the creek. The look was the same one he gave Amanda when she was about to rip him a new one. Sarah was not his boss. I'll bite, Faith said. How can you tell he was poisoned? Sarah would deal with Will later. Chuck hadn't been her favorite person, but he was still dead and he deserved some respect. Anaphylaxis is a sudden severe allergic reaction that causes the immune system to release chemicals that put your body into shock. It's not a quick death. We're talking 15 to 20 minutes. Chuck would have exhibited chest discomfort and tightness, coughing, dizziness, flushing or redness in his face, skin rash, nausea or vomiting, and most importantly, breathing issues. Will, did you notice that Chuck was having any of these symptoms? Will shook his head. His breathing was fine. All that I noticed was that he was sweaty and pale. Look at how blue his fingernails and lips are. Sarah pointed to the body. That's caused by cyanosis, which is a lack of oxygen in the blood, which in this case indicates chemical poisoning. Chuck was drinking water before he died, so we can assume that's the source. The substance would have to be colorless, odorless, and tasteless. People with severe allergies know very quickly if the allergy has been triggered. Chuck didn't call for help. He didn't thrash around. He wasn't gasping for air or clawing at his neck for breath. I need to study the scene where he went into the water, but my theory is that he lost consciousness and rolled into the creek. Faith asked, "What about a heart attack?" "The lips and fingernails wouldn't be blue like that," Sarah said. "Not all heart attacks lead to cardiac arrest. Sudden cardiac death is an electrical malfunction. The heart beats irregularly, or just stops. Blood doesn't get to the brain, the person passes out. In a quiet setting like this, even over the sound of water, Will would have heard something before Chuck lost consciousness. Crying out, grabbing his arm in pain, the classic symptoms. At the very least, he would have made a heavy splash from falling into the water." "I was listening to make sure he didn't come up on me," Will said. "When I turned around, he was just floating." Faith asked, "What kind of poison would make his fingernails and lips blue like that?" Sarah had some ideas, but she wasn't going to volunteer them from 30 feet away. "Only toxicology can confirm, but I can give you some options once I have a closer look." "We'll come to you," Will said. "We need to get him across the water. There's a stone footbridge upstream at the mini falls. You guys okay without me?" Will didn't wait for Kevin or Faith to answer. He jumped back into the creek to cross now. The current didn't seem to faze him. He climbed up the bank and stood in front of Sarah with a resigned look on his face. She handed him his iPhone and earbuds, asking, "How was the water?" "Cold." She wondered if a double meaning was implied. "My love, I'm not going to lecture you for trying to save a man's life." He gave her a curious look. "You're not mad?" "I was worried," she told him. What she didn't add was that the panicked sound of Faith screaming his name had stopped Sarah's heart. She had barely breathed until she'd seen that Will was all right. "I should change out the dressing on your hand. It's soaking wet." He looked down at his hand. "Believe it or not, it saved my life." Sarah didn't know if she could hear specifics right now. "How much water did you swallow?" "Somewhere between a little and a lot, but it all came back out." "There's a slight risk of pulmonary embolism." She stroked back his wet hair. "I want you to tell me immediately if you have any trouble breathing." "Well, that's hard to judge," Will said. "Sometimes I look at my wife and she kind of takes my breath away." Sarah felt her lips turning up into a smile, but she was mindful that there were more important things that needed her attention. Faith and Kevin were already carrying Chuck back toward the crossing. She walked along the bank asking Will, "Did Faith tell you about the knife?" He shook his head. "Red plastic handle. I'm assuming a steak knife. The red is not typical. Usually, even if the handle is plastic, it's made to look like wood grain." "Amanda should have the search warrant soon," he said. "I want to turn this place upside down. I'm hoping the handle's not at the bottom of the lake." "Any idea if Mercy knew she was pregnant?" He shook his head again. "And there's no one to ask. She didn't trust anybody up here." "I don't blame her." Sarah started thinking ahead to next steps. "With the road washed out, we need to find a place to store the body until Nadine can safely remove it." "There's a freestanding freezer behind the kitchen. There's not much in there. They've got another fridge inside they can probably move stuff to." Will had put his hand over his heart. The cold water and adrenaline were clearly no longer numbing the pain. "That reminds me, I told Frank I'd have you check on Monica." "Already did," Sarah said. "I gave her some fluids, but I'd feel better if she was closer to a medical facility. She's going to have to drink again or she'll go into withdrawal. From her symptoms, she was on the precipice of alcohol poisoning last night." "Frank told me he was surprised she got that sick off what she drank." "I'm not sure Frank is that reliable. He told me that he lied to you." Will stopped walking. "Last night, Monica filled out a request for another bottle of liquor. Frank went out onto the porch to leave it for Mercy, but he stuck the note in his pocket instead." And then he told me that Mercy had taken the note, which gave me the timeline we've been going by. Will looked understandably annoyed. Why the hell did he lie about that? He probably lies a lot to cover for his wife's drinking, Sarah reminded him. Paul said that he saw Mercy around 10:30-ish. I trust Paul even less than Frank. Will looked at his watch. Lunch service is over. Maybe you can approach Drew and Keisha. Amanda ran a background on all the guests. Drew has a 12-year-old assault charge. Sarah felt her lips part in surprise. I had the same reaction, but maybe that ties into what Drew was talking about when he told Biddy to forget that other business. Faith asked, "What business?" They had reached the mini waterfall. She was walking across the stone footpath with her arms out for balance. Will waited for her at the edge of the water. Sarah tuned out their conversation. Neither one of them seemed interested in helping Kevin. Sarah thought to help, but he was already crossing the creek with Chuck's full weight on his shoulder. Will was watching too, but more out of envy than concern. He wanted to be the one balancing 200 pounds on his shoulder while he navigated what was basically an obstacle course. Faith asked, "Could Monica be a poisoning victim too?" Sarah realized the question was meant for her. If so, the poison would have been a different agent by a different route. I can ask Monica's permission to draw blood, but we'll have to wait for toxicology, Faith finished. What about suicide? With Chuck? Sarah shrugged. Unless he left a note, I can't tell you. Except for the sweating, he wasn't acting guilty, Will said. He seemed pretty confident Dave was the murderer. Faith said, I would be too without all the evidence that says he's not. Sarah remembered. Wasn't Chuck wearing glasses? Will provided. The current is fast. They're probably downstream. Thanks, guys. Kevin had made it across the creek. He went down on one knee, then he rolled Chuck onto the ground. Then he sat back to catch his breath. Let's stay away from the bank over here. Sarah indicated the point where she thought Chuck had gone into the water. We'll need to bag the gaff and water jug, then start an inventory of anything that's found in his pockets. I'll get the supplies. Kevin pushed himself back up. I need some water anyway. Make sure it's from a sealed bottle. Faith had found her purse on the ground. She took out her diabetic kit. Can you guys start without me? I need to do my insulin thing. Sarah caught Will's eye as Faith walked a few feet up the trail and sat down on a fallen log. Faith was very good at her job, but she'd never been comfortable around the dead. Sarah asked Will, Ready? He slipped his phone out of his pocket. The creek was over the bank when I got here. We should video the area where Chuck went in before it's gone. Let's do it. Sarah waited for him to start recording, then gave the date, time, and location. I'm Dr. Sarah Linton. In attendance are Special Agents Faith Mitchell and Will Trent. This video is to document the scene where we believe the victim, Bryce Weller, also known as Chuck, went into Lost Widow Creek and subsequently expired. She waited for Will to slowly pan across the area, starting with the base of the trail and making a broad sweep of the creek bank. Sarah took the time to develop a theory about what had happened. There were 3 distinctive sets of shoe prints, one of which was made by a pair of sneakers. She looked at the bottom of Chuck's hiking boots. The soles were worn to the outsides where he pronated his feet. She already knew what Will's distinctive hikes treads looked like. The elements had worked against them in preserving Mercy's crime scene, but the mud here had done them a favor. Chuck's last moments might as well have been set in stone. Okay, Will said. Ready when you are. Sarah said, the soles of the victim's boots matched this W-shaped pattern in the mud. You can see where the victim's weight shifted to his toes here, facing the water. The heel imprint is more shallow than the toe. These 2 spots here indicate where the victim went down to his knees. They're not deep or irregularly shaped, which indicates it was a controlled action, not a sudden fall. There are 2 handprints on either side, here and here, so he was eventually on all fours. Will said, it must have hit him fast. I only took my eyes off of him for a minute. I didn't hear him call for help or cough or anything. Chuck's resources would have been directed towards staying conscious, not asking for help, Sarah said. My theory is that his blood pressure dropped, literally bringing him to his knees, then forcing him to put his hands down for balance. The right side imprint is deeper than the left. You can see this long oval shape is probably where his right elbow buckled, and he fell onto his right shoulder, then collapsed onto his right side. From there, my guess is that he rolled onto his back, but he was too close to the edge of the bank. Gravity took over from there, pulling him into the water. The current took him out to the boulders. His hand was caught when I saw him, Will said. By the time I jumped in, he was already moving downstream. Did you see him twitch or make a gesture under his own volition? No, he was floating. His arms and legs were straight out. There was no resistance. He must have been unconscious or already dead. I could be wrong, but my guess is that his lungs will show that he died by drowning. Sarah looked into the water. She saw a pair of familiar-looking glasses stuck in the creek bed. These are identical to the ones Chuck was wearing. Will avoided the footprints as he leaned over the water with his phone to record the placement of the glasses. Sarah turned toward the body. Chuck was on his back, face up. She had barely looked at him the night before. Now she took in his features. He was plain, though not unattractive, with black, wavy hair he wore to his shoulders, olive skin, and dark brown eyes. She asked Will, "When you were talking to Chuck, did you notice if his pupils were dilated?" Will shook his head. "There's not a lot of sunlight down here with the trees. I was more focused on making sure he didn't grab that gaff and come after me." "Can't you tell?" Faith was keeping her distance up the trail, but she was clearly listening. "Wouldn't his pupils still be dilated?" "The iris is a muscle," Sarah told her. "Muscles relax in death." Faith looked queasy. "There's some gloves in my purse." Sarah located the gloves and put them on while Will did a full-body capture from the top of Chuck's head to the bottom of his hiking boots. The flash was on. Under the bright light, she could see the blue tint wasn't confined to Chuck's lips and fingernails. His face had a blue cast to it, particularly in the periorbital areas. She told Will, "Make sure you focus in on his upper and lower eyelids and the eyebrows." Sarah waited until Will was done before she knelt beside the body. Chuck was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. She saw no scratch marks or self-defense wounds on his arms or neck. She unbuttoned his shirt. His chest and belly were hairy, but absent even a stray mark. She took a closer look at his fingernails. She studied his face. She tried to remember what Chuck had looked like the night before. For obvious reasons, Sarah's attention had been firmly on Will. She asked him, "Did you notice anything strange about how Chuck looked last night?" He shook his head. "I wasn't really paying attention at cocktails until he grabbed Mercy's arm and she yelled at him. Then we went inside for dinner and the lights were low. I honestly don't remember looking at him again." "Neither do I." Sarah hadn't had much time for Chuck. "We need to talk to everyone who was at dinner. I want to know if anybody noticed this blue tint to Chuck's skin last night, or even before that." "You think Chuck was being poisoned before we got to the lodge?" "It's hard to tell without the proper resources. When he was talking to you earlier, how much did he drink from the jug?" "It was half full when we started. He finished all of it while we were talking, which was approximately half a gallon in roughly 8 minutes. "Can't that kill you?" Faith asked. "Drinking a lot of water?" "It can if you drink enough to dilute the sodium in your blood, but a half gallon won't do that. A 200-pound man needs at least 100 ounces as a baseline per day. 1 gallon is 128 ounces. At worst, drinking half a gallon that rapidly might make you vomit it back up." Will said, "It looks like there's still some water at the bottom of the jug." Sarah wanted to see the analysis of the jug's content, but that would take weeks. She asked Will, "Was his belt undone when you were talking to him?" "No, I assumed it came loose in the water." For the benefit of the camera, Sarah pulled back the belt to show that the top button and part of the zipper of Chuck's cargo shorts was undone. She leaned down to smell his clothing. "What was his effect toward the end of your conversation?" "He was really sweaty," Will said, "and really anxious for me to go." "He might have been worried about diarrhea. Maybe he was trying to take down his pants when the other symptoms hit." Faith said, "That explains why he didn't yell for help. You don't want another dude witnessing a blowout." Will asked, "Do you see any defensive wounds?" "None, but I want to look at his back. I'll check his front pockets before I roll him." Sarah gently patted the material, trying to see if there was anything sharp before she put her fingers into the upper and lower pockets of Chuck's cargo shorts. She called out her findings. A tube of Carmex lip balm, a half-ounce bottle of Eads Clear Eye Drops, a folding line management tool, a folding fisherman's multi-tool, a retractable tether, a pocket knife. Faith asked,
Is all that stuff normal for fishing?
Most of it. Sarah had spent a lot of time with her father on the lake. He wore the equipment on his belt, but everyone was different. Are you ready for me to turn him? Will moved back a few feet, then nodded. Sarah stabilized her hands on Chuck's shoulder and hip, then turned him onto his side. Will made a noise. The back of his injured hand went to his nose. Sarah took that as a confirmation on the state of Chuck's bowels. She was glad Faith was upwind. Sarah could only breathe through her mouth as she removed Chuck's wallet from his right back pocket and opened it flat on the ground. The black leather was polished. She laid out a Visa card, an American Express, a driver's license, and an insurance card, all in the name of Bryce Bradley Weller. There was no cash in the inner compartment, just a single condom in a faded gold packet. Magnum, XL lubricated and ribbed. Sarah turned over the wallet. By the circular wear mark, she guessed that the condom had been there for quite a while. Something told her Chuck wasn't using one every night and replacing it. Will said, "The seminal fluid you found in Mercy, could that have been lube?" No. The slide showed traces of spermatozoa under the microscope, and keep in mind that's not evidence of assault, just proof of intercourse. She lifted the back of Chuck's shirt. There were no scratch marks or signs of recent trauma. The only surprising discovery was a tattoo. There's a large tattoo on the left shoulder blade, approximately 4 inches by 3 of what appears to be a square whiskey glass with amber-colored liquid sloshing over the rim. Instead of ice, there's a human skull. Wow, Faith said. Was he big into scotch? I have no idea. Sarah had deliberately avoided any small talk. Will? He shrugged. I didn't see him drinking anything but water all night. If I was going to poison him, Faith said, I'd definitely spike the jug. Sarah gently rolled Chuck onto his back. That's all the preliminary findings. We'll have to wait for the autopsy and tox screens to give us the full picture. Will stopped the recording. He asked Sarah, "What's your theory?" Sarah nodded for him to follow her away from the body. She didn't like talking over victims as if they were problems to solve rather than human beings. She waited for Faith to join them, then said, "Given our surroundings, my first thought was something natural like atropine or solanine, which are found in nightshade. I've seen it before. The solanine is incredibly poisonous even in small amounts. There's also horse nettle, pokeweed, black cherry, and cherry laurel." Jesus, nature is so bad for you, Faith chimed in. What was your second thought? I'm wondering about the eye drops. There's an ingredient called tetrahydrozoline, or THC, that's an alpha-1 receptor used to decrease redness by constricting blood vessels. By oral ingestion, it rapidly passes through the intestinal tract and absorbs into the bloodstream and central nervous systems. In higher concentrations, it can cause nausea, diarrhea, low blood pressure, decreased heart rate, and loss of consciousness. Faith asked, "You're talking about the stuff you can buy over the counter?" The dose makes the poison, Sarah said. If THC is the culprit, then you're looking for a few bottles. Will said, "All of the garbage gets taken up the hill. We can search the bags for empty bottles, but we'll have to send anything we find to the lab to process for fingerprinting." Wait, Faith said. There was a case in Carolina with this, right? The wife slipped the husband eye drops in his water, but it took some time for him to die. Sarah had read about the case too. The THC could be a contributing factor in Chuck's death. The actual cause could be drowning. Suicide is probably out, Will said. That doesn't sound like something you'd use to kill yourself. Unless you wanted to shit yourself to death, Faith added. Wasn't there a movie where the guy gave it to the other guy so he could get the girl? Wedding crashers, Will said. Are we looking for one person or two? Who would have a motive to kill both Mercy and Chuck? What do we know about Chuck? Faith asked. He was weird. He liked scotch enough to get a tattoo. He fished. He carried around a jug of water. Will said, he was Christopher's best friend. He had an unrequited obsession with Mercy. He was an incel or incel adjacent. He had a condom in his wallet, so he hadn't completely given up all hope. Faith let out a heavy sigh. Who had access to the jug? Sarah looked at Will. Everybody? Will nodded. Chuck wasn't careful with it on the viewing deck during cocktails. He set it down on the railing a few times and walked away. It would be heavy to carry all the time, Sarah said. At capacity, a gallon of liquid is just under 8.5 pounds. Emma was almost 8 pounds when she was born, Faith said. It was like carrying around an Xbox. Or a gallon of milk, Will said. So we're back to the suspect being everybody up here, Faith summarized. And anybody who had access to Eads Clear Eye Drops, which is in every store. Sarah added, and is fairly well known as a poisoning agent. Let's take Mercy out of the equation, Faith said. Who would have a motive to kill Chuck? He didn't have anything to do with the sale of the lodge. If someone was going to kill him because he was creepy and annoying, that would have happened a long time ago. Will said, before I followed him down here, I heard Chuck talking about the investors with Christopher. They were on the part of the trail behind the kitchen. Christopher said he was going to be late for a family meeting that was probably about the sale. Chuck asked if the investors were still interested. Christopher said he didn't know, but he was out of the business. He never wanted to do it in the first place, and without Mercy, it didn't work. He said they needed her. That's odd, Sarah said. Did he mean out of the lodge business or another business? Faith supplied. Mercy was running the place after Cecil's bike accident. According to Penny, she was doing a great job, turning a big profit, investing back in the property. Will didn't seem persuaded. One of the last things Chuck said to Christopher was something like, this is a good thing we've got going here. A lot of people are depending on us. Maybe Chuck was involved in the lodge? Faith asked. A silent partner? Will said, it didn't sound like they were talking about the lodge. The sound of footsteps drew their attention up the trail. Kevin was back with evidence bags and collection kits. Faith said, Agent Dog's body has returned. Kevin didn't seem to like the joke, probably because it cut too close. He told them, I swung by the dining hall. I asked the chef to clear out the freestanding freezer, but I didn't tell him why. Faith asked, he couldn't figure that out when you told him to make a man-sized space? I told him we needed to store evidence, but didn't want to contaminate the food. Okay, Faith relented. That was smart. Kevin asked, what's the plan on Chuck? Do we tell people? Do we keep it a secret? Sarah said, I have to notify Nadine of the death, but she won't be able to transport the body down until the road is accessible. I trust her to keep it quiet. The chef and waiters will see us taking the body into the freezer, Will said. But if they stay in the dining hall and nobody from the house comes down, then the information won't make it to the compound. Sarah said, if the lodge is still on the same schedule, guests won't come down for cocktails until 6. Kevin asked, what about the Dave didn't do it part? Still keeping that under wraps too? I think we have to, Faith said. It's not like the family is crying out for the name of the murderer. Sarah asked, what about John? He'll turn up eventually. Right now, he thinks his father murdered his mother. Are we going to let him continue to believe that? That's a complicated conversation, Will said. You can't ask him to keep it a secret, and he might tip off the real murderer. We still need to find that missing knife handle. The killer might get sloppy because he thinks he got away with it. Kevin said, my vote is we keep it all under wraps, both Chuck and Dave. Agreed. Will and Faith said in unison, which made Sarah's vote moot. Let's make a plan, Faith said. We can use one of the empty cottages to conduct interviews so nobody is on their home turf. Start with Monica and Frank, figure out what else they're lying about. We need to get solid on the timeline, then go for the app guys. I want to know why they lied about Paul Peterson's name. It's Ponticello, Will said. Amanda found a marriage certificate. Paul Ponticello is married to Gordon Wiley. Faith asked, why lie if you're married? That's at the top of the list of questions, Will said. I'm not sure how to handle Christopher. Because he was the last person to see Chuck and he had access to the water jug? Faith snorted. I mean, come on. He's suspect numero uno. What's his motive? Fuck if I know. Faith let out a long, labored sigh. We're just going around in circles. Let's stop talking and start doing things. You're right, Will said. Kevin, I'll help you get Chuck to the freezer. I'm going to check the garbage pile while you process the scene down here. Faith, go ask for permission to use an empty cottage. If you can, rattle Christopher's cage. See if he asks where Chuck is. Sarah, there's another satellite phone back at the UTV so you can call Nadine. Keep it on you in case I need you. Amanda told me she would call when the warrant is being sent, but check the fax machine anyway. Do you mind seeing if Drew and Keisha will talk? I can try. Sarah was more worried about the sutures in Will's hand. She'd brought antibiotics just in case. I left the duffel with some medical supplies back at our cottage. I want to change out your dressing. Might as well wait until I'm finished going through the trash. Sounds good. Sarah wasn't going to fight the infection battle, particularly in front of an audience. There was nothing for her to do but start back up the trail. The call to Nadine would be easy, but she wasn't sure how to approach Drew and Keisha. They seemed like genuinely nice people. They had every right to refuse to answer questions, but Sarah would be lying if she told herself that Drew's assault charge didn't raise a giant red flag. He had been to the lodge twice before, maybe even as recently as 10 weeks ago. Sarah, Will had clearly been making these same calculations. Faith is going to come with you. She needs the map of the property. Sarah put on a smile just for him. I can bring it back after I talk to Drew and Keisha. Will put on a smile too. Or you could take Faith with you while you talk to them. For fuck's sakes! Faith wrapped her purse around her shoulder like a feed bag and started up the trail. Sarah went ahead of her up the trail. Faith didn't say much other than to complain about the mud, the trees, the undergrowth, and nature in general. The path was narrow and the going was not easy because of the mud. Instead of worrying about Will's hand, Sarah focused her attention in areas where she could be more effective. Nadine might have some information about Chuck. Small towns were notoriously wary of strangers. Barring that, a man like Chuck would stick out. There had to be stories about him around town. Jesus. Faith sounded more like she was praying as they finally reached the loop trail. I have no idea why Will was so excited about this place. I'm covered in sweat, mud, and horse. Something bit me on my neck. My entire body feels sticky. Birds are everywhere. Sarah knew that Faith hated birds. I've got some clothes you can change into. I don't know if you've noticed, but my body type is more husky teenage boy than tall and willowy supermodel. Sarah laughed. She was tall, but the other two adjectives were a stretch. We'll find something. Faith mumbled under her breath as they walked along the loop. Have you talked to Amanda? Not about what she wants to talk about. I don't know, she kind of has a point about Will sticking his nose into things. He's on his honeymoon and he ends up running into a burning house, getting stabbed in the hand, and now he almost went over a waterfall. Sarah had to swallow before she could speak. The waterfall detail was new to her. I didn't marry him to change him. Your level of healthy interaction can be really annoying sometimes. Sarah laughed again. How's Jeremy? Oh, you know, ready to become an FBI agent and throw himself on a dirty bomb. Sarah glanced down at her. Faith was generally easy to read, mostly because she volunteered whatever came into her head, but she was fiercely guarded about her children. And, Faith said, I don't know what to do. Before this, the most shocking thing he ever said to me was that the United States keeps 1.4 billion pounds of cheese stored in a cave in Missouri. Sarah smiled. She loved Jeremy's random facts. Have you tried talking to him? I'm going to keep yelling a little longer to see if that works. Then maybe I'll try the silent treatment. Then I'll sulk for a while and use it as an excuse to eat too much ice cream. Faith crossed her arms as she looked up at the sky. It's weird here, right? You mean all the birds? Yes, but I keep coming back to Mercy's mom, Faith said. The way Biddy talked about her own daughter. Sarah shared her disgust. I can't imagine what kind of person you'd have to be to hate your own child. What a miserable human being. Kids can teach you who you are, Faith said. With Jeremy, I tried so hard to be perfect. I wanted to prove to my parents that I was adult enough to take care of him on my own. I made schedules and spreadsheets and kept all the laundry done, and then one morning, I realized it's okay to eat food off the floor if it's closer to your mouth than the garbage can. Sarah smiled. She'd watched her own sister make these same calculations. Emma is teaching me how good a mother my own mother is. I wish I'd listened to her more. Not that I'm going to start listening to her now, but the thought is what counts. Faith's smile didn't last for long. Talking to Biddy, all I could think is that she didn't learn anything. She had this beautiful little girl, and she could have made the world a wonderful place for her, but she didn't. Worse, she chose Dave over Mercy and Christopher. And now Mercy is dead, and Biddy hasn't learned anything from that either. She can't stop shitting on her own daughter. I know I joked about her acting like Dave's jealous psycho ex, but it feels pathological. I wouldn't say she's done any better by Christopher, Sarah pointed out. She basically ignored him at cocktails. I saw her slap his hand when he tried to get more bread. What about Cecil? Mercy said something to me last night that's really been in my head a lot today, Sarah said. She asked me if I had married my father. Faith looked at Sarah. What did you say? That I did. Will is a lot like my dad. They have the same moral compass. My dad was a saint. No man will ever measure up, so why even try? Faith shrugged, but she hadn't really given up. What made her ask the question? She was telling me that Dave is like her father, which makes sense after seeing her x-rays. She suffered a tremendous amount of childhood abuse. Sarah wondered how much Will had told Faith about Dave. She didn't want to overstep. From what I've heard, Dave has two sides. Like Cecil, he can be the life of the party. Then there's the other side that can hurt the mother of his child. Most abusers are like that. They groom their victims. They don't come in showing their entire asshole. But don't let Biddy off the hook, Faith said. She could have physically abused her kids, too. I wouldn't be surprised, Sarah said. In my experience, women like that take more pleasure in psychological torture. I know finding Mercy was hard for Will, but I'm glad she wasn't alone when she died. She was worried about John, Sarah said. She told Will to make sure that John knew she forgave him for what happened at dinner. Her last words, her last thoughts were only about her son. Faith rubbed her arms like she was cold. It would kill me all over again if I thought Jeremy had to carry that kind of guilt around for the rest of his life. Jeremy has a lot of people who would look after him. You made sure of that. Faith clearly didn't want to get emotional. She looked up the trail. Fuck me, is that your cottage? Sarah felt a pang of sadness when she saw the beautiful flower boxes in the hammock. They had lost their perfect week. It's really sweet, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Faith sounded ecstatic. It's like something Bilbo Baggins would live in. Sarah hung back as she watched Faith bolt toward the stairs. There was a familiar, sickly sweet odor in the air that she couldn't quite place. Do you smell that? It's probably me. You don't want to know what came out of that horse. Faith slapped at the side of her neck. Another mosquito. Look, do you mind if I take a quick rinse off? I can't tell you how gross I feel. Let yourself in. Check the chest of drawers for some clothes. I'll wait for you outside. It's too pretty to be indoors. Faith didn't ask questions. She dashed up the stairs. Faith! Sarah's heart had shot into her throat. Stay out of my suitcase, okay? Faith gave her a look but said, Okay. Sarah watched her disappear. She prayed this would be the one time Faith wasn't nosy. Will would quit his job and move to a deserted island if she found the giant pink dildo Tessa had packed in Sarah's suitcase. She waited until the door had closed to turn back to the view. Her body felt shaky from exhaustion. Neither she nor Will had slept the night before, and not for the reason you shouldn't sleep on your honeymoon. Sarah took a deep breath. The sickly, sweet odor was still there. On a hunch, she continued around the loop trail. Most of the guests had been assigned cottages close to the main house, but she remembered from the map that Cottage 9 was tucked away between her own cottage and the rest of the compound. Sarah had only walked along the top side of the loop trail twice, once with Will and John, and the second time in darkness. On neither occasion did she see the 9th cottage. Sarah was wondering if she was on a fool's errand when she finally spotted a footpath winding up another hill. The sweet smell got decidedly stronger as she walked the path. Sarah knew from John that the odor was from a cartridge of Red Zeppelin. She also knew that he had lied about only having one vape pen. The one he held to his mouth now was silver. John was sitting on the porch swing, staring into the woods. His face was swollen, his eyes bloodshot, from mourning the loss of his mother. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice Sarah until she stood on the porch. He didn't startle. He just looked at her. Judging by his heavy eyelids and the glassy look in his eyes, He'd smoked more than Red Zeppelin today. She said, "This is a nice place to hide out." John used the excuse of putting the pen back to his mouth to quickly brush away his tears. Sarah asked, "Do you have enough food?" He nodded as he blew smoke into the air. "I'm not going to tell you to go home, but I need to make sure you're safe." "Yes, ma'am. He cleared his throat. "I'm safe." She could see what the admission had taken out of him. John's mother was dead. For all he knew, his father was the murderer. He was probably feeling completely alone. Sarah asked, "Were you on the path by my cottage just now?" He cleared his throat again. "The lookout bench was the last time. Not the last time, but the last place." Sarah watched a tear slip down his face. She wasn't going to inundate him with questions, but she sensed that he needed someone to listen. "You sat with your mother on the bench?" His face looked pained by the memory. "She wanted to talk. We used to do that a lot when I was little. I thought I was in trouble, but she wasn't mad. She was real sad, though." Sarah leaned against the railing. "What was she sad about?" "She told me Aunt Delilah was here." John rested the vape pen on the swing beside him. "She told me to ask Papa what was going on. It was about the sale. She wanted me to hear it from Papa instead of her, but not because she was a coward." Sarah's heart ached at the protective tone in his voice. "I was mad at her, though. After I talked to Papa, 'cause why did she want to stay up here? What was the point? We could all get a house in town and she could do her thing and I could, I don't know, make some friends, go out with..." Sarah listened to his voice trail off again. "It's a beautiful place. It's been in your family for generations." "It's boring as shit." He tucked his chin into his chest. "Sorry, ma'am." Sarah said, "I don't imagine there's a lot for you to do up here." "Work is all there is." John used the tail of his shirt to wipe his nose. "At least Biddy started paying me some a few years back. Papa never gave us a dime. I didn't even have a phone till Biddy sneaked me one. Papa said, 'Everybody I need to talk to is on this mountain.'" Sarah watched him start playing with the vape pen, turning it end over end. "When you were on the bench with your mother, did she say anything else to you?" "Yeah. She gave me the night off, then told me to get some liquor for the lady in 7, only I forgot." Sarah wondered if he'd really forgotten. "Did you drink it yourself?" John's expression told her the truth. Sarah said, "I'm very sorry she's gone. Mercy seemed like a nice person." His eyes cut toward her. She could tell he wasn't sure whether she was joking. John obviously wasn't used to hearing Mercy painted in a positive light. Sarah continued, "I didn't have much time with your mother, but we talked a bit. The one thing that was clear to me is that she loved you very much. She wasn't upset about the argument. I think, like all mothers, she just wanted you to be happy." John cleared his throat. "I said some awful things to her." "It's what kids do." Sarah shrugged when he looked up at her. "All of those emotions you were feeling last night are perfectly normal. Mercy understood that. I promise you she didn't blame you for being mad at her. She loved you." John's tears started back in earnest. He started to put the pen to his mouth, then changed his mind. "She didn't want me vaping." Sarah wasn't going to lecture him about quitting right now. "When you're ready, I want you to talk to Will. He has some things he wants to tell you." John wiped his eyes. "He's not mad at me for calling him trash can?" Sarah had almost forgotten about the exchange. "Not even the littlest bit. He would be very glad to talk to you." "Where's my..." His voice caught. "Where's Dave?" "He's in the hospital." Sarah chose her words carefully. She knew that she couldn't tell him the truth right now, but she wasn't going to lie. Your father is fine, but he was injured when he was taken into custody. Good. I hope he's hurting the same way he always hurt her. Sarah heard the bitterness in his tone. His fist had clenched around the vape pen. John said, "A while back, he told me that he'd probably end up dying in prison. He was looking for pity, but I guess he was right, huh? It was gonna happen eventually." "Let's talk about something else," Sarah said, as much for her own sake as for John's. "Did you have any questions about what's going to happen with your mother?" "Papa said we're gonna cremate her, but..." His lips started to tremble. He turned his head away, looking into the forest. "What's that like?" "Cremation?" Sarah gave the answer some thought. She never talked down to children, but John was in a delicate place. "Your mother is being transported to GBI headquarters now. Once the autopsy is complete, she'll be taken to a crematorium. There's a specially designed chamber that uses heat and evaporation to render the body to ash." "Like an oven?" "More like a funeral pyre. Do you know what that is?" "Yes, ma'am. Betty let me watch Vikings on her iPad." John leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "You don't need to do the autopsy if they already know who did it, right?" "We still have to. It's part of the procedure. We need to collect evidence to legally establish a manner of death." He looked startled. "It wasn't because she was stabbed?" "Ultimately, yes." Sarah skipped the explanation on cause versus manner versus mechanism of death. "Remember what I said. This is part of a legal procedure. Everything will have to be documented. Evidence will have to be collected and identified. It's a lengthy process. I can walk you through the steps if you like. You're still at the beginning." "But if my dad would go ahead and confess to murdering her, then you wouldn't have to do any of that?" Sarah felt the guilt start to well back up for hiding Dave's innocence. She still kept strictly to the truth. "John, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. An autopsy has to be performed." "Don't say you're sorry." He was crying in earnest now. "What if I don't want it? I'm her son. Tell them I don't want it." "Legally, it's still required." "Are you kidding me?" he yelled. "She's already been stabbed to death and now you're going to cut her up some more?" "John, how is that fair?" He stood up from the swing. "You said you liked her, but you're just as bad as the rest of them. Hasn't she been hurt enough already?" John didn't wait for an answer. He walked into the cottage and slammed the door. Sarah longed to follow him inside. He had a right to know about Dave, but he was also a 16-year-old kid who was angry and hurting. Ultimately, finding the person responsible for killing his mother would give him some sense of peace. For now, Sarah could only ensure the bare minimum was being met. He was sheltered, he had food, he had water, he was safe. Everything else was out of her control. Instead of going back to her cottage, she decided to find the satellite phone in the UTV. Sarah had a duty to report Chuck's death to Nadine. That, at least, was one task she could complete. She put John's pain to the back of her mind. She called up the details from Chuck's crime scene so her report to Nadine would be succinct. Analyzing the contents of the water jug would be key. Motivation would also play a factor in the prosecution. If Sarah's theory was correct, the eye drops would be listed as the cause of death, but the mechanism would be drowning, and the manner would be homicide. Any mitigating factors were for the jury to decide. She took a deep breath to clear her lungs. Cottage 6 came into view. A little farther on, she found herself in the compound, passing the other cottages. When Will and Sarah had first arrived, Sarah had thought of the clearing as idyllic, almost like a painting from a storybook. Now she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders as she got closer to the main house. Cecil was sitting on the porch. Biddy was beside him. Both of them had angry expressions on their faces. No wonder John hadn't wanted to go home. "Sarah!" Keisha was standing in the open doorway of her cottage. Her arms were crossed. What the hell is going on? You need to get us off this mountain. Sarah walked toward her, trying to swallow back her dread. Drew was a legitimate suspect. Sarah had to keep up the lie a little while longer. I'm sorry I can't help you. I would if I could. There's 2 off-road vehicles over there with 4 seats each. You could let us borrow one. We could take Monica and Frank. They're ready to go too. That's not my decision to make. Well, whose decision is it? Keisha asked. We're scared of hiking down because of mudslides. God knows what the road is like. We can't call an Uber. There's no internet or phones. You've got us trapped up here. You're not technically trapped. You can leave at any time. You're just choosing not to because of valid reasons. God damn, did you always talk like you're married to a cop, or am I just noticing? Sarah took a deep breath. I'm a medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Keisha looked surprised, then impressed. Seriously? Seriously, Sarah said. Can you tell me anything about Mercy's family? Keisha's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? This is your 3rd time up here. You and Drew know the McAlpines better than we do. Their response to Mercy's death seems very guarded. Keisha crossed her arms as she leaned against the door jamb. Why should I trust you? Sarah shrugged. You don't have to, but I think you cared about Mercy. We need the case against her killer to be airtight. She deserves justice. She sure as hell didn't deserve Dave. Sarah swallowed down her guilt. She had been outvoted. What's more, she wasn't an agent. This wasn't her case to solve. Do you know Dave well? Only well enough to despise him. Reminds me of my lazy piece of shit ex-husband. Keisha's gaze had settled on the main house. Biddy and Cecil were looking at them, but the couple was too far away to hear anything. The family has always been reserved, but you're right. They're all acting strange. The McAlpines have a lot of secrets up here. I guess they don't want them getting out. Secrets about what? Keisha narrowed her eyes again. Being a medical examiner. Does that mean you're a cop too? Because I don't know how it works. Sarah returned to an honest approach. I can still be a witness to anything you say. Keisha groaned. Drew doesn't want me getting involved in this. Where is he now? Looking for fish to fur down at the equipment shed so he can fix our damn toilet. It's been acting up since we got here, and Drew doesn't know the difference between a faucet and his asshole. What's it doing? Making a dripping sound. Sarah spotted a way to earn back some of her trust. My father is a plumber. I used to help him out every summer. Do you want me to take a look? Keisha's eyes went to the main house again, then back to Sarah. Drew told me the cops don't have a right to search anything without a warrant. He's not completely correct on that, Sarah said. The McAlpines own the property. Ultimately, they're the ones who are responsible for granting permission, and if I see anything laying around your place, like a murder weapon, then I'm obviously going to tell Will. Obviously. Keisha took a second to think about it, then she let out a loud groan as she threw open the door. I can't be trapped up here with that dripping noise. Don't mind the mess. Sarah guessed the 2 drinking glasses and half-eaten pack of crackers on the coffee table were the mess that Keisha was referring to. Cottage 3 was smaller than 10, but the furnishings were similar. A set of French doors off the living room offered spectacular long-range views. Sarah glanced through the open door to the bedroom. The bed was made, unlike what Faith would find at Sarah and Will's. There were 2 suitcases waiting by the front door. The backpacks were overstuffed where they'd been hastily packed. To her great relief, there were no empty bottles of Eads Clear Eye drops in the trash can. Come on back. Keisha walked through to the bathroom. 2 sets of toiletries were lined up by the basin, but still no eye drops. Have you tried the liquor up here? No. Sarah had really wanted to after the last 12 hours, but she said, Will and I don't drink. I'd keep it that way. Monica had a rough night. Keisha lowered her voice, though they were alone. I saw Mercy talking to the bartender. I'm sure they were trying to cut her off. That shit is dangerous. You get somebody really sick up here, that's a helicopter trip to Atlanta, and insurance doesn't pay if you're the one serving. Sarah guessed that Keisha knew about liability from her catering business. "Did you hear anything last night? A noise or a scream?" "Not even the damn toilet leaking." Keisha sounded exasperated. "This was supposed to be a romantic escape, but we're at that sexy stage in our marriage where I sleep with a fan on so I don't have to hear Drew's CPAP machine." Sarah laughed, trying to keep things light. "When were you up here last?" "When the leaves started to come out. I guess that was 2.5 months ago, give or take. It's beautiful that time of year. Everything's in bloom. I'm really sad we're not coming back." "Me too." Sarah couldn't help but do the math. Drew was squarely in the frame for Mercy's pregnancy. "Did you guys ever spend any time with Mercy?" "Not much this last trip because the place was packed," she said. "Now, during our first stay, we had drinks with Merce after dinner maybe 3 or 4 times. She drank seltzer water, but she could be fun once the tension drained away. I know how that feels when you're in the service industry. People are always pulling at you. All day you're getting nibbled to death by ducks. Mercy understood how that feels. She let her hair down with us. I was glad we could give that to her." "I bet she appreciated it," Sarah said. "I can't imagine how lonely it must be up here." "Right?" Keisha said. "All she's got is her brother and that weirdo. Drew calls him Chuckles." "Did you notice anything between Mercy and Chuck?" "Same thing that you saw last night," Keisha said. "Chuck was here the first time we came. I guess the second time all the cottages were full, so he slept in the house. Papa was not happy with that, let me tell you. Neither was Mercy, come to think on it. She said something about keeping a chair against her door." "That's strange." "Well, it is now, but you know how you joke about those kinds of things." Sarah did know. A lot of women used dark humor as a talisman to downplay fear of sexual assault. "Why doesn't Papa like Chuck?" "You'd have to ask him, but I doubt there's any one reason," Keisha said. "Being honest, Papa doesn't have a neutral. He either loves you or hates you. No in between. I'd hate to be on the wrong side. He's a hard man." "Did you ever get a chance to talk to Chuck?" "What would I talk to him about?" Sarah had felt the same way. "And Christopher?" "He's sweet, believe it or not," Keisha said. "Once you get past his shyness, he's easy to be around. Not to have a drink with, but as a guide, he knows his shit. That boy loves fishing. He can tell you everything about the water, the fish, the equipment, the science, the ecosystem. He bored me to tears, but Drew loves that stuff. It's good for him to get outside of himself every now and then. That's why I'm so sad this place is ruined for us. I doubt they'll be able to hold on to it without Mercy." "Can't Christopher run the business?" "You get a chance to see that equipment shed of his." She waited for Sarah to nod. "Drew calls it the Fish Palace. Everything nice and neat in its proper place, and that's fine because it makes fish happy, but you can't run a business like that unless you're the only employee. People are unpredictable. They want to do their own thing. Shit goes crazy on a minute-by-minute basis. You're juggling all these balls, freaking out about making payroll, dealing with customers who pull at you all day long, and then, in the middle of it all, the van breaks down or the toilet starts leaking. You've got to roll with that shit or roll on out the door." Sarah was familiar with the pressure. She had owned a pediatric practice in her former life. "Let me tell you this. One time, Drew went into the shed to put his fishing pole back on the rack, trying to be nice and help out, right? And Fishtopher comes running in there all bent out of shape because he wants to make sure it's put back correctly." She shook her head at the memory. "The only business he can run is fishing in the morning and drinking scotch at night." Sarah remembered Chuck's tattoo. "Is he into scotch?" "I don't know what they're into, and I don't care. Once we get off this mountain, I'm never looking back." Sarah found it interesting that the question had been about Christopher, but Keisha had thrown Chuck in there too. "What about my toilet?" Keisha asked. "You figure out the dripping noise?" Sarah had figured out Keisha knew more than she was letting on. "It's probably the rubber flapper around the flush valve. It can wear out over time and let water seep through. If they don't have a spare, you could move to one of the empty cottages." "I already told Drew that we should move, but he wouldn't listen to me, said we were staying right here in the same cottage we're always in." You know how men can be.
I do. Sarah lifted the lid off the tank. Then she felt like she'd been kicked in the throat. She was right about the source of the leak, but wrong about the flapper being worn out. A jagged piece of metal was keeping the rubber from making a seal. It was attached to a piece of red plastic that was about 4 inches long and approximately 1/4 of an inch thick. She had found the broken knife handle. Chapter 17. Will watched thermal paper inch out of the portable fax machine like a snail squeezing through a pasta maker. The search warrant for the compound had finally come through. Okay. He pressed the satellite phone to his ear, telling Amanda, "It's printing." "Good," she said. "I want you to wrap this up within the hour." Will would have laughed if not for the fact that she could make his working life a miserable hell. "Faith is still with Sarah, but they should be back soon. I asked Penny, the cleaner, to set up Cottage 4 so we can do the interviews. Kevin is securing the body in the freezer. The kitchen staff probably saw what we were doing, but they're knee-deep in meal prep. I think we'll be able to keep Chuck's death a secret until dinner at least." "I'm still trying to track down the file on Drew Conklin's assault charge," she said. "What about the family?" "Their time is coming." Will started walking toward the woodpile. He wanted to see it in daylight. "I was steering clear of the parents while I waited for the warrant. I don't know where Christopher is. I'll send Kevin to find him once he gets back. John's still missing. I think Sarah will peel off to look for him again. The aunt's Subaru is on the parking pad, so she must be back at the house." "There's more to get from the aunt." Agreed. Will stood in front of the massive stacks of wood. There was enough split oak to last the winter. "I took a look around Chuck's cottage. It's a mess, but there was nothing interesting. No bloody clothes, no broken knife, no eye drops even, which isn't surprising. I went into all the cottages after the murder looking for Dave. If I didn't see anything then, I doubt I'll find anything now." "Would you find it surprising to know that Mr. Weller has $200,000 in a money market account?" Christ. Will had dipped into his emergency reserve to pay for the honeymoon. "I can halfway see why Christopher would be sitting on some cash. He doesn't have any bills. But what's Chuck's story?" "Very similar to Christopher's. He paid off his student loans 1 year ago, almost in the same week. He's got a fishing license, driver's license, and 2 credit cards that are consistently paid off. There's no next of kin that I can locate, and as with Christopher, this seems to be a recent windfall. I did a deep dive going back 10 years. They were both covered up in debt until 1 year ago." "We need to see their taxes." "Give me a reason and I'll give you a subpoena." "Stock market? Lottery scratch-off?" "I looked and no." "The money's got to be legit. They wouldn't put it in the bank if they hadn't paid taxes on it." Will walked down the stacks of wood. One looked different from the others. "What did Chuck do for a living?" "I couldn't find any reference. From his social media, it seems that he primarily spent his time paying for lap dances in strip clubs." Will moved the phone to his shoulder to free his hand. "There's no employment listed anywhere?" "Nothing," she said. "He rents a condominium in Buckhead. We're in the process of executing a search warrant. Perhaps we'll find any next of kin or paperwork related to his employment there." "Look for Eads clear eye drops." "The killer could have used a different brand. I left it open-ended in your search warrant." "Good." Will picked up a piece of chestnut. The grain was tight. It was an expensive choice for firewood. "I already searched all the trash bags. I didn't find anything." "How did you manage that with one hand?" Will had felt like a toddler when he'd asked Kevin to help him put on the glove. "I managed." "How many bottles are you looking for?" "I don't know." Will ran his fingers along a piece of figured maple. Another expensive choice. "I want to talk to Sarah, but I think I remember a case where a guy was using eye drops as a date rape drug." "If Mr. Weller was using them on women, why would he use them on himself?" "I can't answer that right now." Will tapped a piece of acacia. It was soft and dried out from exposure. Not the kind of thing you wanted in your fireplace. "What do you know about wood?" "More than I'd like. Back in the day, I worked a sexual assault case against a carpenter." Will didn't ask for details. "I get the feeling Christopher and Chuck had a side hustle. Mercy was important to the operation. The aunt told me that Christopher and Chuck were hanging around the woodpile when she drove in." "Find out why," Amanda said. "The clock is ticking." The line went dead. Will had to hand it to her. She knew how to end a conversation.
He clipped the phone to the back of his pants. He knelt down in front of the stacked logs. Everything but this one section was oak. Why were they storing expensive wood outside in the elements? What kind of business would put 200 grand each in Christopher's and Chuck's pockets? And why wasn't Mercy being paid? Will. Sarah's voice sounded tense. He stood up. Faith was nowhere in sight. What's wrong? I found the broken knife handle in Keisha and Drew's toilet tank. Will stared at her. What? Keisha told me her toilet was dripping, so I looked and... Does she know you saw it? No. I put the lid back on and told her she would need to talk to Christopher. Where's Drew? He went to the equipment shed to find Christopher. Did you see him? Where the fuck was Faith? All he could think to do was physically put himself between Sarah and Drew's cottage. What were you doing going in there by yourself? Will, she said. Look at me, I'm okay. We can talk about this later. Fuck. Will unclipped the phone. He hit the walkie button. Faith, come in. There was static. Then Faith said, I'm heading toward the main house. Where's Sarah? With me. Hurry up. He clicked the button again. Kevin, come in. Right here. Kevin was walking toward them. He was covered in mud and debris from wrangling Chuck's body up the trail. What's going on? I need you to locate Drew. He's supposed to be at the equipment shed with Christopher. Keep an eye on him. Don't approach. He could be armed. Got it. Kevin set off at a brisk pace. Will, Sarah said, Keisha told me that the last time they were up here was 2.5 months ago. He didn't need a reminder. Around the time Mercy got pregnant. What's up? Faith had passed Kevin as she walked across the compound. She was wearing her Glock and a pair of baggy black pants. Sarah, where did you go? I wanted to look over the map. Will told her, we need to secure Cottage 3. The broken knife handle is in Keisha and Drew's toilet tank. Faith didn't ask questions. She started jogging toward the cottage, her Glock down by her side. Will kept pace with her. There's a set of French doors off the back. On it. Faith peeled off. Will scanned the area, checking windows and doors to make sure no one was going to surprise them. He knew that the front door wouldn't be locked. He walked in without knocking. Shit! Keisha jumped up from the couch. What the fuck, Will? It was the same reaction she'd had before, but this time, Will knew exactly what he was looking for. Stay here. What do you mean, stay here? Keisha tried to follow him to the back, but Faith stopped her. Who the hell are you? I'm Special Agent Faith Mitchell. Will pulled a glove out of his pocket as he approached the toilet. He used the nitrile as a barrier between his fingers and the porcelain as he removed the lid. The broken knife handle was exactly where Sarah had described. A thin piece of metal was preventing the flapper from making a seal, which didn't make sense. If Drew had put the handle in the toilet tank, why was he looking for Christopher to stop the leak? Or was Drew worried about the cottages being searched, so he'd cleverly rigged the toilet to make it seem like he wasn't the one who'd hidden the knife handle? Will wasn't sure about anything except that the killer liked water. Mercy had been left in the lake. Chuck had died in the creek. Will! Keisha shouted. Tell me, what the hell is going on? He carefully laid the tank lid on the bath mat by the tub. Faith was physically blocking Keisha when he went back into the living room. He told her, secure the evidence. What evidence? Keisha asked. Why are you doing this? I need you to go to the cottage next door with me. I'm not going anywhere with you, Keisha said. Where is my husband? Keisha, Will said, either go with me on your own or I will physically take you there. Her face turned ashen. I'm not talking to you. I understand, he said, but I need you to go to the other cottage so we can search your things. Keisha's teeth were clenched. She looked angry and terrified, but thankfully, she walked out onto the porch. Sarah was standing in the middle of the compound. Will knew why she was there. She wanted to face Keisha, to give her a chance to yell at the person who had caused this. Will didn't care about Keisha's feelings of betrayal. He wanted Sarah off this mountain as soon as possible. This way. Will directed Keisha toward Cottage 4. She glanced back at Sarah before she walked up the stairs. She opened the door. 4 was exactly like 3, same layout, same furniture, same windows and doors. Will said, sit down on the couch, please. Keisha sat with her hands between her knees. The anger had left her. She was visibly shaken. Where's Drew? My associate is looking for him. He didn't do anything, okay? He's cooperating. We're both cooperating and following orders. We're complying, all right? Sarah, did you hear that? We're complying. Will felt his stomach twist into a knot at the sight of Sarah. I heard, Sarah told Keisha. I'll stay with you while we work this out. Yeah, well, I made the mistake of trusting you before, and look where I'm at now. Keisha put her fist to her mouth. Tears streamed from her eyes. What the hell happened? We came up here to get away from this shit. Will watched Sarah sit down in one of the club chairs. She was looking at him like she wanted guidance, when his guidance had been for her to stay outside. There was a burst of static, then, Will, copy. Will reached back for his phone. He had no choice but to step out onto the porch. He left the door open so he could keep his eye on Keisha. What is it? Kevin said, subjects are fishing from a canoe on the lake. They haven't seen me. Will tapped the phone to his chin. He thought about all the tools that Drew would have access to on the boat, including knives. Stay back. Keep an eye on them. Let me know if anything changes. Will? Faith came up onto the porch. She was holding an evidence bag with the broken knife handle inside. Nothing in their suitcases or backpacks. The cottage was clean. Want me to lock this in the UTV? Bring it inside. Keisha was sitting ramrod straight on the couch when Will walked back into the room. Her eyes went to his gun, then Faith's. Her hands were shaking. She was clearly terrified that they had brought her inside the cottage away from witnesses so that they could hurt her. Will took the evidence bag and motioned Faith outside. She left the door ajar so she could stand on the porch and listen. He sat down in the other chair, which wouldn't have been his choice, but Sarah was seated closest to Keisha. He placed the plastic evidence bag on the table. Keisha stared at the handle. What is that? It was in your toilet tank. Is it a kid's game, or? She leaned forward. I don't know what that is. Will looked at the red plastic handle with a thin piece of curved metal jutting out at the broken end. If you didn't know what you were looking at, you might mistake it for a kitchen implement or an old-fashioned toy. He asked her, What do you think it is? I don't know! Her voice raked up in desperation. Why are you even asking me about this? You've got the killer! We all know you arrested Dave! Will guessed now was as good a time as any to let out the truth. Dave didn't kill Mercy. He has an alibi. Keisha's hand slapped to her mouth. She looked like she was going to be sick. Will said, Keisha. Jesus Christ, she breathed. Drew told me not to talk to you guys. You can choose not to talk, Will said. That's your right. You're gonna jam us up anyway. God damn it, I can't believe this is happening. Sarah, what the fuck? Keisha, Will didn't want her talking to Sarah. Let's try to clear this up. The fuck you say? She yelled. Do you know how many idiots are rotting in prison because the cops told them they needed to clear some shit up? Will said nothing. Thankfully, neither did Sarah. Jesus! Her hand went back to her mouth. She looked at the bag on the table. She'd finally put it together. She knew that it was part of the murder weapon. I've never seen that before, okay? Not me, not Drew, neither one of us. Tell me how to get out of this, okay? We didn't do it. Neither one of us had anything to do with this. Will asked. When did you first hear the toilet leaking? Yesterday. We were unpacking and we heard it dripping, so Drew went to find Mercy. She was upset because Dave was supposed to fix the toilet before we checked in. Will heard her audibly gulp for air. She was terrified. Mercy told us to go for a walk while she took care of it, so we went up the Judge Cecil Trail to look down at the valley. When we came back, the toilet was fixed. Was Mercy still here? No. We didn't see her again until cocktails. When did you notice the noise from the toilet again? This morning, she said. We went to breakfast, and that's when it happened, isn't it? Oh, somebody put that thing in our toilet. They're trying to frame us. Who else was at breakfast? She gripped her hands to her head, trying to think. Frank and Monica were there. He tried to get her to eat something, but she couldn't handle it. They left before we did, and the app guys, did you know his name is Paul? I did. They didn't show up until we were leaving.
They're always late. They were late to cocktails last night, too, remember?
What about the family?
They never come to breakfast. At least not that I've seen. She turned to Sarah. Please listen to me. The doors are always unlocked. You know, we had nothing to do with this. What could possibly be our motivation?
Will said, Mercy was 12 weeks pregnant. Keisha's jaw dropped.
Who was?
Will heard her teeth click together when she closed her mouth. She glared at Sarah with a look of red-hot betrayal. You tricked me. I did, Sarah said. Keisha. Will pulled the focus back his way. Drew was convicted of assault.
That was 12 years ago, Keisha said. My ex, Vic, kept fucking with me, showing up at work, sending me texts. I told him to stop. Then he shows up drunk at our house. He tried to grab my arm. Drew shoved him back and Vic fell down the stairs, bumped his head. He was fine. But he insisted on going to the hospital, making it a thing. That was all. You can look it up.
Will rubbed his jaw. The story sounded believable, but then Keisha was desperate to be believed. Did Drew ever spend time alone with Mercy?
You want me to say yes, don't you?
Desperation made her voice raw.
What if I saw Dave last night? He was walking on the trail, okay? I'll swear to that on a stack of Bibles.
Will didn't believe her, but he said, okay.
Dave used to beat Mercy. You both know that. Whatever alibi he has, that can be broken, right? So if I saw him on the trail before she was murdered...
Keisha stood up, so Will did too.
She said, Jesus Christ, I just need to move. Where would I go?
He watched her pace the small room until Sarah caught his eye. He could tell she was conflicted. He could also tell her presence was distracting him. Keisha was angry and upset. Will didn't need to be worrying about Sarah. He needed all of his attention to be placed on the possible accomplice to murder.
Tell me what to say, Keisha begged. Just tell me what to say and I'll say it.
Keisha. Will waited for her to look at him. When I brought everybody out to the compound to tell them that Mercy was dead, do you remember what happened?
What?
She looked perplexed.
Of course I remember what happened. What are you talking about?
Drew said something to Biddy. Her gaze locked onto his, but she didn't say anything. Will said, Drew told Biddy, forget about that other business. Do whatever you want up here. We don't care. Keisha crossed her arms. She was a textbook example of someone with something to hide. What did Drew mean? Will asked. What was that other business? She didn't answer the question. She was looking for a way out.
We can make a trade, right? That's how it works.
How what works?
You need somebody to pin this on. Why not Chuck?
She was genuinely asking him the question.
Or one of the app guys. Or Frank? Leave Drew alone.
Keisha, that's not how I work.
Said every dirty cop ever.
All I want to know is who killed Mercy.
Chuck has the motive, Keisha said. You saw how he freaked Mercy out? We all saw it. You want to know who was here 2.5 months ago? Chuck. He's always here. He's creepy as fuck. Sarah, you know what I'm talking about. Dude gives off rapey vibes. Women know it. Ask your partner right now. Better yet, put her in a room alone with Chuck for 5 minutes and she'll see for herself.
Will gently nudged her away from Chuck. What are you trying to trade?
Information, she said. Something that gives a motive, that gives Chuck a motive.
Will wasn't going to tell her what had happened to Chuck, but he had learned a long time ago that people were drawn to solving puzzles, even if the solution didn't necessarily benefit them. Both Chuck and Christopher had a couple $100 grand in their bank accounts.
Are you shitting me?
Keisha looked astounded.
Jesus, they were onto something.
What were they onto?
No, she started shaking her head. I'm not saying another word until Drew is standing beside me, unharmed. Do you understand? Keisha,
No, sir, not another word. She sat down on the couch, hugging her arms to her waist, staring at the door like she was praying for her husband to walk through. Will tried again. Keisha. If I ask for a lawyer, if I make that request, you've got to stop asking me questions, right? Right. Then don't make me ask for a lawyer. Will relented. My partner's going to come in to sit with you. No, Keisha said. Where am I gonna go, man? I'd already be off this mountain if I could. I don't need a fucking babysitter. He said, if you want to make a deal, then you need to keep what I said about Mercy's pregnancy to yourself. And you need to keep out of my goddamn way. Will opened the door. Faith was still on the porch. They both watched Keisha go into her cottage. Faith asked Will, what do you think? He shook his head. He didn't know what to think. Christopher and Chuck were in a business with Mercy. Drew knew about it. Now Chuck and Mercy are dead. She said, so go talk to Christopher and Drew? He nodded. Kevin's already down at the lake. You want to come? I want to get this map straightened out. Something's not right on the timing. Will had seen what Faith could do with a timeline. I'll let you know if I need you. He held the door open for Sarah. She walked onto the porch. He felt his teeth clench as he followed her toward the loop trail. The walk to the cottage would take about 10 minutes. He would use the time to explain to her why she needed to stay the hell in her own lane. She had been a distraction while he was interrogating Keisha. Will couldn't let that happen again. Sarah was oblivious to what was coming. She strolled onto the loop, nodding toward Cottage 5. Paul and Gordon were on opposite ends of the hammock on their front porch. Gordon tossed them a wave. Paul drank straight from a bottle of alcohol. The door to Cottage 7 creaked open. Monica came out, squinting in the sunlight. She was wearing a black nightgown and holding a glass of what was probably alcohol, because apparently Sarah was right about drinking being the only thing to do up here. Sarah changed her trajectory. She headed toward Monica, asking, how are you feeling? Better, thank you. Monica looked down at the glass in her hand. You were right. This took the edge off. Do you mind if I have a taste? Monica looked as surprised as Will felt, but she handed Sarah the glass anyway. He watched her take a sip. She grimaced. That burns. You get used to it. Monica gave a sad laugh. Don't take drinking advice from me. I need to apologize to both of you for my behavior last night. And this morning. The entire time, really. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Sarah handed back the glass. At least, not as far as we're concerned. Will wasn't sure about that. He told Monica, I need to ask you about last night, just before midnight. Did I hear anything? Monica asked. I was passed out in the bathtub when the bell started clanging. I thought it was the fire alarm. I couldn't find Frank. Will felt his teeth grit. Where was he? I guess he was sitting on the back porch, taking a break from my antics. He came through the French doors in a panic. Monica shook her head with sorrow. I honestly don't know why he stays with me. Will was more concerned with Frank's alibi. This was the second time he'd lied. Where's Frank now? He went down to the dining hall to find some ginger ale. My stomach's still not great. Will guessed that Frank would bring back word of Chuck's death, which would bring its own set of problems. Tell him I need to talk to him. Monica nodded, telling Sarah, Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it. Sarah squeezed her hand. Let me know if you need anything else. Will followed Sarah back toward the loop trail. He was glad that her pace was quicker this time. She wasn't going on a stroll. Will worked to get a plan straight in his head. He would leave Sarah at their cottage, then continue down to the lake. He would check in with Kevin and figure out an approach to Drew and Christopher, because no matter what Keisha said, Drew wasn't entirely in the clear. He had obviously known about the business. The knife handle had been found in his toilet. He had immediately invoked his rights, which was technically his right, but it was also Will's right to be suspicious. The best thing to do was work Christopher and Drew off each other. Kevin could take Drew to the boathouse. The man was probably going to lawyer up again. Will could keep Christopher at the shed. Mercy's brother wasn't as sophisticated as Drew. He would be terrified that Drew was talking. Will would put it into his ear that the first rat gets the cheese. Hopefully Christopher would panic and not realize until it was too late that he should have kept his mouth shut. Will stuck his hand in his pocket. He watched Sarah walk ahead of him. He needed to make sure she stayed in the cottage, which meant he was going to have a very uncomfortable conversation before they got there. He said, "You shouldn't have been in the room with me and Keisha. I was conducting an interview and you threw me off my game." Sarah glanced up at him. "I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. You're right. Let's talk about it back at the cottage." Will hadn't expected this to be easy, but he took the win. "You need to pack. I want you off this mountain before nightfall. And I want your hand to not get infected, but here we are." This was more what he'd been expecting. "Sarah, I've got some antibiotics at the cottage we can talk about. My hand is fine." His hand was killing him. "It's not just about you being in the room. I told you to stay with Faith and you ran off on your own. What were you doing talking to Keisha by yourself? What if Drew had shown up? Forget about Mercy and Chuck. He has a record of assault." She stopped in the middle of the trail. She looked up at him. "Anything else?" "Yeah. What about you drinking in the middle of the day? Is that something you're going to start doing?" "Jesus," she whispered. "Jesus yourself." Will caught a whiff of alcohol on her breath. "You smell like lighter fluid." Sarah pressed her lips together. She waited. When he didn't speak, she asked, "Are you finished?" Will shrugged. "What else is there to say?" "When I ran off on my own, I found John. He's staying in Cottage 9, which is over there. I don't want him hearing what I have to say." Will looked over the top of her head. He could see the sloped, shingled roof nestled in the trees. "I searched it this morning when I was looking for Dave. John must have gone there after I left." Sarah didn't comment. She started back down the trail. Will followed behind her again. He wondered if John was still in the cabin, and if so, how much he'd heard. Will had only raised his voice about the alcohol. He knew that he was too uptight about drinking, but it had been strange that Sarah had taken a sip from Monica's glass, which made him start wondering what Sarah had meant when she told Will that she didn't want John hearing what she had to say. He didn't have to wait much longer. Sarah stopped a few yards from their own cottage. She looked up at him. "The side business that Mercy, Christopher, and Chuck are involved in? What are your theories?" He hadn't gone into the theories yet. "The property is buffered by a state and national forest. Maybe illegal timber harvesting?" "Timber? The woodpile has some expensive species, chestnut, maple, acacia." "Okay, that makes sense." Sarah was nodding her head. "The app guys told me the bourbon tasted like turpentine. Monica is drinking top-shelf whiskey, but it tastes and smells like lighter fluid. She was on the edge of alcohol poisoning last night, but both she and Frank were surprised because usually she can handle it better. And 20 minutes ago, Keisha asked me if we'd tried the liquor. She warned me off it and then launched into a speech about liability if a guest has to be airlifted off the mountain." Will felt blind for not putting it together sooner. "You think the business Chuck and Christopher were talking about is selling bootleg liquor?" "Keisha and Drew run a catering business. They would notice if the alcohol was off. Maybe they brought it up with Cecil and Biddy. Some of the higher-end brands have a smoky flavor, oak, mesquite, chestnut, maple, acacia." "Yes." Will kept going back to the conversation he'd heard on the trail behind the dining hall. "Chuck told Christopher, a lot of people are depending on us. Amanda said Chuck's social media puts him in a lot of strip clubs, where there's usually a 2-drink minimum." Will asked, "Do you think Drew went to Biddy because they wanted a piece?" "I don't think so," Sarah said. "Maybe I'm giving them too much of the benefit of the doubt, but Keisha and Drew loved it up here. It seems more likely they were trying to stop it. Keisha flagged the liability. She warned me off drinking anything. I don't see her going into something where she knows that people could die. Plus, think about what she said about trading information. She wouldn't give up Drew. She was giving up the bootlegging. Their credit check came back clean. They're not sitting on piles of cash." Will rubbed his jaw. He was still missing something. The thing that's not adding up is why kill Mercy and Chuck when you can kill Drew? You're the one who likes a money motive, Sarah said. With Mercy and Chuck gone, Christopher gets whatever money is in the pot, plus he gets the business to himself. Then he ties up Drew with a murder charge. Will pulled out his phone. He pressed the walkie. Kevin, update. Just a couple of dudes sitting by the lake drinking some beers. Will caught Sarah's worried expression. Chuck's water had been spiked with some kind of poison, and now the guy who had the most access to Chuck had served Drew a beer. Kevin, try to keep them from drinking anything, but don't let them know what you're doing. On it. Will started to go, but then he remembered Sarah. Go, she said. I'll stay here. Will clipped the phone on his belt as he ran toward the lake. He passed the fork, the lookout bench. He didn't know much about liquor, but he knew everything about the state and federal laws restricting the unlicensed manufacture, transportation, distribution, and sale of alcohol. The question he needed to answer most was how they were doing it. Testing the bottles of alcohol on the property would take weeks. Were they substituting cheaper stuff for top shelf, which would cost them their liquor license and a heavy fine? Or were they making it themselves, which broke all kinds of state and federal laws? Will took the dogleg down toward the shed. He could see ahead to the lake. There were 2 empty lawn chairs, each with a can of beer in the plastic cup holder. Kevin was lying on the ground, holding his leg. Christopher and Drew were standing over him. Will's heart felt like it had been sucked into a vacuum hose. But then he realized that Kevin had found a way to keep the men from drinking. Kevin accepted Will's hand to help him up. Sorry, guys, I get these bad leg cramps. Drew looked skeptical. Fish, I'm heading back. Thanks for the beer. Christopher tipped his hat as Drew walked toward the trail. Will nodded for Kevin to follow. Drew was not going to be happy when Keisha told him that she'd talked to Will. So, Christopher said. What is it? Did Dave confess? Will figured the news was already out. Dave didn't kill your sister. Well, Christopher's expression was unchanged. I knew he'd manage to squirm out of it eventually. Did Biddy give him an alibi? No, Mercy did. Will had been expecting at least some surprise, but Christopher gave him nothing. Your sister called Dave before she died. Her voicemail rules him out. Christopher looked out at the lake. That's surprising. What did Mercy say? That she needed Dave's help. Also surprising. Dave never once helped Mercy when she was alive. Did you help her? Christopher didn't respond. He crossed his arms as he stared at the water. Will said nothing. In his experience, people couldn't tolerate silence. Evidently, Christopher was immune. He kept his arms crossed, his eyes on the lake, and his mouth closed. Will had to find another way to rattle the man. He looked back at the equipment shed. The doors were propped wide open. The knives were in the same place as before, but they looked sharper in the light of day. The blades weren't Will's only concern. A paddle to the head or a punch to the gut with one of the wooden handles on a net could do a lot of damage. Not to mention that Christopher probably had the same fishing gear in his pockets as Chuck. A folding line management tool, a folding fisherman's multi-tool, a retractable tether, a pocket knife. Will only had one hand. The other one was hot and throbbing because Sarah was right about the infection. Then again, the hand that wasn't infected was in easy reach of a Smith & Wesson snub-nosed revolver. He went inside the shed. He started loudly opening cabinets and drawers. Christopher rushed inside, clearly distressed. What are you doing? Stay out of there. I've got a search warrant for the property. Will raked open another drawer. If you want to read the warrant, you can go back to the compound and ask my partner to show it to you. Wait! Christopher was rattled now. He started closing the drawers. Hold on. What are you looking for? I can tell you where it is. What would I be looking for? I don't know, he said. But this is my shed. Everything in here is there because I put it there. He seemed to realize a second too late that he'd just taken ownership of whatever Will found. Will asked, What do you think I'm looking for?
Christopher shook his head. Will walked around the shed like he'd never seen it before. He kept his eye out for any sudden movements from Christopher. The man came across as passive, but that could easily change. What struck Will about the shed was that everything was back in its place. Early this morning, Will hadn't been gentle when he'd rifled around looking for a way to tie up Dave. The tools had been returned to their outlined spots. The nets hung at the same intervals along the back wall. The daylight streaming in gave Will a clear view of the hasp lock to the room in the back, and the well-worn padlock.
Look, Christopher said. Guests aren't allowed in here. Let's go back outside.
Will turned to face him.
There's some interesting species of wood you've got stored up by the house.
Christopher's throat made a gulping sound. He'd started to sweat. Will hoped like hell this wasn't another eye drop situation. He wanted to move this along quickly. He decided to take a risk. He said,
"Last night, when we all went into dinner, you stayed outside with Mercy."
Christopher's face remained impassive, but he said,
"So?"
Will guessed the risk had paid off.
"What did you talk to her about?"
Christopher didn't answer. His eyes went to the floor. Will repeated his question.
"What did you talk to Mercy about?"
He shook his head, but said,
"The sale, of course. I'm sure you've heard about it from Papa and Biddy."
Will nodded, though he hadn't talked to the parents yet.
"Do you know what else they told me?" "It's no secret. Mercy was blocking the sale. She was hoping that I would join her, but I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore."
"That's what you told Chuck, isn't it?" Will's brain was imprinted with the conversation the two men had had on the trail.
"You said that you never wanted to do it in the first place, that it didn't work without Mercy, that you needed her."
Christopher finally looked surprised.
"He told you that?"
Will studied the man's face. The surprise seemed genuine, but Will had learned the hard way not to trust a potential psychopath.
"You don't really need the money from the sale, do you?"
Christopher licked his lips.
"What do you mean?"
"You're pretty set, right?"
"I don't know what you're trying to say."
"You've got a couple $100,000 in a money market, paid off your student loans. Chuck is in the same boat. How did that happen?" Christopher's eyes went to the floor again.
"We've both made some savvy investments."
"But you don't have any investment or brokerage accounts in your names. You're not officers in any corporations. Your only job is being a fishing guide with your family's business. So, where did the money come from?"
"Bitcoin."
"Is that what your taxes will say?" Christopher cleared his throat loudly.
"You'll find pay stubs from the family trust. It's part of my profit sharing."
Will guessed he would find evidence of money laundering. That was probably where Mercy came in. "Dave's part of the family trust, right? Where's his money?"
"I'm not in charge of who gets what." "Who is?"
Christopher cleared his throat again. "Mercy wasn't getting her portion of the profit sharing. She doesn't have a bank account. She doesn't have any credit cards or a driver's license. She had nothing. Why is that?" He shook his head.
"I have no idea."
"What's back here?" Will knocked on the wall. The nets banged against the wood. "What am I going to find when I break open this door?"
"Don't break it, please."
Christopher's eyes stayed on the floor.
"The key is in my pocket."
Will didn't know if the man was truly complying or if this was some kind of trick. He made a show of resting his hand on the butt of the revolver.
"Empty all of your pockets onto the bench."
Christopher started with his fishing vest, then worked his way down to his cargo shorts. He laid an array of tools on the counter that were the exact same brand and color as the ones Chuck had kept in his pockets. He even carried a tube of Carmex lip balm. The only thing missing was a bottle of Eads clear eye drops. The last item Christopher placed on the counter was a ring of keys. There were 4 in all, which was strange considering none of the doors at the lodge locked. Will recognized a Ford ignition key, a barrel key that probably opened a safe. The remaining 2 keys were of the smaller padlock variety with black plastic grips. One had a yellow dot, the other had a green one.
Will kept his hand on the revolver as he stepped back from the wall. "Open it." Christopher's head stayed down. Will made sure to watch his hands because the man was clearly not going to convey his intentions through facial expressions. Christopher selected the key with the yellow dot, slid it into the lock, pulled back the hasp, opened the door. The first thing Will noticed was the smell of stale smoke. Then he saw the pieces of foil where they'd been test-burning combinations of wood. There were oak barrels, copper tanks, spiraling pipes and tubes. They weren't putting cheap liquor in expensive bottles. They were making their own. "There's 2 keys," Will said. "Where's the other still?" Christopher would not look up from the floor. Will was going to have to rattle him again. Nothing freaked out a man more than feeling the cold metal of a pair of handcuffs ratcheting around his wrists. Will didn't have cuffs, but he knew where Christopher kept the zip ties. He reached down to open the drawer. Early this morning, Will had felt guilty for leaving the zip ties loose. Sometime between then and now, someone had banded them back together. He assumed that someone was the same man who'd left 6 empty bottles of Eads clear eye drops in the drawer. Chapter 18. Faith longed to take another shower, and not just because she was sweating her ass off. Keisha had looked at her with such disgust that Faith had felt like a stand-in for all the shitty cops all over the world. This was why she didn't want her son to join the FBI, the GBI, or any other law enforcement agency. Nobody trusted the police anymore. Some of them had damn good reasons. Others were inundated with constant examples of bad cops. It wasn't just a matter of bad apples anymore. Entire departments were bad barrels. If Faith had to do it over again, she would have become a fireman. Nobody was mad at the people who rescued cats from trees. Faith shook her head as she traveled along the bottom half of the loop trail. That was enough wallowing about things she couldn't change. For now, she had 2 murders and 1 suspect. Will wanted her to take the lead on interrogating Christopher. He figured the man shared Chuck's incel-adjacent beliefs, which meant that being interviewed by a woman would irritate the hell out of him. Faith agreed with the strategy. Christopher sounded too calm for his own good. She needed to find a way to scare the shit out of him. Fortunately, he'd given her a lot of ammunition. In the state of Georgia, simply owning a still that produced anything but water, essential oils, vinegar, and the like was a felony. Add to that the distribution, transportation, and selling, and Christopher was looking at hard time in state prison. But that was only part of his problem. The federal government was supposed to get a piece of every drop of alcohol sold in the country. If the 2 murders didn't keep Christopher in prison for the rest of his life, the tax evasion would. "Hi." Sarah was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. "Will and Kevin are still down at the lake. Christopher is taking them to the boat dock to show them the second still." Faith grinned. Will was dragging Christopher around like a dog on a leash so that by the time Faith got to him, he would feel completely helpless. "His timing is great. Dave showed up at the house right before I left, so now they all know he didn't kill Mercy." Sarah frowned. "How did he get up here?" "Dirt bike," Faith said. "He's got to be hurting butt to nuts." "He probably scored some fentanyl as soon as he left the hospital," Sarah said. "I called Nadine to tell her about Chuck. The problem is, the death notice moved the lodge up the list to get the road fixed, so we won't be isolated up here much longer." "Well, I've got even worse news. The phones and internet are back up, so this place is no longer our little slice of Cabot Cove." Sarah looked worried. "John's been hiding out in the cottage next door. I should tell him that Dave is here. He's probably looking for a reason to go home." "I don't know. Look at what he has to go home to." Faith thought of a better idea. She tapped the side of her purse. "John can't get online from Cottage 9 anyway. Can I show you the map? Maybe you can help me fill in some blanks while I wait for Will to give me the heads up on Christopher." "Sure." Sarah motioned for Faith to follow her up the stairs. Faith had to readjust herself first. She'd borrowed a pair of Sarah's yoga pants. They were about a foot too long and an inch too snug. She'd had to roll the waistband 3 times to keep the crotch from dangling down to her knees, then roll up the legs like puckered mouths around her calves. Her milkshake was bringing exactly 0 boys to the yard. The cottage had been cleaned since Faith had showered. Sarah had obviously straightened up. Or maybe Penny had. because Faith picked up the scent of oranges, and while Sarah was tidy, she wasn't that tidy. Sarah asked, "What have you got?" "Colored markers and a taste for vengeance." Faith sat down on the couch and dug around in her purse for the map. She laid it on the table. "I walked around the property with my phone to test the Wi-Fi signal. The yellow lines approximate the reception area. Mercy had to be inside these areas to make the phone calls to Dave." Sarah nodded. "So that includes cottages 1 through 5, plus 7 and 8, plus the main house, plus the dining hall." "The relay in the dining hall covers the viewing platform and halfway down Fishtopher Trail, which is where Chuck died. On the other side, the signal extends a bit into the area below the viewing platform. I didn't want to get too far away from civilization without someone knowing I was down there. Also, there was a shit ton of birds." Sarah said, "It's interesting that both bodies were found in water. Christopher loves the water. Did you know there's a fish talk? My father is on it. So is Christopher. He's really into rainbow trout. Let's start here." Faith pointed to the area where Mercy's body had been found. "Lost Widow Trail links the bachelor cottages and the dining hall. That's the way you guys went with Nadine to get to Mercy's crime scene. Will ended up taking the same trail when he was running toward the first and second scream. You following?" Sarah nodded. "You can see the trail kind of meanders around the ravine, which is why it takes about 10 or 15 minutes to get down. But there's a faster way from the dining hall to the bachelor cottages that's not on the map. Alejandro told me about it. They call it the rope trail. I found the ropes, and basically it's a controlled fall down the side of the ravine. If Mercy was running for her life, that's the route she would have taken. Alejandro estimates it would take about 5 minutes to get down. I'll need Will to help me time it out. We can use it to backstop whatever story Christopher comes up with." "So you're saying the first scream, the howl, came from the dining hall, and the last 2 screams came from the bachelor cottages?" Sarah looked at the map. "That makes sense, but last night, in the moment, I could only tell that the 2 screams came from this general direction. The way sound travels here is strange because of the elevations. The lake is in a caldera." Faith looked through her notes. "You were at the compound with John when you heard the second scream for help?" "Yes, we had a brief conversation, then I heard the scream for help. There was a pause, then another scream. Please. John ran back into the house. I went to look for Will." "Back into the house," Faith repeated. "So, when you first saw John, he was coming out of the house?" "I didn't recognize him at first because it was so dark. He was walking down the stairs with a backpack. He fell to his knees and vomited." "What was the conversation?" "I asked him to sit on the porch and talk. He told me to fuck off." "Sounds like a drunk teenager," Faith said. "You were looking at him when you heard the 2 screams, though, so that's John off the list." Sarah looked startled. "Was he ever on it?" Faith shrugged, but as far as she was concerned, every male up here but Rascal was on it. "Amanda told me that she wants to get a statement from John," Sarah said. "He could help with the timeline. After the scene at dinner, Mercy would have checked in on him at least." "Maybe not," Faith said. "She could have been giving him space." "Either way, I don't imagine he'll be much help. He was probably too drunk to remember anything." Sarah pointed at the map. "I can help you identify where everyone else should have been. Sydney and Max, the investors, were in Cottage 1. Chuck was in Cottage 2. Keisha and Drew are in Cottage 3. Gordon and Paul are in 5. Monica and Frank are in 7. The Wi-Fi area covers all of them, so Mercy could have made the calls to Dave from any of these cottages. According to Paul, she was on the trail at 10:30. Paul Ponticello sounds like Pippa Pig's pal. Faith turned back the pages to find the timeline. Whatever happened must have kicked off at 11:10, right? Mercy called Dave 5 times in the space of 12 minutes. You don't do that unless you're frantic, scared, angry, or all 3. Mercy left the voicemail at 11:28, so we know she was talking to the killer by then. She said, "Dave will be here soon. I told him what happened." "What happened?" "That's what I need to find out," Faith said. "But let's assume that Christopher is the murderer. He kills Mercy, takes out Chuck, frames Drew, which shuts down Keisha easy peasy lemon squeezy." Will said, "It's complicated." Faith turned around. He was standing in the doorway with his bandaged hand over his heart. She knew Will wasn't speaking ironically. Most crimes were very straightforward. Only comic book villains relied on dominoes falling in the right order to take out the right people. Faith told Will, "Dave's at the main house, came up on a dirt bike." Will didn't respond. Sarah had returned with a glass of water. She held up 2 pills. Will opened his mouth. She dropped them in, then gave him the glass. He drank the water. He gave her back the glass. Sarah went into the kitchen. Faith folded the map and pretended like none of this was weird. Faith asked, "Any word on whether forensics was able to save Mercy's notebook?" She had asked Sarah the question, but Sarah was looking at Will, which was odd because forensics was Sarah's department. Will gave a tight shake of his head. "No word on the notebook yet." "Okay." Faith tried to ignore the weirdness. "What about the pregnancy? I know the preliminary autopsy didn't rule sexual assault in or out, but are we thinking Christopher could be the father?" Sarah looked horrified, but she still didn't speak. Faith tried again. "I know we'll eventually get DNA from the fetus, but Mercy was hooking up with other men. It'd be easy for Christopher's defense attorney to argue that one of her hookups found out about the pregnancy, got jealous, and stabbed Mercy to death." Will did the tight headshake again, but not as an answer. "Sarah, could you talk to John again? You've got a good rapport with him. He's probably seen a lot of things up here. People tend to forget when kids are around." Sarah asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes," he said. "You're part of this team too." She nodded. "Okay." He nodded. "Okay." Faith watched them stare at each other in that secret way that excluded everyone else. She was, yet again, the hilarious sidekick in their rom-com, though she would like an award for not looking in Sarah's suitcase when she'd had the chance. She asked Will, "Ready?" "Ready." He stepped back so Faith could go down the stairs first, which was gentlemanly, but also dangerous because Faith had nobody to land on if she fell. She slapped a mosquito off her arm. The sun was like a laser beam drilling into her retinas. She was so ready to get out of this place. Will was more relaxed than usual as they walked down the trail. He stuck his left hand in his pocket. His right was still pressed to his chest. Faith couldn't think of a way to be subtle, so she asked, "Tell me about you and Dave when you were kids." He looked down at her, clearly needing an explanation. "Dave ran away from the children's home," she said. "Whatever he was doing down in Atlanta, he probably did to Christopher up here." Will grunted, but he answered, "He made up stupid nicknames, stole your stuff, blamed you for shit he did, spit in your food, found ways to get you in trouble." Sounds like a winner. Faith still couldn't figure out a way to be delicate. "Was Dave sexually abusing anyone?" "He was definitely having sex, but that's not unusual. Kids who are sexually abused tend to focus on sex for connection, and sex feels good, so they want to keep doing it." "Was it boys, girls, both?" "Girls." Faith took the way his jaw tightened to mean that Dave had been with Will's ex-wife, which hardly made him an outlier. Will said, "Being sexually abused as a kid doesn't mean you grow up to sexually abuse kids. Otherwise, half the world would be pedophiles." "You're right," she said. "But let's isolate Dave from that statistic. He was 13 when he got to the lodge, but they aged him down to 11. Being 13 with everyone treating you like you're 11 is infantilizing. Dave must have felt angry, frustrated, emasculated, confused. But he was also grooming Mercy. He was having sex with her at least by the time she was 15 and he was 20. Where was Christopher when Dave was raping his baby sister?" "Not protecting her, you mean?" "I mean, Christopher was afraid of Dave too." "That'd be a really great motive if Christopher had murdered Dave." "Maybe we'll get back to the compound and he'll have a bomb strapped to his chest and you'll have to defuse it before it detonates." Will glanced down at her. "Come on, danger dog. You've already run through a burning building and nearly tumbled over a waterfall." "I would really appreciate it if you didn't describe it that way in your report." He directed her down yet another steep path. Faith saw the lake first. The sun bounced off the surface like a disco ball from hell. She shielded the blinding light with her hand. Kevin was standing by the equipment shed. They'd put a canoe on the ground. Christopher sat in the middle. His wrists were zip-tied to the bar that went across the center of the boat. Will said, "Sarah told me the bar is called the Crosspiece. The upper edge is called the gunnel. Faith was reminded of when Will had first met Sarah. He'd found the stupidest reasons just to say her name. "Hey," Kevin jogged up to meet them. "Hasn't made a peep." Faith said, "Did he ask for a lawyer?" "Nope. I got it on video when I read him his Miranda rights. Dude looked into the camera and said he doesn't need a lawyer." Faith said, "Well done, Kev." Agent Dog's body continues to deliver. He pulled a ring of keys out of his pocket. "I'll hit you up if I find the safe." Will watched him go. He asked Faith, "Is Kevin mad at you for the dog's body joke?" "No idea." Kevin was mad at her for ghosting him after they'd hooked up 2 years ago. "I need you to do the scary lurking thing while I talk to Christopher, okay?" Will nodded. Faith studied Christopher as she walked toward the canoe. They'd faced him away from the water, giving him a wide-open view to the illegal still in the back of the shed. He was average-looking, not muscular but not pudgy. His blue t-shirt showed a small paunch. His dark hair was a little mullety in the back, just like Chuck's. She walked past him, taking a deep breath as she looked out at the water. Gnats were swirling near the floating dock. Birds were circling. She let out a fake sigh of contentment. "God, it's gorgeous out here. I can't imagine having nature as my office." Christopher said nothing. "You should ask your lawyer to look into Coastal State Prison," Faith said. "It's in Savannah. If the wind shifts the right way, you can occasionally get a whiff of salt air over the scent of raw sewage." Christopher still didn't respond. Faith walked back around the boat. Will was leaning against the open door of the shed, looking intimidating. She gave him a nod before turning to face Christopher. The suspect was sitting on one of 2 benches. He was hunched over because his hands were zip-tied to the bar. The second bench was smaller, tucked into the back end. She pointed to it, asking, "Is this the bow or the starboard?" He looked at her like she was an idiot. "Starboard is the right side. The bow is at the front. You're standing at the stern." "Talk about stern," Faith joked. She stepped into the canoe. The fiberglass made a grinding noise as it dug into the rocky shore. "Stop," Christopher said. "You're ruining the hull." "Hull?" Faith made it extra crunchy as she sat down. "Believe me, you do not want me on the water. I don't know a crossbar from a gun whale." "It's cross piece and gun null." "Oh, my mistake, sorry." Faith pretended like she had never been corrected by a man. She picked up a piece of rope that was tied to a metal loop. "What's this thing called?" "A rope." "Rope," she repeated. "I feel like a sailor." Christopher gave a put-upon sigh. His head turned. He stared down at the ground. "Did they feed you? Are you hungry?" Faith opened her purse and found one of Will's Snickers bars. "Do you like chocolate?" That got his attention. Faith peeled apart the wrapper. She gave Christopher an apologetic look as she placed the bar in his upturned hand. He didn't seem to mind. He let the wrapper drop to the bottom of the boat. He held the Snickers long ways between his hands instead of straight up. Then he leaned over and nibbled it like corn on the cob. She let him enjoy himself as she tried to figure out a better approach. There couldn't be that many more parts of a canoe that she could get wrong. Normally, Will used his broody silence to pull the truth out of suspects, but you could get away with that when you were 6'3" and naturally terrifying. Faith's particular talent was making men incredibly uncomfortable every time she opened her mouth. She waited until Christopher had taken a large bite of Snickers to ask her first question. "Christopher, were you fucking your sister?" He choked so hard that the boat shook. "Are you insane?" "Mercy was pregnant. Are you the father?" "Are you fucking kidding?" he stuttered. "How could you even ask me something like that?" "It's an obvious question. Mercy was pregnant. You're the only man up here except for your father and John." "Dave." He wiped his mouth on his shoulder. "Dave is up here all the time." "You're telling me that Mercy was fucking her abusive ex-husband?" "Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. She was with him yesterday before the family meeting. They were rolling around on the floor like animals." "Which floor?" Cottage 4.
What time was the family meeting?
Noon.
He shook his head, still hung up on the incest.
Jesus, I can't believe you even asked that.
Did Dave ever try to fuck you? The shock wasn't as extreme this time, but he still looked disgusted.
No, of course not. He was my brother.
He fucked his sister, but he wouldn't fuck his brother?
What?
You just told me Dave was fucking his sister.
Can you stop saying that word?
He said.
It's very unladylike.
Faith laughed. If Amanda couldn't shame her, this guy didn't stand a chance. Okay, buddy. Your sister was brutally raped and murdered, but you're hung up on me saying fuck.
What does any of this have to do with bootlegging? He demanded. You've caught me red-handed.
We sure as fuck did. Christopher huffed out his breath like he was trying to control his temper. He looked at Will.
Sir, could we please get this over with? I'll take the blame. It was my idea. I built both stills. I was in charge of everything.
Hey, ding-a-ling! Faith snapped her fingers. Don't talk to him. Talk to me. Christopher's cheeks turned red with anger. Faith didn't let up. We already know that Chuck was balls deep in your little liquor operation. He's even got the tattoo on his back to prove it. Christopher's nostrils flared, but he gave in quickly.
Okay, I'll flip on Chuck. Is that what you want?
Faith opened her arms wide. You tell me.
Chuck and I are connoisseurs, okay? We love whiskey, scotch, bourbon. We started making small batch for ourselves, just a little bit at a time, experimenting with flavors and various species of exotic woods to bring out the richness.
And then?
Papa had his bike accident. Mercy started making changes at the lodge. She fixed up the bathrooms, started offering cocktails. More money started coming in, big money, primarily from the alcohol. Chuck said we should cut out the middleman, use our hooch instead. At first, Mercy didn't know that we were refilling the bottles with our own stuff, but then she figured it out. She didn't care. All she wanted to do was prove to Papa that she could turn a profit.
It wasn't just the lodge, Faith said. Chuck was selling to strip clubs in Atlanta, too. Christopher looked caught out. He had finally realized that Faith knew a hell of a lot more than she was letting on. She asked, Did your parents know?
Absolutely not.
Drew and Keisha did, though.
He shook his head. I didn't know that. What did they say?
You're not asking the questions, Faith told him. Let's go back to Mercy. How did she feel about being left off the money train?
I didn't leave her off. She's my sister. I created a trust for John. I put the money in an account. He'll be able to draw from it when he's 21.
Why not give the money to Mercy?
Because Dave would get his greedy hands on it. Mercy can't. She couldn't say no to Dave. He needled everything out of her. There's nothing he wouldn't take from her, and you're telling me she was pregnant? She would have been stuck with him for the rest of her life.
Christopher suddenly looked sad.
I guess she was, right? Mercy died before she could get away from him.
Faith gave him a few seconds to catch his breath. Did Mercy know about the trust fund you created for John?
No, I didn't even tell Chuck.
He leaned forward, straining against the zip ties.
You're not listening to me, lady. I'm telling you how this works. Mercy would have eventually told Dave, and Dave would have hounded John into the ground until the trust was empty. There's only two things he cares about, money and Mercy, in that order. He'll do anything to control both of them.
Faith regrouped. Tell me how it worked. How did you launder the money? He sat back, looked down at his hands.
Through the lodge. Mercy's really good at bookkeeping. She opened an online account, set up payroll. She made sure that we paid taxes on everything. All of the records are in the office safe.
You said that Mercy was good with money, but she didn't have a dime to her name.
That was her choice, Christopher said. I gave her whatever she wanted, but she knew if she had money in the bank or a credit card or debit card, Dave would find out about it.
She depended on me for everything in her life.
Faith felt a crushing sense of claustrophobia, thinking about how helpless Mercy had truly been.
That's what we were really talking about before dinner.
Christopher was looking at Will again.
Mercy was pushing me to turn down the investors. She told me that she had nothing to lose. I told her that I could take away the rest of her life. Maybe I did. Maybe I should have just cleaned out my accounts and handed everything to her. She might have left Dave before it was too late, right?
He had asked Faith the question. She couldn't answer him. She only knew the statistics, and they were soul-crushing. It took an abused woman an average of 7 tries to leave her abuser. And that was if he didn't kill her first. She asked Christopher, "What about Chuck?"
I told you he doesn't know about John's trust. He's more afraid of Dave than I am.
No, what about Chuck, meaning, why did you murder Chuck? There was no reaction this time, just a blank stare.
What?
Chuck is dead, Christopher. But you knew that. You're the one who spiked his water jug with the eye drops. Christopher looked at Faith, then at Will, then back at Faith again.
You're lying.
I'll take you to him right now, Faith offered. We had to store his body in the freezer outside the kitchen. He's hanging there like a side of beef. Christopher stared at Faith like he was waiting for her to laugh, to say it was all a joke. When Faith didn't, he gulped air into his mouth. His head dropped to his chest as he started to sob. He was more torn up about Chuck than he'd ever been about Mercy. She gave him a moment to cry. Faith had played the bully. Now she played the mother. She leaned forward, rubbing Christopher's back to soothe him.
Why did you kill Chuck?
No, Christopher shook his head. I didn't.
You wanted out of the liquor business. He was trying to force you to stay in.
No, Christopher kept shaking his head. No.
You told Chuck that the business didn't work without Mercy.
He was shaking so hard that she could feel it through the hole.
Christopher, you're so close to telling me the truth.
Faith kept rubbing his back.
Come on, buddy. You'll feel better once you get it all out.
She hated him, he whispered. Mercy hated Chuck? Faith patted his shoulder, but she kept her mothering tone.
Come on, Christopher, sit up. Tell me what happened.
He sat up slowly. Faith watched his stoicism crumble. It was like every emotion he'd ever suppressed had been unleashed. Chuck embarrassed Mercy in front of everybody. I was taken up for her. I wanted to teach him a lesson.
What kind of lesson?
To stop messing with her, Christopher said. I don't understand. How did he die? I used the same amount as before. Faith was seldom caught out by anything suspects said, but this one gave her pause. You've spiked Chuck's water jug before? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I'm a distiller. I'm very exact with my measurements. I put the same amount in his water as the previous times. Times, Faith repeated. How many times have you poisoned him? He wasn't poisoned. His stomach was upset. He had the shits. That's all it ever did. Chuck would say something rude to Mercy, and I would slip some drops into his water to teach him a lesson. Christopher looked genuinely confused. How did he die? It has to be something else. Why are you lying to me? Are you allowed to do that? Faith had heard Sarah's theory at the crime scene. Chuck hadn't died from the eye drops. He had died because he'd rolled into the water and drowned. She had to ask, Christopher, did Chuck kill Mercy? No. Faith heard the certainty in his voice. She expected he would say something delusional like, Chuck was in love with Mercy, how could he kill her? But he didn't. I knocked him out. You what? We always, in the evening with a nightcap. I put some Xanax in his drink to make sure he didn't do anything stupid. Chuck was reading on his iPad, then he fell asleep. Christopher shrugged. The bedroom window in Cottage 2 lines up to the window in the back staircase off the kitchen. I checked on him before I went to sleep. He never left.
Faith was momentarily at a loss for words.
I loved my sister, Christopher said. But Chuck was my best friend. He couldn't help it that he loved Mercy, too. I kept him in check. I stood up for Mercy the only way I knew how.
Faith was almost at a loss again. Did Chuck know that you were drugging him?
It doesn't matter.
Christopher shrugged away the multiple felonies.
Mercy was kind to me. Do you even know how that feels when no one else in the world is kind to you? I know I'm weird, but Mercy didn't care. She looked after me. She put herself between me and Papa over and over again. Do you know how many times I watched him beat her down? I'm not talking with his fists. He whipped her with a rope. He kicked her in the stomach, broke her bones, wouldn't let her go to the hospital. And then her face, the scar on her face, that's all Papa's fault. He let Mercy carry that guilt around for...
Faith saw the look of fear in Christopher's eyes before his head bobbed down again. He had said too much, but maybe not by accident. Christopher wanted Faith to try to pull the truth out of him. What he didn't understand about Faith was that neither of them was going to leave this canoe until she did. She said, "Penny Danvers told me your sister got the scar on her face from a car accident at Devil's Bend. Mercy was 17 years old. Her best friend was killed." Christopher didn't respond. Faith asked, "How is Mercy's scar your father's fault?" Christopher shook his head. "How is your father responsible for the scar?" Faith waited, but he still didn't answer. "What guilt did your father let Mercy carry?" Again, he didn't answer. "Christopher," Faith leaned forward, edging into his personal space. "You told me that you tried to protect Mercy the best way you knew how, and I believe that. I really do, but I don't understand why on earth you would protect your father right now. Mercy was violently murdered. She was left to bleed out on your family's land. Can't you give her soul some peace?" Christopher was silent a few seconds longer. Then he took a quick breath and pushed out the words. "It was him." "It was who?" "Papa." Christopher glanced up before looking back down again. "He's the one who killed Gabby." Faith could feel Will's tension behind her. She had to take her own quick breath before she could speak. "How did... Gabby was so beautiful, and kind, and sweet. I was in love with her." Christopher was looking at Faith in the eye now, his voice strident. "People laughed at me because I didn't stand a chance, but I loved her so much. A pure kind of love, nothing that could be tainted. That's why I understood how Chuck felt about Mercy. He couldn't help himself." Faith worked to keep her tone even. "What happened to Gabby?" "Papa happened." The strident tone was gone. His voice had the familiar deadness to it. He couldn't stand the way Gabby flitted around the world like a beautiful butterfly. She was always so happy. She had this lightness inside of her. She flirted with the guests. She laughed at their stupid jokes. She loved Mercy. She really did. And Mercy loved her. Everyone loved Gabby. Everyone wanted her. So Papa raped her. Faith felt like her mouth had filled with sand. It was the matter-of-fact tone he'd used to describe something that was almost indescribable. "When did this happen?" "The night of the so-called accident."
Faith kept silent. She didn't need to push him anymore. Christopher was finally ready to tell the story.
I was out collecting night crawlers, he said. Papa raped Gabby in my bed. He left her there for me to find. Papa told me he wasn't going to let anybody have something that he didn't have first.
Faith tried to swallow the sand in her mouth.
He didn't just rape her. He beat her face. All of her beauty, her perfection. It was just gone.
Christopher took another sharp breath.
I went to get Mercy, but she was passed out on her bedroom floor with a needle in her arm. She had so much pain in her body. She was so desperate to get away. She and Gabby were going to leave together at the end of summer, but...
Faith didn't need him to finish the sentence. She had heard about their plan from Penny Danvers. Gabby and Mercy were going to move to Atlanta and get an apartment together and wait tables and make lots of money and live it up the way that only teenagers can. And then Gabby had died, and Mercy's life was changed forever. Christopher said,
Papa made me carry Mercy to the car. He just threw her in the back seat like a sack of garbage. Then we put Gabby in the front. She wasn't even moving by then. I guess the shock, or maybe being punched in the head so many times, I don't know. Maybe Gabby was already dead. I was glad she didn't know what was going on.
He'd started crying. Faith listened to his nose wheeze as he tried to control his breathing. She recalled another detail from Penny, that Christopher had been so inconsolable after Gabby's death that he had taken to his bed for weeks after.
Papa told me to go back inside the house. So I did. I watched them drive away from my bedroom window. I fell asleep with my head on my arm.
Christopher gulped another quick breath.
3 hours later, I heard a car door slam. Sheriff Hartshorn was there. My mother came into my room. She was crying so hard she could barely talk. We all went down to the kitchen. Papa was there too. The sheriff told us that Gabby was dead, and Mercy was in the hospital.
What did your father say? He gave a bitter laugh.
He said, God damn it, I knew Mercy would end up killing somebody.
His tone had a finality to it, but Faith wasn't going to let him stop there. Biddy didn't hear anything the night before?
No. Papa had slipped her some Xanax. Nothing would wake her up.
He leaned down to wipe his nose on his arm.
All Mother knew was that Mercy had gotten high and ended up crashing her car and killing Gabby. We never asked for the details. We didn't want to know.
Faith knew the official version from Penny. Mercy was the driver who'd been going down the roller coaster hill that led to Devil's Bend. The EMTs had told the town that Mercy had laughed like a hyena in the back of the ambulance. Mercy had insisted that they were parked in front of the lodge, which made sense, because Mercy was in her bedroom when she'd nodded off with a needle in her arm. She had no memory of being carried to the car. Now, Faith could only assume that Cecil McAlpine had put the gear in neutral and hoped that gravity would rid him of his daughter and the young woman he'd beaten and raped. She told Christopher, the car dropped 20 feet into a gorge. Mercy got thrown through the front window. That's how her face was ripped off. Gabby's head was crushed, but that happened before the accident. Your father's good friend Sheriff Hartshorn said that her feet were on the dashboard at impact. The coroner said that her skull was pulverized. They had to use dental records to identify her at the autopsy. It was like someone had taken a sledgehammer to her head. Christopher's lips were trembling. He couldn't look Faith in the eye. but she knew that Christopher couldn't look a lot of people in the eye. She asked, "What was Gabby's full name?" "Gabriella," he whispered. "Gabriella Maria Ponticello." Chapter 19. Will's brain was vibrating with self-recriminations. Paul had been right in front of him the entire time. Will should have pushed the man about checking in under an alias. He should have done a deeper dive into Paul's past. Delilah had told Will about Gabby less than an hour after Mercy's death. Will had a sick feeling that he knew exactly what the tattoo on Paul's chest said. You didn't have a word permanently imprinted over your heart unless that word was important to you. Will had looked right at it and hadn't been able to read it. Faith had needed less than a minute on her phone to confirm Paul's connection to Gabby. She'd found an obituary in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution archives. Gabriella Maria Ponticello had been survived by her parents, Carlos and Sylvia, and her younger brother, Paul. "Kevin," Faith said, "circle around to the other side. I want you to take Gordon to Cottage 4. Listen to whatever story he spins. Then we'll compare notes with whatever we get out of Paul." Kevin looked surprised, but he gave her a salute. "Yes, ma'am." Will felt his teeth start to ache from clenching his jaw. Faith was giving the interview to Kevin because she felt the need to babysit Will. He couldn't blame her. He had fucked up so much of this already. The door to the main house opened. Delilah came out first. She bounded down the stairs. Biddy pushed Cecil out onto the porch. Dave was behind them. He lit a cigarette, then blew out a stream of smoke as he followed them to the wheelchair ramp off the back of the house. Faith tugged at Will's sleeve, pulling him into the forest. They were waiting for the compound to clear out. Christopher was zip-tied to a paddle wheel inside the boathouse. Sarah was with John. Cocktails had started 5 minutes ago. Monica and Frank had been the first to leave. Then Drew and Keisha, with the rest of the family heading down, that left Gordon and Paul. The lights were on in Cottage 5, but the men hadn't come out. And why would they? Thanks to Will, Paul was confident that he'd gotten away with murder. Will couldn't hold it in any longer. He told Faith, "I fucked up. I'm sorry." Faith said, "Tell me how you fucked up." "Paul has a tattoo on his chest. I know it says Gabby. I saw it, but I couldn't read it fast enough. He covered it with a towel." Faith was silent, a beat too long. "You don't know that." "I know it. You know it. Amanda will know it. Sarah will." He felt like his stomach had filled with diesel fuel. "Keisha told me that Paul and Gordon were late to breakfast. That's when Paul hid the broken knife handle in their toilet tank. I scared the shit out of her and Drew for nothing. They were terrified of being shot. And Chuck would probably still be alive. Christopher was supposed to be guiding guests this morning. Chuck would have been asleep in his bed." "Wrong," Faith said. "The activities were canceled because of Mercy." Will shook his head. None of it mattered. "Penny told me about the car accident," Faith said. "I could have followed up on it hours ago. I had Gabby's first name. I could have cross-referenced it with all the other names, including Paul's. That's how I found the obituary." Will knew she was clutching at straws. "We've got to get a confession out of Paul. I can't let him get away with this because of my mistake." "He won't get away with it," Faith said. "Look at me." Will couldn't look at her. "Christopher's going to do serious time. We'll use his testimony to get Cecil for murdering Gabby. We'll arrest Paul for killing Mercy. God knows how many strip clubs in Atlanta were buying moonshine off Chuck. They almost killed Monica with that shit. None of this would have happened if you weren't up here. Do you think Biscuits would have investigated Mercy's murder? You're the only reason Paul is going to get caught, and Christopher and Cecil." "Faith, I know you're trying to make me feel better, but every word out of your mouth sounds like pity." The door to Cottage 5 opened. Gordon came out first, then Paul. They were laughing about something because they had no idea that hell was about to rain down on them both. Will said, "Let's go." He jogged across the compound. Kevin came from the other side. He grabbed Gordon by the arm. "Excuse me," Gordon said, but Kevin was already pulling him away. "Hey!" Paul tried to go after him. Will put a firm hand on the man's chest. Paul looked down. There was no flirty banter this time. His mouth went into a straight line. "All right. I guess we're doing this now. Faith said, "Let's go back inside." Will kept close to Paul's heels in case he tried to run. Kevin took Gordon into Cottage 4. The lights came on. The door closed, but not before Gordon gave Paul a steady look. Will made sure that Faith had caught it too. Both men were in on it. The living room smelled like a dive bar. There were half-empty bottles of liquor and overturned glasses. The trash can was overflowing with potato chip bags and candy wrappers. Will caught a whiff of pot. He spotted an ashtray by the chair. It was filled with the butt ends of too many joints to count. Faith said, "Looks like you guys had quite the party. Anything in particular you were celebrating?" Paul raised an eyebrow. "Are you sorry we didn't invite you?" "Gutted." Faith pointed to the couch. "Sit." Paul sat down with a huff. He leaned back, his arms crossed. "What's this about?" Faith asked. "You're the one who said, 'I guess we're doing this.' What are we doing?" Paul looked at Will. "You saw the tattoo." Will felt like a metal spike had gone into his chest. Paul said, "I kept watching you guys circling around all day. Was it Mercy? Did she tell someone before she died?" Faith asked, "What did she have to tell?" Will watched Paul unbutton his shirt, then pull back the material to show his chest. The tattoo was ornate, decorated with red hearts and multicolored flowers. From this distance, all that Will could make out was the G, but that was probably because he already knew the name. Faith leaned forward. "That's clever. You can't really see the name unless you know what you're looking for. Do you mind?" Paul shrugged as Faith took out her iPhone. She snapped several photos, then sat back in the chair with a sigh. Paul asked, "Am I a suspect or a witness?" "I can see why it's confusing," Faith said, "because you're acting like you're not either one of those things." "White male privilege, am I right?" Paul reached for a bottle of liquor. "I need a drink." "I wouldn't do that," Faith said. "It's not Old Rip." "It's still alcohol." Paul took a large gulp straight from the bottle. "What are you guys looking for?" Faith looked at Will like she expected him to take over. He assumed that his silence would outlast her, but this time it didn't. Paul said, "Hello? Witness/suspect calling. Anybody home?" Will felt his face flush. He couldn't keep being the reason this got fucked up. He asked Paul, "Did Mercy see your tattoo?" "I let her see it, if that's what you mean." "When?" "I don't know. An hour or so after we checked in. I took a shower. I was in the bedroom about to get dressed. I looked out the window. I saw Mercy coming toward our cottage. I thought, why not?" Paul rolled the bottle between his hands. "I wrapped the towel back around my waist, and I waited." Will asked, "Why did you want her to see the tattoo?" "I wanted her to know who I am." "Did Mercy know that Gabby had a brother?" "I imagine so. They only knew each other for a few months over the summer, but they formed an intense bond very quickly. All of Gabby's letters back home were about Mercy and how much fun they were having together. It sounded like..." Paul stopped, searching for the right words. "You know how it is when you're young and you meet somebody and you just click, and it's like two magnets getting stuck together. You can't see how you lived before you met them, and you don't want to live the rest of your life without them." Will asked, "Were they lovers?" "No. They were just two perfect, beautiful friends. And then it was ruined." "You checked into the lodge under a fake name. That would have been the time to let Mercy know you're Gabby's brother." "I didn't want her family to find out." "Why?" "Because..." Paul took another drink. "Jesus, that's terrible. What the hell is it?" "Illegal." Faith reached over and snatched the bottle out of his hands. She put it on the floor. She waited for Will to continue. All he could do was let his mouth work on autopilot. "Why?" "Why didn't I want the McAlpines to find out?" Paul sighed as he thought it through some more. "I wanted to keep it between me and Mercy, okay? I wasn't even sure I wanted to do it, but I saw her and I... Paul shrugged instead of finishing the sentence. Will listened to the silence in the room. He looked down at his hands. Even the injured one was trying to make a fist. There was a bone-deep ache in his jaw from clenching his teeth. His body was familiar with this anger. He'd felt it in school when the teacher berated him for not finishing the sentence on the board. He'd felt it at the children's home when Dave made fun of him for not being able to read well. Will had developed a trick where he took his mind out of the situation, unplugging it from his body like the cord on a lamp. But he wasn't sitting in the back of a classroom anymore. He wasn't in the children's home anymore. He was talking to a murder suspect. His partner was counting on him. More importantly, John was counting on him. Will had felt the last beat of Mercy's heart. He had made a silent promise to the woman that her killer would see justice. That her son would know the peace of seeing the man who had stolen her away from him punished for the crime. Will moved the coffee table back from the couch. He sat directly in front of Paul. You were arguing with Gordon on the trail yesterday afternoon. Paul looked surprised. He had no way of knowing that Sarah had overheard them. Will said, You told Gordon, I don't care what you think. It's the right thing to do. That doesn't sound like me. Then Gordon said, Since when do you care about the right thing? Are there cameras? Paul asked. Is this place bugged? Do you know what you told Gordon? Paul shrugged. Surprise me. Gordon asked, Since when do you care about the right thing? And you said, Since I saw how she fucking lives. Paul nodded. Okay, that sounds like me. Gordon said that you have to let it go. But you didn't let it go, did you? Paul worked the hem of his shirt, folding it into tight pleats. What else did I say? You tell me. Probably something like, Let's discuss this over a barrel of Jim Beam. You told me that you saw Mercy on the trail around 10:30 last night. I did. You said she was making the rounds. She was. Did you talk to her? Paul started unfolding the pleats. Yes. What did you say? You won't believe me, Paul said. Gordon told me to stay away from you. He said that you were just a big dumb cop looking to arrest anybody with half a reason. You've got more than half a reason, Will said. What did you say to Mercy on the trail last night, Paul? She was doing her job, making her rounds, and you came out of your cottage around 10:30 and you talked to her. That's accurate. What did you say? That... He let out another long sigh. That I forgive her. Will watched Paul start back in on the pleats. I forgave her, Paul said. I blamed Mercy for so many years. It ate me up inside, you know. Gabby was my big sister. I was only 15 when it happened. There was so much of her life, our lives together, that was stolen from me. I never got to know her as a real person. Is that why you killed Mercy? I didn't kill her, Paul said. You have to hate someone in order to kill them. You didn't hate the woman who was responsible for your sister's death? I did, for many years. And then I found out the truth. Paul looked up at Will. Mercy wasn't driving the car. Will studied the man, but he gave nothing away. How do you know she wasn't driving? The same way that I know Cecil McAlpine raped her. Will felt like all of the oxygen had been burned out of the room. He checked in with Faith. She looked just as thrown as Will. Paul continued. I also know that Cecil and Christopher put Gabby in the car with Mercy. I'm hoping that Gabby was dead by then. I don't want to think about her waking up like that, watching the car barrel toward that sharp curve in the road and knowing that there was nothing she could do to stop it. Will glanced at Faith again. She had moved to the edge of her chair. Her pelvis was crushed too, Paul said. My mother told me that little detail last year. The poor woman was on her deathbed. Pancreatic cancer plus dementia plus a raging urinary tract infection. She was on high doses of morphine. Her brain, her beautiful brain, kept her trapped inside the summer Gabby died, helping her pack for the mountains, making sure she had the right clothes, waving goodbye as my father drove her away. Then picking up the phone, hearing about the car crash, learning that Gabby was dead. Paul leaned down and picked up the bottle from the floor. He took a long drink before continuing. It was just me at my mother's bedside. My father died of a heart attack 2 years ago. Paul hugged the bottle to his chest. Dementia knows no patterns. The strangest little detail would come and go from her mind. That Gabby had forgotten to pack her stuffed bear. Maybe we could mail it to her. Or that she hoped the McAlpines were feeding Gabby well. Weren't they such nice people? She talked to the father on the phone when Gabby applied for the internship. His name was Cecil, but everyone called him Papa. He was the one who called to tell us that Gabby was dead. Paul started to drink, but changed his mind. He handed the bottle to Will. That phone call from Cecil, that's what really stuck with her. Papa gave her all the details from the accident. My mother assumed that he was trying to be helpful with his brutal honesty, but that's not what it was about. He was reliving the violence. Can you imagine what kind of psychopath you'd have to be to rape and murder a woman's child, then call her up and tell her all about it? Will had met that kind of psychopath, but he hadn't realized that Cecil McAlpine was one until now. That phone call hounded my mother to the grave. She only had a few hours left, and it was all she could talk about. Not the happy times, like one of Gabby's violin recitals or track meets, or when I surprised everybody and got into medical school, but that phone call from Cecil McAlpine telling her all the gory details about Gabby's death. And I had to listen to every single word because those were the final moments that I would ever have with my mother on Earth. He looked out the window, his eyes glistening in the light. Faith asked, "How did you find out that Cecil killed your sister?" I had to go through my mother's papers after she died. My father's, too. She had never really bothered to sort them out. There was a folder in the back of his filing cabinet. It had everything to do with the accident. Not that there was a lot to see. A 4-page police report, a 12-page autopsy report. I'm a plastic surgeon. I've worked on people after car accidents. I've testified at criminal and civil trials about the damage. I've never seen a case that didn't have boxes of paperwork. And that's not even with a death. Gabby died. Mercy almost died. You're telling me that only took 16 pages? Will had read his share of autopsy reports, too. The man was right. Did they run a toxicology? You're not just a pretty face after all. Paul's smile had a sad quality. That was what really stood out. Gabby had marijuana and a high concentration of alprazolam in her system. Xanax, Will said. The McAlpines had a predilection for the drug. Gabby smoked, but she liked being up, Paul said. She took stimulants. Adderall, Molly, sometimes Coke if anybody had it. She wasn't addicted, she just liked to party. That's one of the reasons my father forced her to do the internship at the lodge. He's the one who found the listing. He thought the fresh air, hard work, and exercise would put her on the right track. Will said, Mercy was never charged with anything related to the accident. Your parents didn't find that odd? My father was a big believer in truth, justice, and the American way. If a cop said there was nothing to see here, then there was nothing to see here. Faith cleared her throat. Which cop? Jeremiah Hartshorn the First. Number 2 has the job now, which is an appropriate designation. Did you talk to him? No. I hired a private detective, Paul said. He made phone calls, knocked on doors. Half the people in town refused to talk to him. The other half seethed every time he mentioned Mercy's name. She was a whore, a junkie, a murderer, a bad mother, a waste, a witch, possessed by Satan. Every single one of them blamed her for killing Gabby, but it wasn't really about Gabby. They just fucking hated Mercy. Will asked, "How did you find out what really happened?" We were approached by an informant. Very cloak and dagger. Paul's smile turned bitter. It cost me 10 grand, but it was worth it to finally hear the truth. Obviously, I wasn't able to do anything about it. The asshole shut up as soon as he had the cash. Wouldn't testify, refused to go on the record. We looked into him. He's an oily little turd. I doubt his testimony could have sent Jeffrey Dahmer to jail for jaywalking. Will knew the answer already, but he had to ask. Who was the informant? Dave McAlpine, Paul said. You arrested him for Mercy's murder, but for some reason let him go. You know he's not just her ex-husband, right? He's also her adopted brother. Will rubbed his jaw. There wasn't anything Dave touched that didn't turn to shit. What did you say to Mercy on the trail last night? Paul slowly let out a long breath. First, you should know a bit more about Gabby's letters. She wrote, at least once a week. She loved Mercy so much. They were going to rent an apartment in Atlanta, and you know how stupid you are when you're 17. You do the math, and you can live off mac and cheese for 10 cents a week. Gabby was so happy to have found a friend. It wasn't easy for her in school. I told you about the violin. She was in band. She'd been teased for years. It wasn't until she blossomed into her looks that she finally had some kind of life. And Mercy was her first friendship as part of that life. It was special. It was perfect. Will asked, "What's the second thing?" Gabby also wrote about Cecil. She felt like he was hurting Mercy, abusing her, physically, maybe something else. I don't know the specifics because she didn't say. I doubt she had the words, really. Gabby didn't grow up with fear. This was before the internet took away our innocence. We didn't have 20 zillion podcasts about beautiful young women being raped and murdered. Will could hear the sadness in his voice. The one thing that was clear was that Paul had loved his sister. Still, he hadn't answered the original question. What did you say to Mercy on the trail last night? I asked her if she knew who I was. She said yes. I told her that I forgave her. Will waited, but he had stopped. Faith prompted, And I had this long speech prepared about how I knew that she had loved Gabby, that they were best friends, that Mercy hadn't been at fault, that it was her father all along, that she had nothing to feel guilty about, all of those things. But Mercy never gave me the chance to say any of them. Paul forced a smile onto his face. She spit on me. Literally. Just horked up something ungodly and let loose. That's all? Faith asked. She didn't say a word? Yeah. She told me to go fuck myself. Then she walked toward the house. I watched her until she went inside and slammed the door. Faith asked, And then what? And then, nothing. I was stunned, obviously, and I wasn't going to chase her down after that. She made it clear how she felt, so I walked back inside and sat down exactly where I'm sitting now. Gordon had heard everything. We were both kind of speechless, to be honest. I hadn't been expecting a Hallmark moment, but I thought I would at least start a dialogue, maybe help both of us get some closure. The sadness had left his voice. Now he sounded perplexed. Okay, I need to rewind a bit. Faith obviously shared Will's skepticism. Mercy spit on you, and you didn't do anything? What could I do? I wasn't mad at her. I pitied her. Look at how she's living up here. Everyone in town despises her. She's trapped on this mountain with the father who framed her for killing her best friend. The whole family buys into her guilt. She lost her face because of that man. Think about that part. Mercy's own father took away her face, and she's living with him, working with him, eating meals with him, taking care of him. And on top of that, her own ex-husband or brother or whatever you want to call him took 10 grand off me for the truth, but he's never told her what really happened? It's just so fucking sad. Will asked, how did Dave know the truth? That part I cannot tell you, he shrugged. Offer him another 10 grand. I'm sure he'll capitulate. Will would get to Dave later. You didn't seem fazed this morning when I announced that Mercy had been stabbed to death. I was very drunk and very high, Paul said. Gordon stuck me in the shower to sober up. That's why I wasn't at my best when you saw me. The water had turned brutally cold. Faith asked, how are you sure that Mercy didn't know her father was responsible for Gabby's death? The husband-brother told me she had no idea. Worse, he came across as a bit of a prick about it. Arrogant, like, ha ha, I know this thing that she doesn't know. Look at how clever I am. That sounded like Dave, all right. I knew it was true the very first time I talked to Mercy, Paul said. I was trying to pull it out of her, right? To see if she really knew what her father had done. I talked about the money this place brings in, how nice it is up here. I thought maybe she was in on it or was covering for her father. But, Faith asked. I asked her about the scar on her face, and she tried to cover it with both hands. Paul shook his head. The memory clearly stirred up some emotion. Mercy looked so damn ashamed, you know. Not just regular ashamed, but the kind of shame where you feel like your soul has been punched out of your body. Will knew about that kind of shame. The fact that Dave had forced it onto Mercy, that he had used it to punish the mother of his child, was unconscionably cruel. That's why Gordon and I were fighting on the trail. I knew I had to tell her the truth, and I tried, but she made it clear she wasn't interested. Gordon was right. I've already lost my sister and both my parents. It's not my job to fix this fucked up family. It's all beyond repair. Faith put her hands on her knees. Do you remember anything else about Mercy last night? Or the family? Did you see anything? Maybe I listened to too many podcasts too. But it's always the thing you don't think that matters that actually ends up mattering. So, Paul shrugged. When Mercy went into the house and slammed the door, I was still absolutely stunned. I stood there for a moment staring in disbelief. And I swear to God, I saw someone on the porch. Who? Faith asked. I'm probably wrong. I mean, it was dark, right? But I swear it looked like Cecil. Why would you be wrong about that? Because after the door slammed, he stood up and walked back inside. Chapter 20. Sarah matched her pace to John's shuffling stride as they followed the loop trail to the dining hall. She had delayed their departure because she wasn't going to take a 16-year-old to cocktails. This seemed like a silly line to draw, considering John was stoned when she'd knocked on the door to Cottage 9. She'd bribed her way in with bags of potato chips and 2 Snickers bars that Will was certain to miss. John had absorbed the news of his father's innocence in shocked silence. He was clearly overwhelmed by the events of the last 24 hours. He'd stopped trying to hide his tears. He'd only stared at Sarah in disbelief, his hands trembling, his lower lip quivering as she'd relayed the facts. Dave was innocent. They had another suspect, but Sarah wasn't at liberty to tell him any more than that. She had offered to take him to his grandparents, but Faith had been right. The boy was in no hurry to go home. Sarah had kept him company as best she could. They had talked about trees and hiking trails, and anything but the fact of his mother's murder. Sarah could tell by the way he spoke, the lack of ums and ers and likes that peppered most teenagers' sentences, that he had been predominantly raised in the company of adults. That those adults all shared the last name McAlpine was a very bad luck of the draw. John kicked a pebble off the path, his foot raking through the dirt. He was visibly anxious. He knew better than Sarah that they were close to the dining hall. He was probably thinking that his presence after being gone for so many hours would create a stir. The last time he'd been inside the building, he'd been blind drunk and screamed at his mother that he hated her. Sarah asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's not exactly private. A lot of the guests will be there too." He nodded, his hair flopping into his eyes. "Will he be there?" Sarah knew he meant Dave. "Probably, but I could be the one to tell your family that you're back. You could wait for them at the house." He kicked another pebble, shook his head. She assumed they would continue on in silence, but John cleared his throat. He glanced at her before his eyes went back to the ground. He asked, "What's your family like?" Sarah considered her answer. "I have a younger sister who's got a daughter. She's studying to be a midwife. My sister, not my niece." John's mouth turned up in the hint of a smile. "My father is a plumber. My mother does the bookkeeping and scheduling for the business. She's very involved in civic causes and activities at her church, which she often reminds me of." "What's your dad like?" "Well," Sarah was aware that John had a complicated relationship with his own father. She didn't want to shame Dave by proxy. "He loves dad jokes." John's eyes slid her way again. "What kind of dad jokes?" Sarah thought about the card her father had put in her suitcase. "He knew I was going to be in the mountains this week, so he gave me $1 in case there were any deer parties." "Deer parties?" "Yeah, it costs $1 to get in." John snorted. He wanted to make sure I had the dough. John laughed out loud. "That's pretty corny." Sarah thought it was pretty wonderful. If John had been unlucky, Sarah had hit the jackpot. "Remember what I told you about Will? He wants to talk to you about your mom. He has some things to tell you." John nodded. His eyes were back on the ground. She thought about the young man she had met the day before. He had been so confident when he'd walked down the front steps of his family home. At least he'd been that way until Will had cut him down to size. Now, John seemed nervous and cowed. As a pediatrician, Sarah had witnessed the dualities in children. Boys in particular were desperate to figure out how to be men. Unfortunately, they often looked to the wrong men for their role models. John had Cecil, Christopher, Dave, and Chuck. Clearly, he could do worse than a creepy incel who was being routinely poisoned by his best friend, but you could also do a hell of a lot better. Sarah. Faith was waiting for her on the viewing platform. She was alone. The lights were on inside the dining hall. Sarah heard silverware clattering, the low hum of conversation. Everyone had been isolated up here for hours, watching guests being selected for scrutiny one by one. The kitchen staff had probably told them about the body in the freezer. Christopher was nowhere to be found, and then Dave had shown up like an atom bomb going off, and Gordon and Paul had not come down for drinks. Sarah assumed they were all abuzz with theories. She asked John, "Do you want to wait for me to go inside?" "No, ma'am. I've got this." John straightened his shoulders as he walked through the door. He was putting on his armor. Her heart ached at the sight of his fragile courage. "Sarah," Faith repeated. "This way." Sarah followed her up the Chow Trail. Earlier, Faith had caught Sarah up on Christopher's revelations while Kevin and Will secured the man in the boathouse. Now, Sarah tried to catch Faith up on her end of the investigation. Nadine called. The creek receded. They put 2 metric tons of gravel on the road. She'll be here within the hour. It won't be long before the news spreads that people can leave. They're already talking to each other. Whatever you say to one person, you might as well say to all. Faith said, "Tell me about the autopsy." Sarah couldn't think in bullet points right now. "You mean about the pregnancy, or what samples did you collect for the lab?" "The sperm in her vagina, urine and blood. I swabbed her thighs, mouth, throat, and nose for saliva, sweat, or touch DNA. I collected some fibers, red, mostly, but some black, which isn't consistent with Mercy's clothing. There was some hair with the follicles intact. I took fingernail scrapings. I performed a, okay, that's good, thank you." Faith went uncharacteristically silent. She was clearly rolling ideas around in her head. Sarah figured she would learn what was happening soon enough, which is exactly what happened when they made the last turn in the trail and saw Will. He was studying the map Faith had marked up. Sarah could tell from the weary expression on his face that something had gone terribly wrong during the interview with Paul. She asked, "It wasn't him?" "No," Will said. Paul already knew that Cecil killed his sister. Gordon's story matched his almost exactly. It wasn't him. Before Sarah could recover from the surprise, Faith asked, "As a doctor, what did you notice about Cecil?" Sarah shook her head. The question had come from nowhere. "Be more specific." Faith said, "Can he get out of the wheelchair?" Sarah shook her head again, but more to try to clear the confusion. "I don't know the extent of his injuries, but 2/3 of mobility device users fall under some degree of ambulatory." Faith prompted, "Which means they're not paralyzed. They can walk short distances, but they use the chair because of chronic pain or injury or exhaustion, or because it's physically easier." Sarah mentally flashed through her brief interaction with Cecil at the cocktail party. "He can use his right arm. He shook our hands last night, remember?" Will said, "His grip was strong." "You're right, but there's no way to extrapolate from that data point absent a full exam." Sarah tried to think it through, but she couldn't see a way to be helpful. "I can't tell you whether he can walk unless I see his medical chart and talk to his doctors. Even then, willpower is amazing. Look at how long Mercy stayed alive after being stabbed so many times. Science will never explain everything. Sometimes, bodies can do things that don't make sense." Faith asked, "Can they get an erection?" Sarah felt the shock of the implication. They had honed in on Cecil. "Give me more information." Will said, "You were in the house. Did you see where Cecil was sleeping?" "They converted one of the sitting rooms on the ground floor," Sarah recalled. "He's using a regular bed, not a hospital bed, but this might not mean anything, but I would expect a bedside commode. The downstairs toilet is too narrow for a chair. The bathtub didn't have a transfer seat. Cecil was in boxers when I saw him on the front porch this morning. He wasn't wearing a urine collection bag. There weren't any catheters in the bathroom. I also saw a set of men's toiletries laid out on a shelf above the toilet. Even if the bathroom was accessible, he wouldn't be able to reach them from a chair." Faith said, "You told me it was weird that there's not a wheelchair van in the parking pad." "I didn't say it was weird. I said that he probably had people to help lift him in and out of the truck. Biddy's too small to do it on her own. She could have asked John or Christopher, or Dave, for that matter." "Wait," Will said. "When I rang the bell, Cecil was the first to come out. Then I saw Biddy, but I didn't see her pushing the chair. Cecil was just there, and then Biddy was there. Christopher didn't show up until later, neither did John. Delilah was still upstairs when I came back from Gordon and Paul's cottage. You said it yourself, there's no way Biddy could lift Cecil on her own. She's not even 5 feet tall, maybe 100 pounds in her socks. So how did Cecil get in his chair?" "He got up and walked," Faith said. Sarah couldn't debate the walking anymore. What did Paul tell you that set all of this off? Will provided. He saw Mercy at 10:30, but she didn't go up the trail. She went inside the house. Paul watched Cecil get up from the porch and follow her inside. Sarah didn't know what to say. The first call from Mercy to Dave was at 10:47, Faith said. Dave didn't answer. Mercy stewed. Then she went to talk to her father. Maybe Cecil panicked because he thought Mercy would talk to Paul again and find out how Gabby really died. What did Cecil do to Mercy in those 10 minutes? Sarah put her hand to her throat. She had heard the kinds of things that Cecil McAlpine was capable of. Whatever happened with Cecil put Mercy into a tailspin. She called Dave at 10:47, 11:10, 11:12, 11:14, 11:19, 11:22. We know she was somewhere in the Wi-Fi area when she made these calls. Will held up the map so that Sarah could see. Mercy was probably still inside the house when she started making the calls. She packed her backpack, stuck in her clothes and the notebook. She ran down to the dining hall. She kept trying to get in touch with Dave. There's an office safe in the back of the kitchen, Faith said. Kevin opened it with Christopher's key. It was empty. Will said, remember what Mercy said on the voicemail? Dave will be here soon. Faith said, she was talking to Cecil. Sarah looked at the map, taking in the distance between the house and the dining hall and the bachelor cottages. Cecil could possibly make it to the dining hall, but not down to the bachelor cottages. He wouldn't be able to manage the rope trail. An old widow would take him too long, not to mention having the physical strength to stab Mercy that many times. Will said, which is why he sent someone else to take care of her. Sarah needed a moment to process exactly what they were saying. She looked at Will. Now she understood the haggard expression on his face. You think Cecil had an accomplice? Will said, Dave. Sarah felt it all clicking together. Mercy was trying to block the sale. With her out of the way, Dave would control John's vote. He's got a money motive. He's got more than that, Will said. He's helped Cecil clean up his messes before. Faith took over. Dave knew that Cecil staged the car accident. He told Paul last year in exchange for some cash. Look. Sarah watched Faith swipe her finger across her phone to pull up a county map. Devil's Bend is near the quarry on the outside of town, about a 45-minute drive from the lodge. Christopher said 3 hours elapsed between the time Cecil drove away with Gabby and Mercy in the car and the time the sheriff came to notify them about the accident. There's no way Cecil could have hiked home in 3 hours. There's an entire mountain between the two locations. Someone had to drive him. Sarah said, Dave. 14 years ago, Dave helped Cecil cover up Gabby's murder, Faith said. And last night, Dave helped Cecil kill Mercy to cover up for him again. Sarah was convinced. What are you doing? What's the plan? Will said, I want you to find a way to get John out of there. I'm going to stir up Dave. Stir up Dave? Sarah didn't like how that sounded. How are you going to stir him up? Will told Faith, give us a minute. Sarah felt every hair on the back of her neck stand on end when Faith walked down the trail. She told Will, you need Dave to turn on Cecil. Yes. So you're going to goad Dave into saying something stupid? Yes. And he's probably going to try to hurt you? Yes. And he probably has another knife? Yes. And Kevin and Faith are going to let it happen? Yes. Sarah looked at his right hand, which he was still holding against his chest. The bandage was frayed and almost black from dirt and sweat, and God only knew what else. She let her eyes travel down. He wasn't wearing the revolver Amanda had given him. His left hand was at his side. She could see the wedding ring on his finger. Will's first marriage proposal to Sarah had not actually been a proposal. She hadn't answered the question because he had not actually asked her the question. The fact of this should not have been surprising. He was a remarkably awkward man. He was given to grunting and long silences. He preferred the company of dogs to most people, He liked to fix things. He preferred not to discuss how they'd been broken. But he also listened to Sarah. He respected her opinion. He valued her input. He made her feel safe. He was a lot like her father, which got to the heart of why Sarah was so profoundly, irrevocably in love with him. Will was always going to stand up when everyone else stayed seated. She said, "Beat the hell out of him." "All right." Sarah felt shaky as she walked toward the dining hall. She twisted her wedding ring around her finger. She thought about John because that was the one person she wanted to protect. The last 24 hours had been crushingly traumatic for the young man. He'd gotten blind drunk. He'd argued with his mother. He'd thrown up in his own front yard in front of a stranger. He'd been surrounded by more strangers when he'd learned that his mother had been murdered. Then his father had been arrested. Then his father was put in the clear, and now Will was about to goad Dave into bragging about the fact that he had murdered the mother of his child. Sarah had to get John out of there before it happened. Faith was waiting on the viewing deck again. Kevin had joined her. He said, "I got the kitchen staff out of the way. They're up in Cottage 4 until this blows over. What about the guests?" Will said, "We'll play it by ear. We want Dave to put on a show. He might want an audience." Sarah looked up at Will. "What if I can't get John to leave?" "Then he'll hear what he hears." Sarah took a deep breath. That was a hard reality to swallow. She nodded. "Okay." Faith warned, "Keep an eye on Biddy. Remember what I said about her acting like Dave's psycho ex? She might be unpredictable." That part Sarah was ready for. Nothing that happened in this place could surprise her anymore. "Let's get this over with." Kevin opened the door. Sarah walked into the dining room first. The scene was familiar. 2 tables, only one of them set for dinner. Supper had already been served. Dessert plates were scraped clean. Wine glasses were half empty. Instead of being grouped together, the couples had spread out, each of them in different camps. Frank and Monica were with Drew and Keisha. Gordon and Paul were seated with Delilah. Cecil's chair was at the head of the table. Biddy was on his left with Dave beside her. John was on Cecil's right, directly across from his grandmother. Sarah felt all eyes on her as she sat down beside John. Being so close to his father had sapped the young man's courage. His hands were gripped together in his lap. There were sweat marks on his shirt. His head was bowed, but even Sarah could feel the white-hot hate that he was directing across the table at Dave. "John," Sarah touched his arm. "Can I talk to you outside?" "Hell no," Dave said. "You people have already deprived me of enough time with my boy." Biddy said,
"That's the damn truth. I want all of y'all out of here as soon as the road is open."
"Quiet," Cecil said. He was gripping his fork in his right hand. He stabbed a piece of cake. He chewed noisily in the silence. John kept his head down. His anguish was as palpable as his anger. Sarah wanted to wrap her arms around him and whisk him away, but she couldn't interfere with the investigation. Will and Faith had already taken up their positions. Kevin was blocking the entrance. Faith stood at the opposite end of the table. Will had put himself close to Dave, which also gave him proximity to the kitchen door. They had formed a perfect triangle. "So," Cecil barked, "what's this about?" Biddy asked,
"Where is my son?"
Faith said, "Christopher's been arrested for producing, distributing, and selling illegal alcohol." There was a short period of silence that was broken by Dave's laughter. "Damn," he said, "way to go, Fishtopher." "Here, here." Paul raised a glass. "To Fishtopher." Monica tried to join the toast, but Frank held down her hand. Sarah looked at Biddy. The woman's attention was squarely on Dave. His demeanor had changed. He knew this was not a friendly conversation. He wrapped his fingers on the table as he looked first at Kevin, then Faith, then finally he turned his head to look up at Will. "Hey, trash can. How's your hand?" Will said, Better than your balls. John snickered.
John, Sarah kept her voice low when she suggested, why don't we leave?
Dave said, keep your ass in that chair, boy.
John had frozen at the sharp order. Biddy made a tutting sound. Sarah looked at the silverware settings. 2 types of forks, a knife, a spoon. Any one of them could be turned into a weapon. She knew that Will had made the same calculations. His gaze had stayed not on Dave's face, but on his hands. Sarah looked at Biddy's hands, too. They were folded on the table.
So, Dave said, what do you got, trash can?
Faith answered, the coroner called. She found some evidence during Mercy's autopsy. Biddy huffed.
Is this an appropriate venue to discuss such matters?
Paul said,
I think tonight would be a great night for all of us to hear the truth.
Sarah caught Faith shutting him down with a look.
Or not.
Paul returned his glass to the table. Faith said, the coroner scraped under Mercy's fingernails. She found pieces of skin, which means that Mercy scratched whoever attacked her. We're going to need DNA from every person in here. Dave laughed.
Good fucking luck, lady. You need a warrant for that.
Judge Framingham is signing off on it right now. Faith spoke with such authority that Sarah almost believed her. You know the judge, don't you, Dave? He presided over a couple of your DUIs, right? He's the one who pulled your driver's license? Dave traced his finger along the fork beside his plate.
You're just gonna take everybody's DNA here?
That's right, Faith said. Every single person.
Drew said, you can't do that. There's no reason to suspect. You don't need my fucking DNA, Cecil said. I'm her goddamn father.
Sarah flinched at the explosion of rage. Her mind immediately went to Gabby, then Mercy. Mr. McAlpine. Faith kept her voice calm. There's something called touch DNA, which means that anybody who came into physical contact with Mercy, whether it was Biddy, or Delilah, or you, or John, or even one of the guests, left some of their genetic material on her body. We have to establish profiles on everyone so we can isolate the killers. The kitchen staff and Penny have already given samples. It's really not that big a deal.
Okay,
Delilah surprised everyone by speaking first.
I held Mercy's hand. It was before dinner, but sign me up. How do we do this? Spit? Swab?
Fuck. No. Keisha slapped the table.
I'm not keeping your secret anymore. This is bullshit.
What secret? Delilah asked. Faith provided. Mercy was 12 weeks pregnant. Biddy gasped. Her eyes went straight to Dave. Sarah looked at Dave too. The news had clearly unsettled him. Faith said, we know that Mercy had sex with some of the guests. There was crosstalk at the end of the table, but Sarah could only watch Biddy place a calming hand on Dave's arm. His jaw was tight. He kept clenching and unclenching his fist. He said, what are you saying about my wife? Will chose now to jump in. Mercy wasn't your wife. Dave's fist clenched tight. He ignored Will, training all his rage on Faith. What bullshit just came out of your fucking mouth? Will said, it wasn't just the guests. Mercy was fucking Alejandra on the regular. Dave stood up so fast that his chair fell over. He was looking at Will now. Shut your fucking mouth. Sarah tensed, along with everyone else at the table. The 2 men were facing off, both ready to kill each other.
Dave,
Biddy tugged at the back of his shirt.
Sit down, baby. If they had a warrant, they'd be showing it to you.
Dave's mouth twisted into a vulgar grin. She's right. Show me the paper, trash can. You think I can't get your DNA? Will asked. You're gonna toss out a cigarette or throw away a bottle of Coke or smear your ass on a toilet seat and I'm gonna be right there collecting it. You can't help yourself. You leave your stink on everything you touch. I don't smoke. Frank weighed in, always trying to make peace. But there's no need to follow me around. I'm happy to give a spit or a swab, too. Gordon said, sure, why not? Count me in. Paul asked,
Can we choose what type of donation we give? Sarah watched John drop his face into his hands. He let out a sharp cry as he pushed away from the table. He ran across the room, almost barreling into Kevin. The door banged shut behind him. The sound echoed in the silence. Sarah didn't know what to do, whether to go after him or stay.
My precious boy,
Biddy whispered in the silence. Dave looked down at his mother. Biddy was still stretched across the table, reaching for John's empty chair. She slowly sat back, clasped together her hands. Dave's gaze lifted to the door John had just escaped through. There was something unguarded in his expression. His lower lip started to tremble. Tears welled into his eyes. Then, just as suddenly, they were gone. Dave's demeanor changed so quickly that Sarah thought she'd witnessed a magic trick. One moment, he looked utterly broken. The next, he was enraged. Dave kicked his overturned chair. The wood splintered against the wall. He screamed, "You want my DNA, trash can?" "Yeah," Will said. "I do." "Take it from that baby I put in Mercy's belly. Ain't nobody else ever touched her. That fucking kid is mine." "There he is," Will said. "Father of the year." "You're goddamn right I am." "You're so full of shit," Will said. Mercy was the only real parent John ever had. She kept him safe. She provided for him. She put a roof over his head and food in his mouth and love in his heart, and you took that from him. "We gave John those things," Dave yelled. "Me and Mercy. It was always me and her." "Ever since you were 11, right?" "Fuck you." He took a menacing step toward Will. "You got no idea what we had. Mercy loved me since she was a baby. Like a good little sister." "You motherfucker," Dave muttered. "You know exactly what we had. I was the one she loved. I was the one she cared about. I was the only man who ever fucked her." "You fucked her, all right." "Say it again," Dave said. "Say that one more time to my face, you stupid bitch. You want me to write it down for you? You want me to spell it out? Trash can? Mercy loved me. All she ever cared about was me." "Then why didn't she say anything about you?" Will asked. "Mercy was still alive when I got to her, Dave. She talked to me. She didn't even mention your name." "Bullshit." "I asked her to tell me who stabbed her. I begged her. You know what she said?" "She didn't say it was me." "No, she didn't," Will said. "She knew she was going to die, and all she cared about was John." "Our John." He slammed his fist to his chest. "Our son. Our boy." "She wanted John to get away from you," Will said. "That's the first thing she told me. John can't stay. Get him away from here. Get him away from you, Dave." "That ain't true." "They argued at dinner," Will said. John was angry at Mercy for blocking the sale. He said he wanted to live with his grandmother in a house with you. Who put that in his head, Dave? Was it the same asshole who told him to call me trash can? Dave started shaking his head. "You're full of shit." "Mercy wanted me to tell John that she forgave him," Will said. "She didn't want him carrying around any guilt from the fight. Those were literally the last words out of her mouth. Not about you, Dave. Never about you." Mercy could barely speak. She was bleeding out. The knife was still inside of her chest. I could hear the breath wheezing through the holes in her lungs. And with her last ounce of strength, her literal last breaths, she looked me right in the eye and said it 3 times in a row. 3 times. "Forgive him. Forgive him. Forgive." Will's voice caught. He stared at Dave with a look of horror on his face. "What?" Dave said. "What did she say?" Sarah didn't understand what was happening. She watched Will's chest rise and fall as he took in a deep breath and slowly let it go. His gaze was still locked with Dave's. Something passed between them. Maybe their shared history. They were 2 fatherless boys. John had been raised a fatherless son, and now His mother was gone. They both knew better than most what it meant to be truly alone. Will told Dave. Mercy's last words were, "Tell John that I forgive him." Dave said nothing. He stared up at Will, his head back, his mouth closed. He gave a slight nod, no more than a dip of his chin. Then the magic trick happened again, but this time in reverse. Dave deflated like a balloon. His shoulders rolled in, his fists relaxed. His hands dropped to his sides. The only thing that didn't change was the mournful expression on his face. He asked, "Mercy said that?" "Yes. That's exactly what she said." "Yes." "Okay." Dave nodded once, like his mind had been made up. "Okay. It was me. I killed her." Biddy gasped. "Davy, no!" Dave picked up a paper napkin from the table. He dried his eyes. "It was me."
Davy, Biddy said. "Stop talking. We'll get a lawyer."
"It's all right, Mama. I stabbed Mercy. I'm the one who killed her." Dave waved toward the door. "Go on now. You don't need to hear the details." Sarah couldn't take her eyes off Will. The pain in his eyes was killing her. She had seen him at the lake with Mercy. She knew what her death had taken out of him. He looked down at his injured hand. He'd placed it back over his chest. Sarah longed to go to him, but she knew that she couldn't. She could only sit helplessly as the room started to clear. First the guests, then Biddy finally stood up to push Cecil's chair. Then they were gone. Will finally looked at Sarah. He shook his head. He told Faith, "Take over." Sarah felt his hand on her shoulder as he walked past. He'd pressed down, telling her to stay. He needed time alone. Sarah had to give it to him. Faith acted quickly. She had her Glock in her hands. Kevin had moved closer. She told Dave, "Show me that knife, slowly." Dave started with the butterfly knife in his boot. He laid it on the table. He said, "I knew Mercy was fucking around. I knew she was pregnant. I didn't know about the bootlegging, but I knew that she was making money and she wasn't giving any to me. We got into an argument." "Where did you argue?" "In the kitchen." Dave took out his wallet, his phone. "I cleaned out the safe. That's why you didn't find anything." Faith asked, "What was in there?" "Money. The book she was cooking so everybody got paid." Faith said, "What about the knife?" "What about it?" Dave gave an exaggerated shrug. "Red handle, piece of metal sticking out of the broken off part." "Where did you get it?" "Mercy kept it in her desk drawer. She used it to open envelopes." "How did she end up at the bachelor cottages?" "I chased her down the rope trail. I stabbed her and left her for dead. I started the fire to cover my tracks. She wasn't found in the cottage. I changed my mind. I wanted John to have a body to bury. I dragged her out to the water. Figured that would wash away any evidence. I didn't know she was still alive or I would have drowned her." He shrugged. "Then I hid out at the old camp, caught some fish, made myself some dinner." "Did you rape her?" Dave hesitated, but only slightly. "Yeah." "What did you do with the knife handle?" "I sneaked into cottage 3 after trash can rang the bell. Same toilet I fixed before the guests hiked in." Dave shrugged again. "I figured Drew would go down for it. I guess you caught me, though." Sarah watched Dave raise his hands, offering his wrists so that Faith could handcuff him. "Not yet," Faith said. "Tell me about Cecil." Dave shrugged yet again. "What do you want to know?" Chapter 21. Will ran through the woods. He was off the trail again, cutting straight across the loop. Low-hanging limbs and branches sliced at his face. He held up his arms to block his eyes. He remembered last night, the blind confusion as he'd searched for the source of the screams. The locations hadn't been set in his mind yet. He'd gotten turned around, sent in 2 different directions. He'd smelled the smoke from the burning cottage. He'd run inside to search for Mercy. He'd rushed to the shore to rescue her. He'd stabbed his own hand trying to save her. And then he'd heard exactly what he'd wanted to hear. Forgive him. Forgive him. Will kept his tread light as he climbed the stairs to the front porch. The door was ajar. He inched his way inside. Darkness had come, the moon obscured by clouds that held the promise of another storm. Will could see a figure in the bedroom. Drawers had been rifled. Suitcases were open on the floor. Dave had figured it out a few minutes before Will. A spark of understanding had thrown the jackal off his game. He had known Mercy since she was a child. He was her brother. He was her husband. He was her abuser. He was also cunning and clever and manipulative. The confession Dave gave Faith would be pristine. It would also be a lie. He had probably picked up enough details over the last 12 hours to answer every single one of Faith's questions. Everyone in the compound had been awakened by Will ringing the bell. Biscuits knew that Mercy had been found at the lake. Delilah had sat with her body near the burned-out cottage. Keisha had seen the broken knife handle. Dave probably knew where it had been kept before it was used as a weapon. The kitchen staff had watched Kevin open the empty safe. It wasn't hard to guess what Mercy would store inside. Dave knew where the Wi-Fi worked, where a call could be made or not. Forgive him. Forgive him. At the lake, Will had been on his knees begging Mercy to hold on for John. She had coughed blood into Will's face. She had grabbed his shirt, pulled him close, looked him in the eye, and spoken her last words. But her dying wish hadn't been to John. It had been to Will. Forgive him. You, a police officer. Forgive my son for murdering me. Will heard a zipper rake back, then another. John was frantically searching Sarah's backpack. He was looking for the vape pen Sarah had bribed him into surrendering. Back in the dining hall, Will had just as good as told the kid that the metal could be swabbed for DNA, and that the DNA would link him to Mercy's murderer. He waited until John had found the Ziploc bag in the front pocket. Will turned on the lights. John's mouth gaped open. John stuttered. I needed to calm my nerves. What about your other vape pen? Will asked. The one that's in your back pocket. John reached for it, then stopped. It's broken. Let me see it. Maybe I can fix it for you. John's eyes darted furtively around the room, the windows, the door. He started to turn toward the bathroom because he was 16 years old and still thought like a kid. Don't, Will told him. Sit down on the bed. John sat on the corner of the mattress, his shoes flat to the carpet in case he got a chance to run. He was gripping the plastic bag like his life depended on it, which was true, because it did. Dave wasn't Cecil's accomplice. John was. Sarah had almost caught him right after the murder. John was carrying a backpack, ready to make his way down the mountain. He was also hidden in darkness. Sarah had only been guessing when she'd called John's name. She'd assumed he was throwing up because he'd been drinking. She had no way of knowing that he'd just murdered his mother. That the jackal had made the realization before Will wasn't surprising. That he had tried to lay down his own life for his son was the only good thing the man had ever done. Will peeled the Ziploc bag from John's grip. He placed it on the table and sat down in the chair. He said, "Tell me what happened." John's Adam's apple bobbed. Sarah told me she was looking right at you when your mother screamed for help, Will said. Mercy didn't die immediately. She passed out, she woke up. She must have been in agony, disoriented, afraid. That's why she cried for help. That's why she screamed, please. John kept his silence, but he started picking at the cuticle on his thumb. Will watched the kid's eyes tracking back and forth as he desperately tried to think his way out of this. Will asked, "What did you do to your mother?" Blood welled around John's cuticle. Sarah told me that you were carrying a dark-colored backpack, Will said. What was in there? Your blood-stained clothes? The knife handle? The money from the safe? John pressed into the nail, squeezing out more blood. After you heard Mercy scream for help, you ran inside the house. Will paused. What made you go inside, John? Was someone waiting for you? John shook his head, but Will knew Cecil's bedroom was on the ground floor. Your hair was wet when I saw you. Who told you to take a shower? Who told you to change your clothes? John smeared the blood down his thumb, across the back of his hand. He finally broke his silence. She kept going back to him. Will let him speak. Dave was all she ever cared about, John said. I begged her to leave him. For it just to be us. But she always went back to him. I didn't have anybody. Will listened to his tone as much as his words. John sounded helpless. Will knew the particular anguish of being a child at the mercy of an unreliable adult's whims. No matter what Dave did, John continued. Beat her, choke her, kick her. She would always take him back. Every time, she always chose him over me. Will leaned up in the chair. I know it's hard for you to understand now, but Mercy's relationship with Dave had nothing to do with you. Abuse is complicated. No matter what happened, she loved you with every piece of her heart. John shook his head. I was an albatross around her neck. Will knew that John hadn't come up with that description on his own. Who told you that? Everybody. All my life. John looked up at him, defiant. You guys said it yourself. Mercy was screwing guests, screwing Alejandro getting pregnant again. Go on and talk to people in town. They'll tell you the exact same thing. Mercy was a bad person. She murdered a girl. She was a prostitute. Drinking and drugging. Letting somebody else raise her kid. Letting her ex-husband knock the shit out of her. She was nothing but a stupid whore. Will said, It makes it easier to call her those names, doesn't it? Makes what easier? The fact that you stabbed her so many times. John didn't deny it, but he didn't look away either. Your mother loved you, Will said. I saw the two of you together when we checked in. Mercy practically glowed when you were around. She fought your Aunt Delilah for custody. She got sober. She turned her life around. All for you. She wanted to win, John said. That's what she really cared about. She wanted to beat Delilah. I was the trophy. Once she had me, she put me on a shelf and didn't think about me again. That's not true. It is true, he insisted. Dave broke my arm once. Put me in the hospital. Did you know that? Will wished he felt less surprised. What happened? Mama told me I had to forgive him. She said he felt bad. That he promised he would never touch me again. But it was Biddy who finally protected me, John said. She told Dave if he ever hurt me again, he wouldn't be able to come back up here. And she meant it. So he left me alone. That's what Biddy did for me.
She protected me. She still protects me.
Will didn't ask him why his grandmother had never used this same threat to protect her own daughter.
She saved me, John said. If I didn't have Biddy, I don't know what would have happened to me. Dave probably would have killed me by now.
John.
Can't you see what Mama drove me to?
John's voice strained on the last words.
I would have just disappeared up here. I would have been nothing. Biddy's the only woman who ever loved me. Mama didn't care about shit until she saw that she'd lost me.
Will had to weigh his desire for a confession against John's mental health. He couldn't crush this kid into pieces. John would probably spend the rest of his life in prison, but at some point, he would have to look back at what he'd done. He deserved to know his mother's last words. John, Will said. Mercy was still alive when I found her. She was able to talk to me. His reaction was not what Will had been expecting. John's mouth gaped open. His face went ashen. His body went still. He'd even stopped breathing. He looked absolutely terrified.
What?
Panic robbed John of words.
What did she?
Will silently played back the last few seconds of the conversation. John had been passive when Will had accused him of murder. What had set him off? What was he afraid of?
What she saw.
John had started panting again, almost hyperventilating.
It wasn't. We didn't.
Will slowly sat back in the chair. Can't you see what she drove me to?
I didn't mean.
John gulped.
She had to go away, okay? If she had just left us alone so we could.
Mama didn't care about shit until she saw that she'd lost me.
Please. I didn't. Please.
Will's body started to accept the truth before his brain did. His skin felt hot. His ears buzzed with a loud, piercing ring. His mind spun back to the dining hall like a carousel of nightmares. He saw Dave's rattled expression when John ran out the door. The slow change in his demeanor. The nod of understanding, the sudden capitulation. It wasn't John's departure that had triggered his confession. It was hearing Biddy's soft whisper. My precious boy. Faith had joked that Biddy acted like Dave's psycho ex-girlfriend. But it wasn't a joke. Dave had been 13 when he'd run away from the children's home. Biddy had aged him down to 11. She had infantilized him, made him feel angry, frustrated, emasculated, and confused. Not all sexually abused kids grow up to be abusers. But sexual abusers are constantly on the prowl for new victims. John. Will could barely get the name out of his mouth. Mercy called Dave because she saw something, didn't she? John's hands covered his face. He wasn't crying. He was trying to hide. The shame was punching his soul out of his body. John, Will said. What did your mother see? John wouldn't answer. Tell me, Will said. He started shaking his head. John, Will repeated. What did Mercy see?
You know what she saw!
John screamed.
Don't make me say it!
Will felt like 1,000 razor blades were slicing into his chest. He'd been so fucking stupid. Still only hearing what he'd wanted to hear. Mercy hadn't told Will that John had to get away from here. She told him that John had to get away from her. 37 minutes before the murder. Mercy stared out the slitted foyer window. The moon was so bright, it was like a spotlight shining on the compound. Paul Ponticello was probably bitching with his boyfriend inside Cottage 5. He had a right to. The famous Mercy temper had roared out like a lion, and now she was overcome with regret. The truth was, she had been stunned by Paul's offer of forgiveness. Mercy deserved a lot of things for killing Gabby, but forgiveness was not one of them. She pressed her fingers into her eyes. Her head was killing her. She was glad Dave hadn't picked up the phone when she'd called to tell him what had happened. God knew he loved a good go-fuck-yourself story, but he would have riled her up even more. Her body already felt on edge. She was bloated and gross. She was probably about to start her period. Mercy had stopped using the app on her phone to track it. She'd read horror stories online about cops getting your data and cross-referencing credit cards to see the last time you'd bought tampons. All Mercy needed was Fish getting his financial records combed over. She had to talk to Dave about wearing a condom again. This time she would mean it. No amount of his sulking was worth the risk to her brother. Dave's brother, too, if you wanted to get technical about it. She closed her eyes again. Every bad thing that had happened today suddenly caught up with her. Plus her thumb was aching like a motherfucker. Another stupid mistake she'd made, dropping that glass when John had yelled at her. The stitches had gotten soaked when she was cleaning the kitchen. Her throat felt raw and bruised from Dave choking her. She couldn't take anything stronger than Tylenol. Worse, what the fuck had she been thinking talking to that doctor? Sarah had been so nice that she'd lulled Mercy into forgetting that the woman's husband was a cop. Will Trent already had a hard-on for Dave. The last thing Mercy needed was a GBI agent sniffing around the property. Thank God a storm was coming up over the ridge. Mercy doubted the honeymooners needed much of an excuse to stay inside their cottage for the rest of the week. She thought about stupid Chuck, waving around that smoking foil outside the equipment shed this morning. He was getting sloppy, distilling too much moonshine too fast to keep up with the quality control. It was time to shut that shit down. Fish had been making noises for months about how he wanted out. And it wasn't just about the bootlegging. He wanted free from this claustrophobic prison that generations of McAlpines had built, not out of pride, but out of spite. The shocking truth was, Mercy wanted out too. Her threats at the family meeting had been hollow, after all. She would never show anyone her childhood diaries that detailed Papa's rage. No one would find out that Papa had taken control of the lodge by attacking his own sister with an axe. Biddy's crimes would roll away with the statute of limitations. Mercy's letters to John that called out Dave's abuse would never see the light of day. Fish could rid himself of the bootlegging and live out his solitary life on the water. Mercy was going to break the cycle. John deserved more than being tied to this cursed land. She would vote to sell to the investors. She would take $100,000 for herself and put away the rest in a trust to benefit John. Delilah could be the trustee. Let Dave try to get blood from that stone. Mercy would rent a small apartment in town so John could finish school, and then she would send him off to a good college. She didn't know how much money it took to live on your own, but she had found work the last time. She would find work again. She had a strong back, a solid work ethic, life experience. She could do this. And if she failed, she could always move back in with Dave. "Who's there?" Papa barked. Mercy held her breath. Her father had been on the porch when she'd told Paul to go fuck himself. Papa had demanded details, but Mercy had refused. Now she could hear her father stirring in his bed. He would stagger into the hall soon, dragging his legs like Jacob Marley's chains. Mercy slipped up the front stairs before he could reach her. The lights were out, but the moon poured through the windows at either end of the hall. She kept to the right side. Mercy had sneaked in and out of the house enough times to know which floorboards would squeak. She looked toward the bathroom at the end of the hall. John had left his towel on the floor. She could hear Fish snoring like a freight train behind his closed door. Biddy's door was ajar, but Mercy would just as soon stick her face inside a hornet's ass. John's door was closed. Soft light fanned out from underneath. Mercy felt some of her earlier anxiety return. On the scale of all the fights she'd had with her son, the one at dinner hadn't been the worst, but it had been the most public. She had lost count of the number of times that John had screamed at the top of his lungs that he hated her. He usually needed a day or two to cool off. He wasn't like Dave, who could punch you in the face one minute, then pout because you were mad at him the next. Lord knew that Mercy had never deluded herself into thinking she was a good mother. She was a hell of a lot better than Biddy, but that was a pathetically low bar. Mercy was an okay mother. She loved her son. She would lay down her life for him. The pearly gates wouldn't be swinging open for her in the afterlife, not after all the people she had hurt, the precious life she had taken. But maybe the pureness of Mercy's love for John would land her a nice spot in purgatory. She should tell John about the sale. He couldn't be mad at her for giving him exactly what he wanted. Maybe they could go somewhere together. They could vacation in Alaska or Hawaii or one of the dozens of places he used to talk about visiting back when he was a chatterbox little kid with big dreams. Money could help some of those dreams come true now. Mercy stood outside John's door. She heard the tinkling sound of a music box. Her eyebrows furrowed. Her son listened to Bruno Mars and Miley Cyrus, not Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. She gave a light rap on the door. God knew she didn't want to catch John with a bottle of lotion again. She waited, listening for his familiar lope across the floor. All she heard was the tinny sound of metal bars pricking against a rotating spool. Something told her not to knock again. She turned the doorknob. She opened the door. The car accident that had killed Gabby had always been a blank in Mercy's mind. She had nodded off in her bedroom. She had woken up in an ambulance. Those were the only two details that Mercy could recall, but sometimes her body had a memory. A flash of terror burning through her nerves, a cold fear freezing the blood in her veins, a hammer shattering her heart into pieces. That was how she felt now when she found her mother in bed with her son. It was a chaste scene. They were both clothed. John was lying in Biddy's arms. Her lips were pressed to the top of his head. The music box was playing. His baby blanket was wrapped around his shoulders. Biddy's fingers were curled into his hair. Her legs intertwined with his, her hand up the front of his shirt as she stroked his belly with her fingers. It could have passed for normal, except for the fact that John was nearly almost a grown man, and she was his grandmother. Biddy's expression removed any shred of doubt. The guilt on her face told the entire story. She scrambled to get out of the bed, clutching her robe tight, saying,
Mercy, I can explain.
Mercy's knees buckled as she stumbled to the bathroom. She retched into the toilet. Water and vomit splashed back into her face. She grabbed the bowl with her hands. She retched again.
Mercy,
Biddy whispered. She was blocking the door. She clutched John's baby blanket to her chest.
let's talk about this. It's not what you're thinking.
Mercy didn't need to talk. It was all coming back to her now. The way her mother had treated John, the way she had treated Dave, the coy looks, the constant touching, the relentless babying and coddling. Mama. John stood in the hall. His entire body was shaking. He was in his pajamas, the ones Biddy made him wear that had cartoons on the bottoms. Mama, please. Mercy swallowed down the vomit in her mouth. Pack your things. Mama, Go back into your room. Change your clothes. She physically turned him around and steered him into his room. Pack your stuff. Take whatever you need because we're never coming back here. Mama, no. She pointed her finger in his face. Do you hear me, Jonathan? Pack your fucking clothes and meet me at the dining hall in 5 minutes or I will tear this fucking house down! Mercy ran into her room. She grabbed her phone off the charger. She called Dave. That motherfucker. He had known all along what Biddy was. Mercy! Cecil yelled. What the hell is going on up there? Mercy listened through to the fourth ring. She ended the call before Dave's voicemail picked up. She looked around her room. She needed her hiking boots. They were going down the mountain tonight. They were never coming back to this godforsaken place. Mercy! Papa yelled. I know you can hear me! Mercy found her purple backpack on the floor. She started shoving in clothes. She didn't pay attention to what went in, didn't care. She called Dave again. Pick up, she demanded. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3, 4. Fuck! Mercy started to go, but then she remembered her notebook, her letters to John. She dropped to her knees in front of her bed. She reached under the mattress. Suddenly, there was no air in her lungs. John's childhood flashed through every molecule of her body. Her boy. Her gentle, sensitive young man. She held the notebook to her heart, hugged it like she was hugging her baby. She wanted to go back, to read every word in every letter, to see what she had missed. Mercy held in a sob. Dave wasn't the only monster here. Mercy had missed the signs. Everything had happened inside this very house, down that very hall while she was sleeping. She shoved the notebook into her backpack. The nylon was so tight she could barely get the zipper closed. She stood up. Biddy was blocking the doorway. Mercy! Papa yelled again. She grabbed her mother by the arms and gave her a violent shake. You wicked cunt! If I ever see you near my son again, I will fucking kill you! Do you understand me? Mercy shoved her back against the wall. She dialed Dave's number as she walked into John's room. He was sitting on the bed. Get up! Now! Pack your shit! I mean it, John! I am your mother, and you will do what I fucking say! John stood up. He looked around the room, dazed. Mercy ended the call to Dave. She went to John's closet. She started throwing out clothes, shirts, underwear, shorts, hiking boots. She didn't leave until John had started to pack. Her mother was still in the hall. Mercy heard a creaking sound from the floorboards. Fish was standing on the other side of his closed door. Stay in there! Mercy warned her brother. She couldn't let him see this. Go back to bed, Fish. We'll talk about this in the morning. Mercy waited for him to comply before she headed toward the back stairs. She felt snot and tears running down her face. Papa was waiting for her below. Both of his arms were hugging the banister for support. She jabbed a finger at him. I hope the devil fucks you in hell. You little bitch. He grabbed at her arm, but he only managed to catch the laces on her hiking boots. She threw them in his face as she ran out the door. Mercy jogged down the wheelchair ramp. She dialed Dave's number again, counted through the rings. Fuck! Mercy's knees gave out as she hit the chow trail. She fell to the ground, pressed her forehead to the crushed stone. She kept seeing images of Biddy, not with John. The very thought was too agonizing, but with Dave. The way their mother demanded a kiss on her cheek every time she saw him. The way Dave washed Biddy's hair in the sink and let her pick out his clothes. It wasn't the cancer that had started those rituals. Dave would fetch Biddy's morning coffee and rub her feet and listen to her gossip and paint her fingernails and put his head in her lap while she played with his hair. Biddy had started training him the second Papa had brought him through the door. He had been so grateful, so desperate for love. Mercy sat back on her heels. She stared blankly into the darkness. What if Dave didn't know about John? What if he was just as clueless as Mercy had been? Dave had been molested by his PE teacher. He had never known his mother. He had spent his life surrounded by damaged people. He didn't know what normal looked like. He only knew how to survive. Mercy called his number again, waited through the 4 rings before hanging up. Dave was probably at a bar, or with a woman, or sticking a needle in his arm, or drowning a handful of Xanax with a bottle of rum, anything to numb himself to the memories, anything to escape. Mercy would not let their son end up the same way. She stood up. She went down the chow trail, walked across the viewing platform. She needed to get into the safe. There was only $5,000 in petty cash, but she was going to take it and hike down with John, and then she would figure out what to do about all of this when she had a moment to catch her breath. Mercy felt a minuscule bit of relief when she saw that the lights were already on in the kitchen. John had come down the back trail. Mercy tried to get hold of herself as she walked around the building, worked to take the torment off her face when she opened the door. Shit. Drew was standing at the rolling bar cart. He held a bottle of liquor in his hand, Uncle Nearest. Mercy longed for the smooth taste burning down her throat. She dropped her backpack by the door. She didn't have time for this. You caught me. It's fake. The big still is in the equipment shed. The little one is in the boathouse. Tell Papa, tell the cops, I don't care. Drew put the bottle back on the cart. We're not going to tell anybody. Really? She asked. I saw you pull Biddy aside after dinner. You told her you had some business you wanted to talk about. I thought you were going to complain about the fucking water spots on the glasses. What is it? You and Keisha want a piece? Mercy. Drew sounded disappointed. We love it up here. We just want you to stop. It's dangerous. You could end up killing somebody. If it was that easy, I would pour every bottle we have down my mother's fucking throat. Drew clearly didn't know what to do. He was the dog that caught the car. Just go. Mercy propped open the door for him. Drew shook his head as he walked past. She followed him around to the viewing platform to see if John was there. She heard rustling behind the kitchen. Her heart nearly leapt. John was coming down Fishtifer Trail. Except it wasn't John she found standing beside the outside freezer. Chuck. Mercy spit out his name. What the hell do you want? I was worried. Chuck put on that stupid bashful look that made her stomach turn. I was asleep, and I heard Cecil yelling. And then I saw you running across the yard. Was he yelling for you? Mercy asked. No, he wasn't. Then go on back up the trail and mind your own goddamn business. Jesus. I was trying to be a gentleman. Why are you always such a bitch? You fucking know why, you pervert. Whoa. Chuck patted the air like she was a rabid animal. Calm down, milady. There's no need to get nasty. Why don't I take me nasty ass to Cottage 10? That guy with the red head is a cop. You want me to get him for you, Chuck? You want me to tell him about your little side business down in Atlanta? His hands dropped. You're a fucking cunt. Well, congratulations. You finally got close to one. Mercy went into the kitchen and slammed the door. She looked at the clock. She had no idea what time she'd left the house. She told John to be down here in 5 minutes, but it felt more like an hour. She jogged into the dining hall to look for him, but it was empty. Then her heart jumped into her throat. The viewing platform. The ravine was a death trap. What if John couldn't face her? What if he decided to take his life? Mercy ran outside. She grabbed the railing, looked over the side, the sheer 50-foot drop that cut straight down the mountain like the blade of an axe. Clouds were rolling in over the moonlight. Shadows danced across the ravine. She listened for anything. Whimpers, cries, the sound of labored breathing. She knew what it felt like when you had reached your end, when the pain was too much, when your body was too tired, when all you wanted was the welcome embrace of darkness. She heard laughter. Mercy pulled back from the railing. 2 women were on Old Bachelor Trail. She recognized Delilah's long white hair. Mercy hadn't even noticed that the old bitch wasn't inside the house. She craned her neck to see who Delilah was holding hands with. It was Sydney, the investor who wouldn't shut up about horses. Jesus Christ, Mercy whispered. Every fucking ghost was coming up on her tonight. Mercy ran back into the building. Through the empty dining hall into the kitchen, she looked back to the bathroom, clear to her office. Fish had cut a safe into the wall when they'd started bootlegging. There was a calendar hanging over the door. Mercy jogged to the back, rummaged through the desk drawers for the key. She found one of Fish's old backpacks gathering dust in the corner. Every item she pulled from the safe brought her and John closer to freedom. $5,000, all in 20s. The bootlegging ledger, payroll stubs, 2 sets of books from the lodge, the diary Mercy had kept when she was 12 years old. She dropped them all into Fish's brown backpack. She tugged the zipper closed. She tried to think through a plan. Where could she hide John? How could she help him? How long before the money ran out? Where could she find a job? What did a child psychiatrist cost? Who could she turn to? Was it the cops or a social worker? Would she be able to find someone John trusted enough to talk with? How in God's name could she even find the words for what she had seen? The questions were too much for her brain to handle. Mercy had to think about 1 hour at a time. The hike was dangerous at night. She zipped a book of matches inside the front pocket of the backpack, grabbed the red-handled knife out of the desk drawer. She used it to open envelopes, but the blade was still sharp. She would need it in case they ran into any animals on the trail. Mercy shoved the knife into her back pocket. The blade sliced through the seam, creating a kind of sheath. She knew how to pack for a hike. Safety, water, and food. She returned to the kitchen, tossed the backpack beside her own against the closed door. She filled up 2 water bottles. There was trail mix in the fridge. She would need extra for John. Mercy looked up. What was she doing? The kitchen was still empty. She walked back into the dining hall, still empty. Her heart sank as she yet again returned to the kitchen. The panic had died down. Now the reality hit her like a freight train. John wasn't coming. Biddy had talked him out of leaving. Mercy should have never left him alone. But she had been shocked and disgusted and scared, and, as usual, she had let her emotions take over instead of looking at the cold, hard facts. She had failed her son just like she had failed him 1,000 times before. Mercy would have to go back to the house and drag John away from Biddy's clutches. There was no way she could do this next part alone. Mercy had to place her phone on the counter because her hands were too sweaty to hold it. She called Dave one last time. Her desperation amped up with every ring. He wasn't answering again. She had to leave him a message to get out this sickness that was rotting her soul. Mercy thought about what she would say, how she would tell him what she had seen, but when the 4th ring passed and his greeting played, the words flowed out of her mouth in a panic. "Dave!" she screamed. "Dave, oh my God, where are you? Please call me back. I can't believe... Oh God, I can't... Please call me. Please. I need you. I know you've never been there for me before, but I really need you now. I need your help, baby. Please call. She looked up. Her mother was standing in the kitchen. Biddy was holding John's hand. Mercy felt like a fist was punching up her throat. John's eyes were on the floor. He couldn't look at his own mother. Biddy had broken him just like she'd broken everyone else. Mercy struggled to find her voice. "What are you doing here?" Biddy reached toward the phone. "Don't," Mercy warned. "Dave will be here soon. I told him what happened. He's on his way." Biddy had already tapped the screen to end the call before she'd finished. "No, he's not. He told me that..." "He didn't tell you anything," Biddy said. "Dave has been sleeping at the bunkhouses. His phone doesn't work over there." Mercy put her hand to her mouth. She looked at John, but he wouldn't look back at her. Her fingers started to tremble. She couldn't catch her breath. She was scared. Why was she so scared? John, she stuttered out his name. "Baby, look at me. It's okay. I'm gonna get you out of here." Biddy stood in front of John, but Mercy could still see his downturned face. Tears were pooling into the collar of his t-shirt. "Baby," Mercy tried. "Come over here, okay? Just come over here to me." "He doesn't want to talk to you," Biddy said. "I don't know what you think you saw, but you're acting hysterical." "I know what I fucking saw. What's your language?" Biddy snapped. "We need to talk about this like adults. Come back to the house." "I'll never step foot inside that fucking house again," Mercy hissed. "You fucking monster. You're the devil standing right in front of me." "Stop this at once," Biddy commanded.
Why do you make everything so difficult?
I saw. What did you see? Mercy's brain flashed up the image. Legs intertwined, a hand up John's shirt, lips pressed to the top of his head. I know exactly what I saw, Mother. John flinched at her sharp tone. He still couldn't look up at her. Mercy's heart splintered. She knew what it felt like to bow your head in shame. She had done it for so long that she barely knew how to look up anymore. John, she said, it's not your fault, baby. You didn't do anything wrong. We're gonna get you some help, okay? It's all gonna work out.
Get help from who? Biddy asked. Who's going to believe you?
Mercy heard the question echo straight through every year of her life. When Papa flayed the skin off her back with a rope. When Biddy stabbed her so hard with a wooden spoon that blood had run down her arms. When Dave had pressed the glowing end of a cigarette into her breast until the smell of her own burning flesh had made her vomit. There was a reason Mercy had never told anyone. Who's going to believe you? That's what I thought. Biddy's face had a look of complete triumph. She reached down, lacing her fingers through John's. He finally looked up. His eyes were red, his lips were trembling. Mercy watched in horror as he lifted Biddy's hand to his mouth and gave it a gentle kiss. She screamed like an animal. All the pain of her life came out in a wordless howl. How had she let this happen? How had she lost her son? She couldn't let him stay. She couldn't let Biddy devour him. The knife was in Mercy's hand before she knew what she was doing. She jerked Biddy away from John, shoved her against the counter, held the point of the blade to her eye. You stupid bitch. Did you forget what I told you this morning? I'm gonna put your bony ass in federal prison, not for fucking my boy, but for cooking the books. There was nothing sweeter in Mercy's entire life than watching the arrogance drain from Biddy's face. I found the ledgers in the back of the cabinet. Does Papa know about your slush fund? Mercy could tell from her shocked expression that her father had no idea. It's not just him you should be worried about. You've been cheating on your taxes for years. You think you can get away with that? The government goes after fucking presidents. They're not going to stop at some dried-up old pedophile, especially when I put the proof in their hands. You... Biddy's throat gulped. You wouldn't. I fucking would. Mercy was finished talking. She jammed the knife back into her pocket, turned to grab the two backpacks, swung both over her shoulder. She turned back to tell John to move, but he was leaning down so that Biddy could whisper in his ear. Bile flooded back into Mercy's mouth. The time for threats was over. She shoved her mother hard enough to send her sprawling across the floor. Then she clamped her hand around John's wrist and jerked him out the door. John didn't try to pull away. He didn't work to slow her down. He let her use his wrist like a rudder to steer him away. Mercy listened to his quick breaths, the heavy fall of his feet. She didn't have a plan except to go somewhere Biddy couldn't follow. She easily found the boulder that marked the rope trail. She made John go ahead so she could keep her eyes on him. They both made quick work of the ropes, grappling from one to the next, sliding most of the way around the ravine. Finally, they were back on solid ground. Mercy grabbed his wrist again to lead the way. She picked up the pace, started jogging. John jogged behind her. She was going to do this. She was actually going to do this. Mom, John whispered. Not now. They trampled through the forest. Limbs slapped at her body. She didn't care. She wasn't going to stop. She kept running, using the bright light of the moon to keep her bearings. They would shelter at the bachelor cottages tonight. Dave would show up in the morning for work. Or maybe she would take John to Dave right now. They could follow the shore, pick up a canoe, and paddle over. If Dave was sleeping at the bunkhouses, he would have fishing rods, fuel, blankets, food, shelter. Dave knew how to survive. He could talk to John, keep him safe. Mercy could hike into town and find a lawyer. She wasn't going to give up the lodge. She sure as hell wasn't going to be the one leaving on Sunday.
Mercy would give her parents until noon tomorrow to pack up their shit and go. Fish could stay or he could leave, but either way, Mercy and John were going to be the last McAlpine standing.
Mom?
John tried again.
What are you going to do?
Mercy didn't answer. She could see the moonlight hitting the lake at the bottom of the trail. The last section was terraced with railroad ties. They were only a few yards away from the bachelor cottages.
Mom,
John said. It was like he had woken up from a trance. He was finally resisting, trying to break away from her grasp.
Mom, please.
Mercy tightened her grip, pulling him so hard that she felt the muscles in her back straining. By the time they reached the clearing, she was panting from the effort of dragging him behind her. She dropped both backpacks on the ground. There were cigarette butts everywhere. Dave hadn't prepared for the storm. Everything was laid out exactly where he had left it. Sawhorses and tools, a can of gasoline with the cap off, a generator turned onto its side. The shitty state of the worksite was a sharp reminder of who Dave really was. He didn't take care of things, let alone other people. He couldn't even bother to pick up after himself. Mercy couldn't trust him with this. Yet again, she was on her own.
Mom, John said, please just drop this, okay? Let me go back.
Mercy looked at him. He had stopped crying, but she could hear the whistle of air through his stuffy nose.
I need to go back. She told me I could go back.
No, baby. Mercy pressed her hand to his chest. His heart was pounding so hard that she could feel it through his ribs. She couldn't stop the sob that came out of her mouth. The enormity of what had just happened caught up with her all at once. The terrible things that her mother had done to her son. The rot that had taken hold of her family. She said, "Baby, look at me. You're never going back. That's settled."
I don't.
She grabbed his face in her hands. "John, listen to me. We're going to get help, okay?"
No.
He peeled her hands away from his face. He took a step back, then another.
Biddy doesn't have anybody but me. She needs me. I need you.
Mercy's voice was hoarse.
You're my son. I need you to be my son.
John's head started to shake.
How many times did I ask you to leave him? How many times did we pack our bags and the next day you were fucking him again?
Mercy couldn't argue with the truth.
You're right. I failed you, but I'm making up for it now. I don't need you to do anything, John said. Biddy's the one who protected me. She's the one who kept me safe. Safe from what? She's the one who's hurting you. You know what Dave did to me? He said. I was only 5 years old. He broke my arm, and you told me I had to forgive him. What?
Her whole body was shaking. That wasn't what happened.
You fell out of a tree. I was standing right there. Dave tried to catch you. She warned me you would say that, John said. Biddy protected me from him. You told me I had to forgive him, to let him do whatever he wanted so he didn't get mad again.
Mercy felt her hands go to her mouth. Biddy had filled him with disgusting lies.
John, she said the first thing that came to mind. We're going to Cottage 10. What? The couple in Cottage 10. She could finally see a way out of this. The solution was there all along. Will Trent is with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. He won't let Biscuit sweep this under the rug. His wife is a doctor. She can look out for you while I tell him what happened. You mean trash can? His voice raked up in alarm. You can't. I can and I will. Mercy had never felt more certain of anything in her life. Sarah had told her that she trusted Will, that he was a good man. He would fix this. He would save them both. That's what we're doing. Come on. Mercy reached for the backpacks. Go fuck yourself. The coldness in his voice stopped Mercy in her tracks. She looked up at him. John's face was so hard, it could have been cut from a single piece of marble. All you care about is winning, he said. You only want me now because you know you can't have me.
Mercy realized that she needed to be very careful. She'd seen John angry before, but never like this. His eyes were almost black with rage. "Is that what Biddy told you?" "It's what I've fucking seen!" Spit flew out of his mouth. "Look at how pathetic you are. You're not trying to protect me. You're running to that cop because you can't accept that I found somebody who makes me happy, who cares about me, who loves only me." He sounded so much like Dave that it nearly took her breath away. That bottomless pit. That never-ending quicksand. Her own child had been running alongside her all this time, and Mercy hadn't bothered to notice. "I'm sorry," she said. "I should have seen. I should have known. Fuck your sorry. I don't need it. Fuck." He threw his hands in the air. "This is exactly what she warned me about. What the fuck do I have to do to stop you?" "Baby." She reached for him again, but he slapped her hands away. "Don't fucking touch me," he warned. "She's the only woman who gets to touch me." Mercy held up her hands in surrender. She had never been scared of John, but she was scared of him now. "Take a breath, okay? Just calm down. It's you or her," he said. "That's what she told me. I have to decide. You or her. Baby, she doesn't love you. She's manipulating you." "No." He started shaking his head. "Shut up. I need to think." "She's a predator," Mercy said. "This is what she does to boys. She gets in their heads, and she fucks them up so bad." "Shut up." "She's a monster," Mercy said. "Why do you think your daddy's so fucked up? It wasn't just what happened to him in Atlanta." "Shut up." "Listen to me," Mercy begged. "You're not special to her. What she's doing to you is the exact same thing that she did to Dave." He was on her before she knew what was happening. His hand snaked out, wrapping around her neck. "Shut your fucking mouth!" Mercy gasped for air. She grabbed his wrists, tried to pull away his hands. He was too strong. She dug her fingernails into John's chest, tried to kick out with her feet. She felt her eyelids start to flutter. He was so much stronger than Dave. He was squeezing too hard. "You pathetic bitch." John's voice was deadly quiet. He had learned from his daddy that you didn't make too much noise. "I'm not the one who's leaving here tonight. You are." Mercy felt lightheaded. Her vision blurred. He was going to kill her. She reached back to her pocket, wrapped her fingers around the red plastic handle of the knife. Time slowed down to a crawl. Mercy silently took herself through the motions. Pull out the knife. Slice him on the forearm. Were there arteries there? Muscle? She couldn't damage him. He was already hurt almost beyond repair. She should show him the knife. The threat would be enough. That would stop him. It didn't. John snatched the knife away from her. He swung the blade over his head, ready to drive it down into her chest. Mercy ducked down, crawling on her knees as she scrambled across the ground. She felt the air move as the blade slashed within inches of her head. Mercy knew a second blow was coming. She grabbed her backpack, held it up like a shield. The blade skipped across the thick, fireproof material. She didn't give John time to recover. She swung the backpack at his head, knocking him backward. Instinct took over. She clutched the backpack to her chest and started running. Past the first cottage, the second one. John was fast on her heels, closing the gap. She sprinted up the stairs to the last cottage, slammed the door in his face, fumbled to send the bolt home on the lock. Heard the loud punch of his fist against the solid wood. Mercy gasped for air, her chest heaving as she listened to him pacing across the porch. Her heart felt like it was inside of her throat. Mercy put her back to the door, closed her eyes, listened for her son's loping gait. There was nothing but silence. She could feel a breeze drying the sweat on her face. All the windows were boarded up but one. The moon put a blue glow on the grain in the rough-hewn walls, the floor, her shoes, her hands. Mercy looked up. Dave had not been lying about the dry rot in Cottage 3. The back wall of the bedroom had been completely stripped away. John had slipped in through the studs. He stood with a knife in his hand. Mercy blindly reached behind her, slid back the bolt, twisted the handle, threw open the door. She turned, and it felt like a sledgehammer hit between the shoulders as John drove the blade into the hilt. The blow knocked the wind out of her. She stared at the lake, mouth open in horror. Then John pulled out the knife and slammed it in again and again and again. Mercy careened off the porch, falling down the stairs, landing on her side. The knife cut through her arm, her breast, her leg. John straddled her, driving the blade into her chest, her belly. Mercy tried to buck him off, to twist away, but nothing would stop him. John kept swinging back and forth, stabbing the knife into her back, taking it out, plunging it in again. She felt the crack of bones, the explosion of organs, her body filling with piss and shit and bile, until John wasn't just stabbing her. He was beating her with his fists because the blade had broken off inside her chest. Suddenly, John stopped. Mercy could hear him panting like he'd finished a marathon. He was spent from the attack. He could barely stand. He stumbled away from her. Mercy tried to take in a breath. Her face was in the dirt. She inched onto her side. Every part of her body was alive with pain. She had fallen across the stairs. Her feet were still on the porch. Her head rested on the ground. John was back. She heard liquid sloshing, but it wasn't the waves hitting the shore. John walked up the stairs with the gasoline can. She heard him spreading the fuel around the inside of the cottage. He was going to burn the evidence. He was going to burn Mercy. He dropped the empty can beside her feet. He walked back down the stairs. Mercy didn't look up. She watched blood drip from his fingers, stared at the shoes that Biddy had bought him in town. She could feel John looking down at her, not with sadness or with pity, but with a kind of detachment she had seen in her brother, her father, her husband, her mother, herself. Her son was a McAlpine through and through. No more so than when he struck a match and tossed it into the cottage. The whoosh brought a blast of hot air across her skin. Mercy watched John's blood-soaked shoes shuffle through the dirt as he walked away. He was going back to the house, back to Biddy. Mercy wheezed in a slow breath. Her eyelids started to flutter. She felt blood gurgling inside her throat. She was overcome with the sensation of floating. Her soul was leaving her body. There was none of the expected calmness, the sense of letting go. There was only a cold darkness that worked its way from the edges, the way the lake froze in the winter. Then there was Gabby. They were both hurtling through the air, but they weren't angels in heaven. They were being thrown from the car at Devil's Bend. Mercy turned to look at Gabby's face, but only a bloody pulp remained. An eye dangling from a socket. An eruption through her skin of shattered teeth and bone. Then an intense, searing heat that threatened to engulf her. "Help!" Mercy screamed. "Please!" Her eyes opened. She coughed. Droplets of blood sprayed across the ground. Mercy was still on her side, still draped across the porch stairs. Smoke fouled the air. The heat from the fire was so intense that she could feel it, drying the blood on her skin.
Mercy forced her head to turn, to look back at what was coming. The flames were working themselves across the porch. Soon, they would chew their way to the stairs and find her body. Mercy braced herself for more pain as she rolled onto her belly. She pulled herself off the stairs with her elbows. The broken knife inside her chest scraped into the dirt like a kickstand. She propelled herself forward, the threat of the fire spurring her to keep moving. Her feet dragged uselessly behind her. Her pants had come undone. Dirt caked into the material, pulling her jeans down around her ankles. The exertion quickly caught up with her. Mercy's vision started to swim again. She willed herself not to pass out. Delilah had said that McAlpines were hard to kill. Mercy wasn't going to live to see the sun rise over the mountains. But she could make it to the goddamn lake. As usual, even these last moments were a struggle. She kept passing out, waking up, pushing herself forward, passing out again. Her arms were shaking by the time she felt water on her face. She used the last of her strength to roll onto her back. She wanted to die looking up at the full moon. It was such a perfect circle, like a hole in the blackness. She listened to her heartbeat as it slowly pumped blood from her body. She heard the soft cupping of water around her ears. Mercy knew that she was close to death, that there was nothing that was going to stop it. She didn't see her life flash before her eyes. She saw John's life, playing in Delilah's yard with his little wooden toys, cowering in the back of the room when Mercy showed up for her first court-appointed visitation, being dragged from Delilah's arms by Mercy in front of the courthouse, sitting in Mercy's lap as Fish drove them up the mountain, hiding with Mercy when Dave was on one of his tears, bringing Mercy books on Alaska and Montana and Hawaii so that they could get away, watching her pack their bags again and again, watching her unpack them because Dave had written her a poem or sent her flowers, being handed off to Biddy while Mercy sneaked away to one of the cottages with Dave, being abandoned with Biddy because Mercy had to go to the hospital for another broken bone, a cut that wouldn't heal, a suture that wouldn't hold, being constantly pushed into the arms of Mercy's mother, his grandmother, his rapist. Mercy. She heard her name like a whisper inside of her skull. She felt her head being turned, saw the world as if she was looking through the wrong end of a telescope. A face came into view. The man from Cottage 10. The cop who was married to the redhead. Mercy McAlpine, he said, his voice faded like a siren passing down the street. He kept shaking her, forcing her not to give in. I need you to look at me right now. John. Mercy coughed out the name. She had to do this. It wasn't too late. Tell him he has to get away from her. Will's face swam in and out of her vision. She saw him there one moment, then gone the next. Then he screamed, "Sarah, get John, hurry!" No. Mercy felt a trembling in her bones. The pain was unbearable, but she couldn't give up now. She had one last time to get it right. John can't. He can't stay. Get away from. Will spoke, but she couldn't make sense of his words. What she knew was that she couldn't leave things with John like this. She had to hold on. Love him so much. Mercy could feel her heart slowing. Her breaths were shallow.
She fought against the ease of slipping away. She needed John to know that he was loved, that this wasn't his fault, that he didn't have to carry this burden, that he could get out of the quicksand. I'm so sorry. She should have said this to John, should have told him to his face. Now all she could do was ask this man to tell him her last words. Forgive him. Forgive him. Will shook Mercy so hard that she felt her soul snap back into her body. He was leaning over her, his face close to hers. This cop, this detective, this one good man. She grabbed his shirt, pulling him even closer, staring so deep into his eyes that she could practically see his soul. She had to suck in a breath before she could push out the words, telling Will, forgive him. He nodded his head. Okay. That was all that Mercy needed to hear. She let go of his shirt. Her head cradled back in the water. She looked at the beautiful, perfect moon. She felt the waves pulling at her body, washing away her sins, washing away her life. The calmness finally came, and with it, a powerful sense of peace. For the first time in her life, Mercy felt safe. 1 month after the murder, Will sat beside Amanda on the couch inside her office. Her laptop was open on the coffee table. They were watching the taped interview of John's confession. He was wearing a tan jumpsuit. His wrists were not handcuffed because he'd been committed to a juvenile psychiatric facility, not an adult prison. Delilah had hired a top criminal defense attorney out of Atlanta. John was going to remain institutionalized, but maybe not for the rest of his life. On the video, John said, I blacked out. I don't remember what happened next. I just knew she would go back to him. She always went back to him. She always left me. Left you with who? Faith's voice was faint. She was off screen. Who did she leave you with? John shook his head. He still would not implicate his grandmother, even though she was dead. Biddy had swallowed a bottle of morphine before they could arrest her. The autopsy had revealed that she had terminal cancer. The woman hadn't just cheated justice. She had cheated a prolonged and painful death. Faith said, Let's go back to that night. After you left the note that you were running away, where did you go? I stayed at the horse paddock. Then the next morning, I went to Cottage 9 because I knew nobody was staying there. What about the knife handle? I knew Dave. John let his voice trail off. I knew Dave fixed the toilet, so I thought that would be evidence against him. 'Cause you'd already arrested him for killing her. He should go to prison no matter what. I know Mercy said it wasn't true, but he broke my arm. That's child abuse. Okay. Faith didn't get sidetracked. Though they'd both seen the hospital report on the broken arm, John had fallen from a tree. When Dave was arrested, you'd already run away from home. Who told you what happened? John started shaking his head. I had to make a choice. John, I had to protect myself, he said. Nobody else looked out for me. Nobody else cared. Let's go back to, who's going to protect me now? He asked. I've got nobody. Nobody. Will looked away from the screen as John started to cry. He thought about the last conversation he'd had with the kid. They were sitting in the bedroom in Cottage 10. Will had told John that abuse was complicated, but it seemed really fucking straightforward right now. don't hurt children. Amanda said,
"All right, you get the gist."
She closed the laptop. She held onto Will's hand for a few seconds, then she got up from the couch and walked toward her desk.
She said, "Catch me up on the bootleg case."
Will stood up, glad emotion time was over. "We've got Mercy's ledger that details the payouts. The spreadsheets on Chuck's computer list all the clubs he was selling to. We're coordinating with ATF and IRSCI.
"Good."
Amanda sat down behind her desk. She picked up her phone.
"And?"
"Christopher said to plead negligent homicide on poisoning Chuck. He'll get 15 years as long as he testifies against his father on the murder of Gabriella Ponticello. Plus, we've got the second set of books on the lodge to hit Cecil with tax evasion. He says he didn't know anything about it, but the money's sitting in his accounts." She typed on her phone.
"And?"
Both Paul Ponticello and his private detective provided sworn statements about what Dave told them. It's hearsay, though. We need to find Dave to make it a slam dunk.
"We?"
Amanda looked up.
"You're not working that part of the case."
"I know, but..." Amanda cut him off with a sharp look.
"Dave disappeared the day after his mother committed suicide. He hasn't tried to contact John. His phone has gone dark. He hasn't been back to his trailer. He was not at the campground. The North Georgia field office put a notice on the wire. I'm sure he'll show up eventually."
Will rubbed his jaw. "He's been through a lot, Amanda. The only family he's ever known just disintegrated."
"His son is still here,"
she reminded him.
"And don't forget about what he did to his wife. I'm not only speaking to the physical and verbal abuse. Dave knew years ago that Mercy wasn't responsible for Gabby's death. He hid it from her as a means of control."
Will couldn't argue with that part, but there were plenty others. "Amanda."
"Wilbur," Amanda said, "Dave McAlpine is not going to suddenly become a better man. He will never be the father that John needs. There is not a piece of logic or a sage bit of advice or a life lesson or any amount of love that will turn him around. He lives the way he does because he chooses to. He knows exactly who he is. He embraces it. He won't change because he doesn't want to change."
Will rubbed his jaw again. "A lot of people would have said that about me when I was a kid."
"But you're not a kid anymore. You're an adult."
She rested her phone on her desk.
"I know better than most what you had to overcome to get here. You have earned your happiness. You have a right to enjoy it. I will not allow you to throw all of it away in some misguided attempt to save everyone, especially the ones who do not want to be saved. You cannot serve two masters. There's a reason Superman never married Lois."
They were married in 1996, in Superman the Wedding Album. She picked up her phone. She started typing again. Will waited for her to respond. Then he remembered how good she was at ending conversations. He stuck his hands in his pockets as he walked down the stairs. There was a lot to unpack about John, but Will was more of a mover than an unpacker. He reached for the exit door with his injured hand. The knife wound had Frankensteined. Sarah had not been kidding about that infection. 1 month out, he was still taking pills that were approximately the size of a hollow point bullet. The lights were off on his floor. Technically, Will was off the clock, though he noticed Amanda hadn't chastised him for staying late. What she told him was wrong, and not just because Will was clearly more Batman than Superman. Change was possible. Will had spent his 18th birthday in a shelter, his 19th in jail, and by his 20th, he was enrolled in college. The grade school kid who was routinely sent to detention for not reading all of the assignment had graduated with a college degree in criminal justice. The only difference between Will and Dave was that someone had given Will a break. "Hey," Faith called from her office. Will stuck his head in. She was using a lint roller to get the cat hair off her pants. Faith had brought the McAlpine cats down to Atlanta to put them in a shelter. Then Emma had seen them, and one had gotten out of his carrier and killed a bird, and that was the story of why Faith had 2 cats now. One named Hercule, and the other named Agatha. She said, Some jackass kid at daycare showed Emma TikTok. She keeps trying to steal my phone. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I thought I had more time. Faith tossed the lint roller into her purse. Meanwhile, I've got the FBI knocking down my door because they want to expedite Jeremy's application. Why is everything happening so fast? Even frozen dinners get to sit a minute after you pull them out of the microwave. Will felt his stomach growl. I watched the interview with John. You did a good job. Well, Faith lifted her purse onto her shoulder. I finished reading Mercy's letters to John. They broke my fucking heart. I could have written them to Jeremy or Emma. It's just Mercy trying to be a good mom. I hope John gets to a place one day where he can read them. He'll get there, Will said, mostly because he wanted it to be true. What about Mercy's diary? Exactly what you'd expect from a 12-year-old girl who was in love with her adoptive brother and terrified of her abusive father. Anything from Christopher? He's still saying he had no idea what was going on. Biddy never touched him that way. I guess he wasn't her type. Faith shrugged, but not to dismiss it, because it was too much. Mercy saw it happening with Dave, you know. Some of it's in her diary. A lot of it's in the letters. Biddy would stroke Dave's hair, or Mercy would walk into a room and Dave would have his head in Biddy's lap, or he'd be rubbing her feet or massaging her shoulders. It felt weird. I mean, Mercy calls that out herself, that it's weird, but she never really put it together. Abusers don't just groom their victims. They gaslight everybody around the victim so that if you say anything, you're the one who's sick. You want to know sick? You should read some of the text between Biddy and John. I did, Will said. He'd felt so nauseated that he'd skipped lunch. She hated babies, Faith said. Do you remember Delilah telling you that Biddy wouldn't even pick up her own kids? She let them stew in their dirty diapers, and then Dave comes along, and he's exactly her type. Or she ages him down to make him her type. Do you think Dave knew that she was abusing John all along? I think he put it together in the dining hall, and he did what he could to save his son. I'm going to let myself believe that because the alternative is that he confessed to save Biddy. Will didn't want to entertain that scenario. He had other things to keep him up at night. I'm sorry I missed Paul's tattoo. Shut up, Faith said. I'm the dummy who kept saying Biddy was Dave's psycho ex like she wasn't actually Dave's psycho ex. Will knew he had to let this go. Try not to fuck up like that again. I'll try. Faith started grinning. How did I get an Agatha Christie locked room mystery with a V.C. Andrews twist? He winced. Too soon? Will stole a plate from Amanda and walked back down the hall toward his office. He turned into the doorway and got a familiar lightness in his chest when he found Sarah sitting on the couch. Her shoe was off. She was rubbing her pinky toe. He loved the way her face glowed when she looked up at him. She said, Hey. I stubbed my toe on the chair. She slipped her shoe back on. Did you watch the interview? Yep. Will sat down beside her. How did lunch go with Delilah? I think it's good for her to have someone to talk to, Sarah said. She's doing everything she can for John. It's hard right now because he doesn't want to accept help. Every time she visits, he stares at the floor for an hour. Then she leaves and comes back the next day and he stares at the floor again. He knows she's there, Will said. Do you think it would help if Dave visited John? I would leave that to the experts. John has a lot of damage to process. Dave has his own damage. He needs to help himself before he can help his son. Amanda told me Dave doesn't want to be fixed because being broken is all he has. She's probably right, but I wouldn't give up on John. Delilah is in it for the long haul. She really loves him. I think that makes a big difference in these situations. Hope is contagious. Is that your medical opinion? My medical opinion is that my husband and I should leave work so we can eat lots of pizza, binge some Buffy, and make sure my toe isn't the only thing that gets banged tonight. Will laughed. I need to send this report, then I'll see you at home. Sarah gave him a very nice kiss before leaving. Will sat down at his desk. He tapped his keyboard to wake the screen. He was about to slip in his earbuds when the phone on his desk rang. He punched the speakerphone button.
Will Trent.
Trent, a man said.
This is Sheriff Sonny Richter from Charlton County.
Will had never gotten a call from Georgia's southernmost county before.
Yes, sir, how can I help you?
We stopped a fella on a broken tail light, found a brick of heroin taped under his seat. There's a notice on him from the North Georgia field office, but he said to call you. Claims he has some information to trade for a lighter sentence.
Will knew what was coming before the man even finished.
His name is Dave McAlpine, the sheriff said. You want to come down here, or should I call the field office?
Will twisted the wedding ring around his finger. The slim piece of metal encompassed so many things. He still didn't know what to do with the feeling of lightness he got inside his chest every time he was around Sarah. He had never experienced this type of prolonged happiness before. They were 1 month out from the wedding, and the euphoria he had felt during the ceremony still hadn't subsided. If anything, the intensity was heightened with every passing day. Sarah would smile at him, or laugh at one of his stupid jokes, and it was like his heart turned into a butterfly. Amanda was wrong again. There actually was a certain amount of love that could turn a man around.
Call the field office,
Will told the sheriff.
I can't help him.